This audiobook contains mature subject matter. Listener discretion is advised.
Book 1. In the heart of spring, a child shall rise, from royal blood, a king's demise. Born of sister, born that day, kings shall fall in disarray. When springtime blooms, the babe is blessed, born of kin, from the king's own nest. A sister's child, the kingdom shakes, the death of kings, the birth awaits. Born of power, in endless night, to cast down realms a dark birthright. Both fae and mortals their thrones shall swell, in the child's hands lies the end of the world. The Child Prophecy. Beware the dread curse of 3, the sword, the spear, the Grail's mystery. Blood calls to blood, the dark shall rise, forged by the gods under sacred skies. The words written on the stone, which held the sword Excalibur. Prologue. I pushed open the door to the room, my heart brimming with anticipation. He was awake. Kay was awake. Despite everything the healers had said, despite Guinevere's proclamation, he was awake. Things could only get better from here. I would help him. Slowly but surely, he'd come back to his full strength. I'd introduce him to Draven, my husband. Together, we'd help my brother to heal. I'd have to tell Kay about Medra, or Cadiz' daughter. How happy he would be to have a niece. I knew he would quickly grow to love the little girl. I imagined Kay chasing little Medra through the halls of the castle, and smiled to myself. How good it would be to have a child's laughter here, after so long. My pulse quickened as the door swung open. Daylight spilled from the windows where the curtains had been left open. As I entered, a shadow passed over the room, as if clouds had suddenly darkened the sun. The room seemed to shift, dimming to an ominous shade. I looked to the bed, and a harsh cry escaped my lips. Kay sat rigidly upright. His once vibrant eyes were pools of emptiness. The pallor of death clung to his frail form. Horror gripped my heart. I had seen this before. I felt my limbs beginning to tremble and clutched the skirt of my gown, desperate to hold on to disbelief. Yet there was no denying this nightmare. A groan. Kay was struggling to get out of the bed. His movements were sluggish and uncoordinated. Moments before, I had been longing to see him sit up, but not like this, not like this. My body felt anchored to the spot as a weight of despair settled upon me. Across the room, Kay slid out of the bed and began to walk laboriously towards me. I let out a whimper. His approach held none of the warmth I had yearned for. No embrace awaited me in those lifeless arms. Only a sinister threat in the clacking of his jaw and the sight of his pale white teeth. The room had become a chilling stage. Elongated shadows of moonlight stretched across the floor, where moments before there had been sunlight. We were cursed. The Pendragons were cursed. The gods frowned upon us. No, I knew better. There were no gods. I could not move. My brother drew closer, limbs bent with unnatural stiffness as they slowly lifted. Disbelief clung to me like a suffocating shroud. And then I understood. He needed me. Heartbreak surged within as I stared at those empty arms. This was not the joyous reunion I had envisioned mere moments before. But perhaps it was all I deserved, all I could hope for. I stepped forward into the waiting embrace of my brother's arms. Death was where I belonged. In the end, I let love consume me. Chapter 1. Morgan. I woke with a jolt, covered in a sheen of sweat. The baby was crying.
"Just turn over and go back to sleep, my love,"
a deep voice murmured in my ear.
"I'll go to her."
A moment later, I heard the pad of heavy footsteps, then the creak of a cradle, and a familiar crooning lullaby. Within seconds, the crying had ceased. Even I felt easier in my heart, listening as Draven sang. I turned over with a sigh, knowing the return of sleep would not be forthcoming. The sickly grey light of dawn peeked through the long curtains and reminded me of my dream. I shivered. I snuck a peek across the room to where Draven was rocking Medra in his arms. He had eyes only for her when he held her. I smiled to myself. Should I have been jealous? She wasn't even our baby. And yet, somehow, she was now. She was family, our family. "She'll want milk, Draven," I reminded him. I knew he knew this. I also knew he hated to give her up to anyone else. He glanced at the little bottle of expressed milk that sat on the windowsill. It was empty now. Medra had finished it off earlier in the night. She could have spent all night with her wet nurses. She had 2 of them after all, the hungry little thing. But Draven preferred to keep her close to us as much as possible. Truth be told, I think he believed she was only safe when she was near us. And after all we had been through, all we had seen, I couldn't blame him for his fear. Though it did mean less alone time for the 2 of us, more waking at night to the plaintive cries of an infant. But Medra was motherless, parentless. I would not resent her for her demands, nor be anything but grateful that my mate had accepted a child not of his blood so easily, or wanted to keep her close and protected. "We won't always be able to keep her this close," I said out loud. He glanced at me and frowned. "I'm sorry, I know—" I shook my head. "No, I don't know. I'm just... sorry." I was sorry. Sorry Draven had lost his own daughter. Sorry we couldn't keep Medra this close to us always. But with what we had to do still lying ahead, I knew it was impossible. There was no way I was bringing a child into Rayged, and I knew Draven wouldn't want that either, no matter how much he already adored Medra. Loved Medra. He loved her. I knew this. And as for me, if I were being honest with myself, the truth was that I had kept my distance from Medra to an extent, afraid to get attached as quickly as I might have in the past. Orcades' death was fresh in my mind. My sister, Medra's mother. If she had lived, what else might have been? No matter what mistakes she had made, in the end, I had found myself loving her, and I had vowed to care for her daughter. "You are the most beautiful thing I have ever seen in this or any world." They had been Orcades' last words as she looked upon Medra, just after the cryptic riddle she had cited. "Who meets their death devoid of love shall surely face their end, but one who gives their soul away, eternity extends."
"She's grown overnight,"
Draven remarked, bouncing the baby who seemed in no hurry to be delivered to her wet nurse for her next round of feeding. "Isn't that the sort of thing everyone always says about babies?" I smirked, but eyed my niece nonetheless. In fact, Draven might have been right. Medra did look bigger. Her legs seemed longer than they had the night before, and her chubby little arms were pushing at the seams of the white nightdress she wore. "You may be right," I conceded. "Is this a Fae trait? Rapid growth in infants?"
"Not usually."
He rubbed his nose against the baby's.
"We're longer lived, so we often tend to mature more slowly than mortals. But then you're special, aren't you, Medra? Aren't you, darling?"
He used a special tone of voice which might have made another person slightly nauseous. but hearing that dark, deep voice take on such a sweet tone just for my niece sent waves of warmth spreading through my body. This man, this colossal figure with the presence of a mountain, whose voice could take on the intensity of crushed rocks, and whose gaze could instantly cause those around him to tremble with instinctive, primal fear. Well, it was an incredible thing watching him transform the moment he cradled our niece in his massive arms. The Colossus became a kitten. I watched as the grey shadows played upon Draven's features, emphasizing the rugged contours of his face. His beautiful green eyes melted as he looked down at the baby with an expression of pure affection. Then he looked at me, and his expression shifted.
"What's wrong?"
His voice had taken on a tinge of concern. I shook my head. "It's nothing."
"It's not nothing."
He reached forward and touched my skin, just below my breastbone.
"You're clammy. You've had night chills. What was it? A dream?"
I nodded slowly.
"Tell me,"
he said softly.
"You know you can tell me anything."
I did know that. I took a breath. "A dream, yes. A very disturbing one." I told him briefly, careful to leave out the dream's conclusion, where I had decided to simply give myself up to Kay, to surrender. What did it mean? Was I losing myself to despair? I hadn't thought so before now, but the dream, it had shaken me.
"He's been on your mind a great deal. It's natural. I've been wrapped up in this little one."
He bounced Medra gently.
"But you're filled with concern for Kay."
"And there's nothing we can do," I said hollowly. I sat by his bed for hours each day, speaking to him, reading to him, but it was pointless. No matter what I did, he didn't even seem to know I was there. That's what Guinevere said. The young high priestess had seemed to become an expert on such things almost overnight, even such strange supernatural events like Kay's cursed sleep. Kay slept, and he did not wake. He did not eat or drink. He seemed frozen in time, neither dead nor alive. Too similar to the horrible undead children from Meridian than I cared to admit, at least in my waking hours. But in my dreaming mind, a part of me must have feared that was exactly what Kay would eventually become.
"He will wake, Morgan,"
Draven said.
"You know that. Once we've destroyed the Grail."
"He's bound to the chalice. That's what Guinevere said. She said it holds him. But what does that mean?" I asked sharply. "Will destroying it help him? Set him free? Or will it destroy them both?" I hadn't been brave enough to ask Guinevere the question directly. Perhaps she knew, but hadn't dared to offer the answer. Draven watched me silently for a moment.
"Let's go and ask her today. After all, it's better to know, isn't it?"
"Knowledge doesn't always equal happiness, Draven. You know that," I said, bitterness filling my voice.
"No, but at least then you'll be equipped, prepared for whatever you have to do, whatever you decide to do."
He hesitated.
"If she says destroying the Grail will somehow hurt Kay."
"Would I still destroy it?" I sat up in bed and wrapped my arms around my knees. I have no choice, do I? They must be destroyed, all of them. The Grail, the sword, the spear, wherever the hell it is.
"They're not all necessarily evil.
The sword, yes, it helped me, when it wanted to, and only me. Think of all of the countless others that it killed simply because, what, they didn't possess my exact blood type?" I felt almost guilty saying the words out loud, as if I were betraying Excalibur somehow, failing to appreciate what the sword had done for me, how it had saved me. It might not be fully evil, but Arthur planned to use me, bound to the sword, to execute his plans. While the sword exists and I exist, that's still a possibility. I let the words hang in the air, unspoken. Arthur was no longer alive, but another much more malicious king was. A king I had seen, or thought I had seen, once in a dream. A king who preferred to work from the shadows, pulling my brother's strings. Gaulois Le Fay had never reached out to me, never directly. Did he even know I existed? Did he know where I was? What did he want from me anyhow? Whatever it was, I doubted it was a simple family reunion, not after what Orcades had said. Gaulois had somehow gotten the Grail into Camelot, and into Tyre's disgustingly deceptive hands, or Cavan, as he was truly called. Cavan, the High Priest of Perrin. Had Gaulois ever truly wished to help Arthur magnify his own power? Or had it all just been a ploy of some sort, to sow chaos in Pendrath, to weaken Pendrath still further? Or to get at me in a way I couldn't even see yet? Was that what Kay really was? A way to strike right across Esquira and into my very heart? If so, I couldn't critique the plan. It was working. My true father's downfall and destroying the 3 objects were all I could think about most of the time. No matter how hard Draven tried to distract me with other, healthier occupations. Now his hand brushed my chin, lifting my head.
Hey, look at me, Silver. I'm still here. Where did you go?
I'm sorry. Distracted, I guess. I tried to smile. Medra let out a sharp, complaining sound that made it clear she was just about done waiting for this dull conversation to be over and for milk to arrive.
We'd better go,
Draven said, his attention turning back to her immediately. I smiled. A real one this time. Wait, I'm coming with you. We'll find her wet nurse. And then breakfast? I scrambled out of bed and started pulling out clothes from the wardrobe. Draven and I had taken up residence in a suite of rooms across the castle overlooking the city. It was strange not to be in my old little tower room, with its view of the gardens below. But, overall, it was a refreshing change. There were no old memories in this suite. It had been used for visiting noble guests. The room was richly decorated, and well appointed like any suite in the castle, but it was also completely generic. The new memories Draven and Medra and I had made in the suite were all good, so far, except my little nightmare. I pushed that thought away, because a nightmare was all it had been, not a true dreaming, just a simple nightmare. My own mind was trying to frighten me, trying to sow doubt. I wouldn't let myself become my own undoing, not when I had real enemies to contend with. Draven had placed Medra back in the cradle for a moment, where she was fussing as he strapped something to his chest. He let out a frustrated oath. "What is that?" I glanced over, curious, as I finished buttoning a leather vest and tucking a muted rose-coloured blouse into my trousers. Draven's expression was distracted. He was tightening some sort of a sash and crisscrossing leather straps over his chest and shoulders. When he was finished, he reached for Medra. I gaped as he began trying to stuff the squirming, cranky infant into the pocket he had created against his torso. "Here, let me," I said quickly, stepping forward and taking Medra from him.
"It's a carrier,"
he answered, a little grumpily.
"For an infant."
"Ah, I see." I tried to quell the twitching in my lip, and carefully did not make eye contact as I lifted Medra over the pouch and tried to dangle her legs so that they would drop into the holes just so. "She's so squirmy," I complained. In answer, Medra let out a shriek of protest and kicked her legs as I tried to lower her in. "If she'd just hold still a moment," I complained. Now it was Draven's turn to hide a smile, not very successfully. I tried again, waiting until Medra had finished getting her kicks out. "There!" I looked with satisfaction as the baby's legs finally slid into the waiting holes, her bottom settling into the pouch as her tiny fists raised and rested against Draven's chest. "She looks quite comfortable," I observed. Medra leaned her soft pink cheek against Draven's tunic. She seemed to be settling in for the ride.
"Well, she does like me best, you know,"
he teased. "It's no joke. She really does. Everyone can see it. You're wonderful with her, and, well, I'm not used to babies," I admitted. He raised his eyebrows and grinned.
And you think I am?
Well, you certainly have a knack for it, an instinct. He tapped a finger to his chin, still grinning.
I believe they call it a maternal instinct, do they not?
Shut up, I growled playfully. I suppose I must be lacking mine.
It has nothing to do with male or female. You have it. She's bonding with you too. In time.
Yes, in time. I looked at him and the baby, suddenly imagining Medra running through the castle on her own 2 legs. I could teach her to read, show her my favourite books in the castle library, or teach her sword fighting down in the practice yard. Of course, with Draven and Sir Ector and Dame Helena all nearby, she'd have a lot of help with the latter. The baby carrier Draven wore was crafted from a study linen and embroidered with flowers. It had clearly been used before. Where did you get it? I asked.
Hall and I were discussing how bearkin cubs simply hold on to their parents' fur and are carried about on their backs or even their undersides. Lancelot overheard us and mentioned that her mother had used a carrier with all of her children and that sometimes her father had worn it too.
He shrugged.
Well, it piqued my interest.
Of course it did. I smiled.
And so she offered to try to find it.
I'm so glad she's been visiting her family, I murmured. He nodded.
She brought it back from her family's home in the city yesterday. Her mother said I could keep it as long as I wanted. You're welcome to try it too, of course.
He flexed his shoulders.
It's quite enjoyable.
Then he eyed me.
You look quite enjoyable too.
His tone had changed, taken on another meaning entirely. His eyes moved over my body, pausing over the tight bodice of my leather vest, the curve of my waist, then passing to my hips snug in their trousers. He made a pained sound, half growl, half groan.
I suppose I could pass her off to the wet nurse. We could have breakfast in bed.
Don't you dare. You've promised baby Medra a ride, I chided. Besides, I just got her into that contraption.
Fine,
he assented.
But later.
Yes, later. I bit my lip, feeling a familiar heat instantly kindle between my thighs at the sound of the word and its connotation. An entire afternoon in bed, perhaps, to banish the nightmares. Draven leaned forward, one hand cupping Medra's head, covering her tiny ears.
In the meantime,
he whispered, his voice husky and low,
I'll be imagining doing so many things to you, Morgan. Many, many things. Later.
He stepped forward and kissed me, a kiss slow and simmering, his lips warm and firm against mine, and a quiver went down my spine as my own imagination began to dance. We stepped out into the corridor and began making our way down to the great hall. Usually one of the wet nurses slept in the little servants' room outside of the main bedroom, so we could call on her during the night. But Draven liked the freedom of having bottles prepared, so that we could keep to ourselves. This worked out fairly well, except when the newborn had a sudden appetite surge. I glanced at Medra. It was actually miraculous she was being this patient. Usually, the infant would have been a squalling ball of rage by now. But Draven's proximity seemed to calm her. It always did.
Hall keeps some bottles of express milk in the kitchens, in a cool place. They're replenished every day or two. Chances are we can find one to give her. If not, we'll have to summon a nurse,
Draven said, explaining his plan. I nodded. He had concerned himself with the details of tending to Medra much more than I had. Feeding her, cleaning her, changing her. Oh, I helped, of course, and we were very fortunate to have servants. But I knew Draven believed she was our responsibility, that we should be doing as much as possible by ourselves. I bit my lip. Except we couldn't, not for much longer. Soon, Medra would be left alone again. Her life would dramatically change once more. The people who were supposed to care for her, gone in an instant. And would we return? It was cruel, so cruel for a child to have to go through. I knew, for I had gone through it myself. Was that why I was already pulling away from her? Have you given more thought as to who will ask to care for her? I asked carefully. We'd entered the great hall, the seat of my brother's power. Draven paused, his hand running over Medra's small back as he looked around the room. The king's throne, the monarch's throne, I corrected myself, stood alone on the dais. Orcades' had been cleared away. Whosoever pulls the sword from this stone shall be the rightful ruler of all Arcanum. They were Orcades' words. My heart ached as I remembered my sister's blood-rimmed lips as she had spoken them. I didn't like to think about what she had truly meant. The throne should remain empty. It wasn't waiting for me. It was waiting for Kay, I told myself. It always had been. I caught Draven looking at a pile of dried-out rose petals that had somehow still not been cleared away.
Roses.
He shook his head disgustedly.
What sort of a man can ruin something as beautiful as a rose?
He looked over at me.
You'll always be the Queen of Roses in my mind. And that throne over there, it will always be rightfully yours, just as your sister said.
Don't say such things, I said quietly. Isn't one throne enough for me? It's already one throne I didn't want.
No one who wants power
should ever get it, I finished. I wrinkled my nose at him playfully. Yes, I've heard your kernel of wisdom before. But perhaps it's simply that those who don't want power are too timid and incompetent in the first place to desire it. Perhaps they know they're unsuited to it. Draven looked amused.
Timid? Incompetent? Is that what you think you are?
No, I admitted. Well, not timid. He lifted his chin and laughed.
Certainly not since I've known you, if you ever were.
He eyed me curiously.
Were you? Ever?
I had to keep my head down when I was a child, I replied, so I tried my best to seem so. I thought back to my childhood in the castle after my mother died. I spent years avoiding my father, and then years mostly avoiding Arthur. I met his eyes. Then I found you. He held my gaze, rock steady.
And now you never have to pretend to be timid again. Be everything you truly are. That's all I'll ever ask of you, my silver one.
I stepped forward, careful of Medra, and lifted my lips to his. If the kiss upstairs had been a simmer, this one was a burning spark that threatened to become a blaze. When I pulled away, I was panting. Draven's wavy, tousled black hair fell over his broad shoulders, longer than ever. Clad in black trousers with a leather jerkin open at the throat, he showcased pure, raw strength. His green eyes stared back at me, hungry and haunting. Mine. I felt suddenly bewildered, overwhelmed. What man was this who had shadows and darkness at his very fingertips? But something in his darkness called to my own. He was my perfect complement in every way. I am the luckiest woman, mortal or fey, in all of Arcanum, to have a mate such as you, I said slowly. Did you know that? Kairos, Draven, Venator? Have I told you? He grinned like the rogue he was.
No, but you should, daily.
I rolled my eyes.
But that throne...
No, I interrupted. Nice try. I asked you first. Have you given any thought to... But Medra trumped us both, letting out a high-pitched wail that filled the hall and showed no signs of stopping.
We'd better go straight to the kitchens,
Draven shouted over the crying. I nodded and followed him out of the great hall, and away from the lingering scent of dead roses. Chapter 2. Morgan. For thousands of years, the world I lived in had been shaped by the Fae. But for most of my life, I had counted myself as half-mortal. And like the mortals around me, I had been too blind or too stupid to understand the unseen strings that pulled at us. Alternative option, somewhere in Twilight's embrace, A war that most mortals had managed to live in blissful ignorance of had raged on in the background. We had lived in ignorance, too, of the way Fae had once treated us. We had not been their equals, but in many cases, their slaves. But history books were written by the victors, and those who won wars usually did not wish to dwell upon previous losses, or tales of how their grandparents had been not kings and queens, but slaves. Or at least, that was the Pendragon way of it. We had always been rather blinded with our own sense of pride. Outside of Pendrath, however, Rayged had always been something of a mystery. Even as a child, I had heard tales of their reputation as a brutal, aggressive nation known for secrecy. Now I wondered how many of the stories were true. Their king, Nerov, had certainly played my brother false, offering aid and then withdrawing it only to attack. But perhaps he'd had no other choice. What was really going on within that dark kingdom? In the past weeks, parties that seemed to come from Rayged had been attacking Tintagel and spreading as far as the northwestern borders of Lyonesse. That night in the tavern, after my brother's death, had been the first announcement of many. The raids had passed Pendrath by, at least for now. In the meantime, I had scoured the maps of Eskira and Mintra, searching for the seat of my father's power, the court of Gaulois-le-Fay. I had known it would not be clearly labelled on any map. Still, when I looked at the northern mountains of Rayged, mountains said to be so deadly and unscalable, so rough and rocky with their peaks far above the clouds, I felt a pull. Nothing more, but a pull. We would start in Rayged, I had decided, and along the way, we would find out why the attacks had begun and find a way to make them stop. In the meantime, troops from Pendrath and Mintra had been bolstering Tintagel when they could. Understandably, a foreign monarch who had only so recently seen Pendrath as a threat to his people and dominion did not wish to let in too many of our forces. Lyonesse had rejected almost all of our help, preferring to stubbornly fight alone. I thought again of Rayged. Phoenix had been fostered there. He had been a brutal, cruel man. Was his cruelty fostered in Rayged too? When Draven had first come to Camelot, Sir Ector had told me a story of how the new guard captain had supposedly helped to murder almost an entire royal family. It was a bone-chilling tale, one which Draven had told me the truth of, a long story, and one for another day. But suffice to say, murdering infants was, thankfully, not a part of his long and adventurous past. A loud wail broke my concentration. Medra was still crying, now at an increasing volume. Beside me, Draven was focused on shushing and bouncing her as we walked quickly through the grandeur of the Rose Court's long stone corridors. Picking up our pace to a jog, we navigated past brightly coloured tapestries and candles flickering in iron-wrought sconces. The air carried the faint scent of beeswax, mingled with the perfume of centuries-old wood and dusty stone. As we reached the entrance to the kitchens, the atmosphere changed. I felt my own stomach rumbling as the air became thick with the savoury scent of roasting meats, the tantalising fragrance of freshly baked bread, and the underlying notes of herbs and spices. The sound of clattering pots and the sizzle of something delicious being cooked on an open flame provided a cosy backdrop of noise. Wooden beams crisscrossed overhead, holding the essentials of any good kitchen, rows of hanging herbs and dried ingredients. Long, sturdy tables lined the centre, holding pots and pans and other culinary tools. Kitchen scullions bustled hurriedly through the room with purpose, some tending to the roaring hearths, ensuring the flames beneath the pots were just right. Apprentices stood at stations, slicing fruit or kneading dough for pastries. It was a wonder to me that so little had changed with Arthur's death. Life in the castle went on much as before, even without its king. As Draven and I entered, a hush fell over the room, and the banging of pots and chopping of vegetables came to a standstill. One by one, the kitchen staff turned towards us. I saw a few kitchen maids and apprentices, hands dusted with flour from making the morning bread, exchanging glances of excitement. Apparently, not everything had remained the same. My role had changed, much as I would wish to forget that. Trying not to blush awkwardly, I was relieved when I spotted Hall. The Ursador was towering over one of the cooking stations, stirring something in a huge copper pot. A tall white cook's hat was balanced precariously on their brown, furry head. As we approached, Hall whipped the hat off and threw it on the floor with a short-tempered growl that sent the scullions nearby scurrying away. Next to Hall stood a short man with sun-kissed skin and a balding head, whom I recognized as the head cook. Now the man looked up from his cutting board with a patient smile.
"A tradition, nothing more, my friend,"
the cook said soothingly in the warm accent of Lyonesse.
"A ridiculous accoutrement,"
Hall snapped.
"That hat was more likely to fall into a pan and start a fire than serve any real purpose." "You need not wear it," the cook said appeasingly. "Your reputation as a culinary maestro precedes you. It was a silly thought, the hat, nothing more. A gesture of honor. I deeply apologize."
Hall grumbled, sounding slightly embarrassed.
"It is nothing. You wish to share a piece of your culture."
The bearkin cleared their throat.
"It was a kind thought."
The small chef beamed. Then he seemed to finally notice Medra, Draven, and me standing nearby. His eyes lit up as they fell on Medra.
"Ah, a visit from the little one and her family. We're whipping up something special this morning, Your Radiance,"
the cook promised me. I opened my mouth to tell him there was no need for such formalities, but that man was already rushing on.
"Your friend Hall here is a virtuoso of the culinary arts." "Daniello helped,"
Hall interjected, deadpan.
A little, I helped a little,"
the cook said, waving an arm but looking pleased.
"We are making the most divine stew, my serene sovereign, a stew like none will have tasted before."
He touched a finger to his lips, then looked at Medra, who had momentarily stopped crying, and his eyes widened.
"But, little one, you have no wish for stew, do you? You seek only the milk. Never fear, I will fetch it for you."
He turned on his heels and moved towards one of the staircases leading down to the cooling cellars below the kitchens.
"Serene sovereign,"
Draven murmured. I glared at him. "Hush, hush, immediately."
"Whatever you say, my radiance,"
he whispered. I kicked his shin before I remembered he was holding a baby. He yelped, and I saw one of the passing apprentices' eyes widen in shock. Yes, I longed to say, the Empress of Mintra is terrifying indeed. Since entering the kitchen, Medra's bawling had stopped. Instead, she stared wide-eyed at Hall in total silence, watching their every move. The bearkin tended to have that effect on her. She was completely mesmerized. Draven let out a sigh of relief at the reprieve from crying.
"So you've made friends here already, I see,"
he observed to Hall.
"Daniello Castellano is a great improvement on the company I was forced to keep in your fleet,"
Hall growled.
"He is a talented cook, a man of taste and refinement."
I had a smile. Draven had told me all about the very inhospitable Vemak bear-killer, who Hall had encountered on a Mintra ship.
"He certainly seems to admire you,"
Draven said.
"We get along well,"
Hall acknowledged.
"Our interactions have been collegial."
"So everyone has welcomed you? There haven't been any issues?" We did not want a repeat of Vemak in the castle kitchens. Hall's gaze softened as they looked at me.
"I have been mostly accepted. Of course, some fear me. They always will. Others are overly curious and stare with their bulging, beady human eyes. I'm used to it."
"But you're comfortable?" I pressed, deciding not to dispute Hall's assessment of mortal eyeballs this morning. The bearkin tended to have a rather dismissive view of humans and Fae at the best of times. But then, with the state of the world, who could blame them?
As comfortable as any of us can be, as we while away these tedious days,
Hall complained, dropping a large knife onto the cutting board beside them with a thud that made me jump.
Waiting, waiting, and more waiting.
Draven glanced down at Medra, then ran a hand gently over the baby's head. I wondered if he felt guilty for not minding the wait. Sunstrike's wing couldn't be helped, I reminded Hall. But yes, I share your impatience to get on the road, though I felt a little guilty for admitting it in front of Draven.
Her wing is healing nicely,
Hall conceded.
I looked at it again last night.
The Exmoor?
Daniello had reappeared.
Have you shown them what you've made for the Exmoor, my dear friend?
The chef bounced up to us, holding a bottle of milk in each hand. I looked towards where Hall stood over the copper pot and raised a brow. What's in the pot, Hall? Was it my imagination, or could bearkins actually blush?
Hall?
Draven prompted. But it was Daniello who eagerly answered.
The most tender cuts of venison, slow-cooked to sweet perfection, and infused with yarrow, comfrey, and chamomile.
He waved his hands towards his nostrils and drew a long, luxurious sniff.
Ah, heavenly. And of course, it shall be served with the pâté, already plated and prepared.
Pâté? I inquired.
Elk liver pâté, seasoned with the finest healing herbs, fresh burdock and dandelion, and blended with brandy, garlic, onions.
Daniello waved a hand.
Well, I'm sure you do not wish for a full list of ingredients, divine elegance.
I cringed. There is truly no need for such formalities, Daniello. Please, call me Morgan. After all, I'm not even your sovereign.
Ah, it is true I hail from fair Lyonesse,
Daniello agreed.
But if only...
Here, Daniello was elbowed by Hall and quickly smothered whatever he had been about to say. As it was likely something borderline treasonous about how he wished I ruled all of Askira, I was infinitely grateful. I had heard similar things mentioned a few times already by some of the staff, and had been quick to quell them.
Seems rather rich for breakfast,
Draven observed. He glanced at me.
I'm not sure that her divine radiance and I...
Oh, it is not for you!
Daniello cackled jovially and clapped his hands together, while I glared at my mate.
Though any creature would be fortunate indeed to sample them. But no, these creations are for the beasts, the cats, you know, the Exmoors.
Venison stew and elk pâté for the Exmoors,
Draven drawled.
Huh, really, Hall?
There was a smirk on his handsome face.
She needs her strength,
the bearkin growled, as if anticipating a challenge.
What you may see as delicacies, I see as nutrient-rich, healing grub.
She does, of course she does. I'm just...
Draven coughed.
Just impressed that you're putting so much care into her recuperation.
Oh, the female Exmoor is all they talk about, all they think about. Dare I say...
Daniello began.
No, you may not,
Hall growled.
Ridiculous for you to imply I might be so invested. Like a bearkin with a cub. Absolutely ridiculous.
The Ursadors slammed their paws down on their cooking station, then stalked off towards the nearest doorway. Daniello watched the bearkin go, bewildered.
What did I say?
I think Hall believed we might be teasing them, I explained.
Pâté,
Draven murmured, shaking his head, the hint of a smirk remaining.
Pâté.
Hush up, I hissed, or Hall will soon be doing more than growling at you. Draven grinned.
I'd like to see them try. But very well, I'll stop teasing.
He looked down at Medra, who had been slurping happily on the bottle he was holding for her for the last few minutes.
I suppose Hall is worried that... What? Their reputation as a bold warrior might be compromised if word got out they were bringing fancy feasts to a cat.
And as you're in no position whatsoever to point fingers, I noted. Draven grinned.
Precisely.
He tapped a finger to his lips.
In fact, remind me to have a talk with them about balancing the responsibilities of parenthood with those of a seasoned warrior.
I'll be sure to get right on that. Can we carry some of that stew out to Sunstrike? I asked Daniello diplomatically, trying to change the subject and finally get out of the kitchen and out of everyone's way. Or the pâté, if it's ready.
Certainly, certainly. I'll prepare a platter while you eat your own breakfast upstairs, he assured me. One of the scullions must surely accompany you and carry it, however. It may be quite heavy.
I smiled. I'm sure I can manage. I'm stronger than I look. After a hearty but pâté-free breakfast in a mostly empty dining hall, I found myself carrying the Exmoor's tray from the kitchen with Draven and Medra marching behind me as we made our way out of the castle. Daniello had been correct. The tray was rather heavy, but nothing I couldn't manage on my own.
I wonder if there's insect powder in that pâté,
Draven muttered. I wrinkled my nose. What?
Just something Hall suggested back on the ship when we were at sea. Specifically, dried cockroaches were what they had in mind.
The Exmoors do seem to have a broad palate when it comes to food, I said, thinking of how I was fairly certain I had caught Nightclaw eating a frog the other day. But I'm not sure they'd stoop to cockroaches. Ugh! Draven laughed.
Be warned. Hall thinks they're very nutritious. Bears are known to eat grubs and other insects, you know. They might be sneaking them into our food even now.
Surely Daniello would stop them, I said, a little horrified. Draven chuckled.
Daniello has far too big a case of hero worship to stop Hall. Perhaps our bearkin friend will have a sweetheart before long.
I snorted. I highly doubt that. I don't think Hall is interested in, well, romance and that sort of thing. I thought for a moment. Not that we know much about the romantic life of bearkins, or what Hall's preferences are. Do they usually stick to their own kind? Draven shrugged.
There aren't many of them left. Perhaps they can't be so choosy.
Well, whatever you do, don't you dare ask them, or worse, tease them about Daniello, I threatened. Let's just be happy Hall's made a new friend and mind our own business.
Yes, my serene sovereign,
Draven said with false meekness.
Whatever you say, your royal radiance.
I shot him a deathly stare, which swiftly changed to a grin as I realized where we were. We had almost reached the roost. Chapter 3. Morgan. Despite Draven's teasing, I knew he was worried about Sunstrike too. And while the elegant cuisine Hall had crafted for the Exmoors might be a little excessive, if the food really did improve Sunstrike's recuperation, I knew Draven would be thankful. He was simply in a difficult position, torn between eagerness for his battle cat to recover and a desire to remain as close to Medra for as long as he could. The sun was shining warmly overhead as we entered the perimeter of what Sir Ector had labelled the Winged Roost. The Master-at-Arms had really outdone himself, especially considering how little time he'd had to prepare suitable accommodations for two massive creatures, ones which the people of Camelot found both utterly terrifying and fascinating, so rare and strange were they. An ancient stone tower had been repurposed into something suitable for the large cats. Part of the wooden roof had been cut away, providing a huge circular opening, allowing the battle cats to take off and land freely. The remains of the roof had been left as large awnings, which provided shade and shelter for the Exmoors, while a large secluded alcove had been set up on the ground floor, with soft straw bedding to offer a padded nest. But most ingenious of all was what Sir Ector had done to the walls. Elevated perches and platforms had been strategically positioned on the exterior of the tower to allow the battle cats to climb and survey the castle and grounds from various levels and positions, Nightclaw in particular seemed to love creeping up to these vantage points, just as any feline might. Dotted around the roost were large sandstone blocks with textured surfaces. As we approached, Nightclaw was standing on his hind legs beside one of them, scratching and sharpening his long claws while an audience watched, oohing and ahhing. The fact that the two battle cats frequently had an audience was both a source of amusement and annoyance to Draven and me. Word of the rare creatures staying at the castle had spread quickly throughout Camelot, thanks to their dramatic arrival on the night of the king's death. Once the funerals and days of mourning had passed, many citizens seemed eager to find something to be, well, excited about, something that had nothing to do with tragedy or war. Nightclaw and Sunstrike had provided the perfect distraction. So many residents from the city and visitors from the villages surrounding Camelot had started to gather at the Winged Roost, that it had gotten to the point where Sir Ector had to set up benches and build a fence around the roost. A few guards were regularly stationed nearby to keep out trespassers, though there had only been a few. The fences were more for the viewers than the Exmoors. After all, it was not as if the Exmoors could not easily defend themselves from the overly curious and bold, or simply fly away. So far, however, the tourists had managed not to become Exmoor food. There had been one incident in which a young man attempted to sneak into the Exmoor's roost and fetch a handful of fur for his lady love to make into a pillow. To Nightclaw's credit, he had only ripped off the poor young man's trousers, though considering how the young man had shrieked and wailed, one might have thought he had lost a chunk of his buttocks as well as his pants. The craze for Exmoors had extended all over the city. In the markets, artisan stalls offered battle cat-themed trinkets, drawings, and other souvenirs. A new inn, the Sunstrike, had been erected to serve the tide of travellers, while a tavern had renamed itself the Empress's Exmoor, a blatant attempt to win royal favour, but secretly, I rather liked the name. Thankfully, the crowd outside the roost was small today. It had been raining earlier, and I assumed this had caused many to disperse. Those who remained were pressed eagerly against the fence. I caught sight of one small girl standing on a fence rail, waving a little stuffed version of Sunstrike. The Exmoor's yellow eyes were made from bright yellow buttons. My gaze quickly moved to the tall, slender figure of a young woman, standing all alone further along the rail. She had short-cropped blonde hair, and even now, the sight of her profile and the brutal scars on her cheek made my heart tighten. As if feeling my eyes on her, Lancelot turned her head. "Ah, look who it is," she drawled as I approached. "Our regal eminence, our divine grace, the Rose of Mintra." She glanced down at the tray I carried. "Oh, your imperial majesty, who dared to load down your noble arms with such a vulgar burden?" I flushed with heat, but then spotted the mischievous look in her eyes. She was mocking me, yes, but not trying to be cruel. I nearly sighed in relief. We had moved past the cruelty. Slowly but surely, my friend was letting me back in.
I rather like that. The Rose of Mintra.
Draven let the words roll over his tongue.
Who came up with that one? Was it you?
Lancelot snorted. "I'm offended you even had to ask that, Draven. No, I suppose it was someone in the faction." Ah, yes. Even more awkward than the entire castle kitchen coming to a standstill was the fact that a new faction had quickly arisen following Arthur's death. This small group, and I prayed to the three that it was small, believed I should not only be Empress of Mintra, but Queen of Pendrath, and perhaps even all of Askyra. The last thing I needed right now, as we tried to make amends to our northern and southern neighbours, was a group of overly fervent supporters starting rumours I had plans to take over the continent, starting a new war between kingdoms as a result. I groaned and said as much.
"But you could, you know,"
Draven declared, bouncing Medra in the baby carrier.
"If you wanted to."
There was an impish glint in his eyes. Fortunately, Lancelot saw it too. "I'm not even going to dignify that with a response," I said, "and keep your voice down. There's a crowd." He looked around.
"They're nowhere near us. You worry too much. And it's true. If you wanted to rule Askyra, You certainly have the power to do so.
Iskira is divided into peaceful, independent kingdoms already, and I have no wish to rule. I haven't even begun to properly rule Mintra now, have I? It's not as if I'm exactly bursting with experience. Before Draven had left the court of umbral flames, he had left Lyrastra as regent, with Odessa as the power behind the throne. I had done nothing to even deserve the title of Empress yet. Perhaps that was why, beneath the embarrassment, it also stung. I was a fraud. A prince's consort, yes, but a saviour? A ruler? No. You'd have her colonize Iskira? Lancelet's eyes had narrowed in on Draven. Seize power? Destroy our independence? Draven shrugged. I knew that he was mostly saying what he was to annoy her, but in small part because he happened to believe it. A fact that made me vastly uncomfortable.
If that was what the people wanted, majority rules, doesn't it?
That's mob rule, Lancelet said seethingly. What we have always needed is government by the people, for the people. A truly organised and equitable system where everyone may have a say, from the lowest commoner to the highest noble. Not a monarchy based on blood lineages. It's beyond primeval. She glanced at me. No offence. I shrugged. I wasn't offended by the idea that monarchy was an ancient, incredibly unfair system of ruling a kingdom. Perhaps when Kay was king, we could even begin to discuss the possibility of eliminating it.
It so happens I agree with you, generally speaking. It's not as if the people in any of these kingdoms had a say in selecting their rulers. Hereditary succession is a joke. That's why I broke the mould.
Draven winked. Yes, it was ever so bold of you to put the royal daughter of one kingdom on the throne of another, Lancelet said sarcastically. Nobles, commoners, the entire system is a travesty.
I suppose I might have chosen a peasant girl,
Draven said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. He looked at me and grinned.
But then, I didn't fall in love with a peasant girl, did I? I fell for you, Silver One.
He blew me a kiss, then grinned wickedly as Lancelet made a sound of disgust, while I went red to my roots. Now I knew he was only doing this to drive her mad. I was hoping to speak with Guinevere today, I said quickly, desperate to change the subject. My misbehaving mind had gone straight to the bedroom at the sight of Draven's grin, and I needed to get it out again. Lancelet furrowed her brow. She's not here, obviously. Right, of course not. I took a breath. But perhaps you could take me to her? She's at the temple, I suppose. I thought you might like to accompany me. I fumbled. It would be nice to spend some time with you. I looked at Draven meaningfully. Alone? Draven chuckled. Lancelet nodded. I could walk you down if you want the company. There was a collective gasp from around us, and not a few shrieks. The sound of beating wings filled the air. Nightclaw, I said without having to look. He was so close I could sense him. He had been hunting.
Out hunting?
Draven guessed.
Was he successful?
I closed my eyes and mentally reached for Nightclaw, feeling his emotions. Triumph, hunger. Yes, I opened them again. He's bringing meat to Sunstrike. She'll be happy about that.
Well, you'd better get that tray to her before he does, or Hall will be offended if she doesn't touch it,
Draven suggested.
They can have a feast together.
That tray is for the Exmoors. Lancelet peered at the large plate of minced and jellied meats. Is that pâté? It is. Hall is very eager for Sunstrike's recovery. Clearly. Lancelet met my eyes. Well, they're not the only ones. I'll take this to Sunstrike, and then you'll come with me to the temple. You know, I just got here, she pointed out. I was delivering a message to one of the healers from Casey. But, yes, I'll go back with you. About Kay? I asked sharply. Camelot had many healers, and the foremost of them had been brought to the castle over the last few weeks. But the only two I truly trusted to care for my brother were Guinevere and Casey. The other seemed completely bewildered by Kay's state, and determined to only offer physical remedies and answers. One had even claimed Kay was fully conscious and choosing to remain prone, even though that was obviously not true, For my brother did not eat or drink, yet remained exactly the same day after day. That healer had been sent swiftly packing. Lancelot nodded. There's a fine apothecary among them. Casey sent for some herbs. I felt my shoulders sag. Oh, I see. Nothing has changed, Lancelot said gently. You would be the first to know if anything had happened, Morgan. I nodded, then eyed the roost where the sounds of roars and tearing flesh had started to emanate. The crowd around us looked simultaneously disgusted and delighted. Why don't we skip walking to the temple? As you said, you've just come from there. Lancelot frowned. You don't wish to speak with Guinevere after all? No, I do. But why don't we fly? You've never ridden on Nightclaw, have you? No, but I... Lancelot began. Excellent. You're not frightened, are you? She frowned. Of course not. Good. Then I'll deliver this, ask his permission, and we'll go. Ask his permission? But I'd already started to walk away. I caught Draven's eye for a moment. He seemed to understand.
I'll be here, waiting for you to get back.
He flashed me a grin.
Without Medra.
The wooden doors of the roost swung open as I stepped through, but I quickly pulled them shut again behind me. I could hear a few sounds of disappointment from the people waiting and hoping to catch a glimpse of the Exmoors. But as far as I was concerned, they had already had the privilege of seeing Nightclaw fly overhead and land with his catch. The battle cats weren't pets or performing animals in some sort of a circus or play. They deserved their privacy. They had already been remarkably patient with all of the fuss they'd been receiving. If I were one of them, I realized, I wasn't sure I'd have been able to show the same restraint in not eating the crowd already. With that in mind, I made a mental note to instruct Sir Ector to have visitors' access restricted to just a few hours at midday. The circus had gone on long enough, and our Exmoors had been more than patient. Blinking in the sun-specked light, my eyes quickly adjusted to the shadows of the overhang above. Across from me, in the centre of the tower, the two Exmoors were engrossed in devouring the deer Nightclaw had brought back. I knew they'd sensed me entering, so for a moment, I simply watched. Nightclaw's dark ebony fur, thick with golden stripes, gleamed in the broad rays of sunlight from the opening above. I smiled to myself. How beautiful my Exmoor was, how far he'd come from that first day I'd met him in the royal menagerie, when his sleek and lustrous fur had been so matted and unkempt, his gold stripes dulled by neglect and malnourishment. Sunstrike's colouring was more subdued, but she was no less lovely. Her gold-brown fur blended with the courtyard's hues, as she matched her mates further in feasting upon the fresh raw meat. Both cats' wings were furled by their sides, quivering in anticipation as they ate. I hesitated, glancing down at my tray, uncertain as to whether the cats would have an appetite for more. But as I waited, Nightclaw let out a deep rumble and stepped away from the deer, gave a languid stretch, licked his lips, and then padded over to me. Our eyes met in unspoken recognition, and I felt a thread of happiness weave through me. Tucking the tray under one arm, I reached out a hand and gently stroked his head, right between his tufted lion-like ears. I've missed you, I said softly, feeling his happiness at seeing me, sensing his contentment. You did well hunting today. That deer is huge. I felt him begin to purr under my hand. How's your mate's wing? I asked. I gestured to the tray. Hall prepared all of this for her, to help speed her recovery. Nightclaw didn't answer, just eyed the tray, then serenely turned and padded back over to the deer. Approaching Sunstrike, he licked her neck, then bit it playfully, drawing her attention to me. As the female Exmoor watched curiously, I crouched and carefully placed my tray down beside the dead deer. The two bowls Hall and Daniello had put there had seemed enormous down in the kitchens, but now, compared to the deer, they seemed rather small. I suppose this could be your dessert, I suggested, standing back up. Or a snack for later? Nightclaw nudged his mate, clearly trying to convey that it was meant just for her. Sunstrike made a sound of annoyance, but backed up and began to unfurl her wings. From what we had eventually been able to gather, the younger Exmoor had gone off hunting by herself on one of the windier days we'd had. When the wind had picked up and become a strong spring storm, Sunstrike had already been tracking her prey, a large tusked boar, and understandably, hadn't wanted to give it up. But when the boar ran into a dense patch of woodland, Sunstrike had recklessly followed, and that's when her injury had occurred. Snagging herself painfully in the trees, the delicate membrane of her left wing had ripped. When she hadn't returned, a distraught Nightclaw and I had flown after her. When we found her, the wing was a wretched sight, torn and tattered and dripping with blood. But now, as Sunstrike carefully opened her wing to its full length, I could see how significantly she had already healed. The golden threads that veined the membranous surface seemed to glow with renewed vibrancy. Her fur had regained its lustrous sheen. Though the mending process was not quite complete, her wing showed huge improvement, and I felt filled with relief. I also knew I'd have to tell Draven we'd be able to leave within the next few days, which might not be exactly what he wanted to hear. But in the meantime, "I don't suppose you'd fancy another flight," I said to Nightclaw, touching a hand to his fur again to sense his response. "Just a quick one, with another rider?" I hesitated. I wouldn't normally ask, but this one is very special to me. I'd only requested this of him once before, and that had been my mate. It also hadn't really been a question. We'd been under attack then, and desperate to get into the fight. But this wasn't going to be a battle, just a short flight over Camelot. Perhaps I wanted to show off a little, or perhaps I simply wanted to share a little of the joy the Exmoor had given me with my friend. After all, few could say they had ridden on the back of a battle cat. I felt Nightclaw's acceptance. There was no reluctance or hesitation. He'd already eaten his fill and was prepared to go. I saddled him while Sunstrike nibbled on the delicacies I'd brought her, making little sounds of appreciation. Nightclaw watched her the way I sometimes sensed Draven watching me, as if he couldn't take his eyes off her, as if she were the most beautiful thing in the world to him. "We'll be back soon," I murmured. "You won't have to leave your mate for long. Just a quick jaunt to the temple, maybe a few circles over the city. You can leave me there and I'll walk back." The Exmoor said nothing, not that I'd expected him to, but I knew he understood every word. When we emerged from the roost, the crowd let out a roar of excitement. Amusement mixed with annoyance again, and I knew Nightclaw felt much the same. Then I saw the little gull was still there, waving her tiny stuffed Sunstrike eagerly. Before I could help myself, I met Nightclaw's eyes and inclined my head in a question. The older battle cat let out a long, suffering sigh. Then he padded over to the fence, right up to the little girl. The crowd went silent. I watched the little girl's eyes become wide as saucers. Then, slowly, she reached out a hand through the slats in the fence and touched Nightclaw's fur. She squealed with glee. Mummy, I touched him! I touched an Exmoor!" I could see envious looks in the faces of adults in the crowd around her. Well, too bad. This wasn't about to become a regular thing. Lancelot was still waiting in the same spot on the other side of the enclosure. Draven had disappeared, probably to tend to Medra, and Sir Ector had replaced him. The older knight was smiling from ear to ear as Nightclaw and I came towards them. "You do that every time you see one of them, you know," I observed. Sir Ector continued beaming.
"I'll never get over the sight. They're incredible animals. Absolutely incredible. It's a privilege to simply have seen them. The honor of a lifetime to have been able to care for one."
Nightclaw made a deep rumbling sound, as if acknowledging the truth of what Sir Ector had just said. "You have a lot in common with Hall, you know, Nightclaw. Don't let it all go to your head," I chided, running my hand along his sleek side. "All of this attention. I suppose you want me to buy you a stuffed Sunstrike at the market to bring back to her next?" The Exmoor chuffed, forbearing, as if to say I was being ridiculous. Sir Ector laughed.
"He understands every word we say, doesn't he?
They both do, I confirmed.
Marvellous,
Sir Ector said with no less wonderment.
The intelligence of these creatures. Why, we have no idea what they're really capable of.
I cleared my throat. Did Lancelot tell you she's about to ride one? I felt a little bad, as I realized Sir Ector would have loved the experience just as much, if not more, as my irascible friend. But it was too late. Perhaps Nightclaw would be very, very patient with me, and concede to take my dear mentor for a ride another time.
What an honour,
Sir Ector breathed, looking at Lancelot with delight.
Are you nervous?
Lancelot did indeed look a little nervous. Her fair skin had paled a little, as Nightclaw had approached. Now her lips thinned decisively. No, not at all. Why should I be?
Of course you aren't,
Sir Ector said encouragingly.
Why, you've...
I knew exactly how he'd meant to finish that sentence. Fortunately, he caught himself.
You've done much braver things.
He cleared his throat.
It's a small task for one such as you. I won't deny. I'm envious.
Well, I said quickly, we'd better go. I flashed Sir Ector a smile. But it'll be your turn soon, I promise.
I'll hold you to that,
he said cheerfully, watching as I climbed onto Nightclaw's back, then helped Lancelot clamber up behind me. If we had gone straight to the temple, we would have been in the air only a few moments. So instead, I gave Nightclaw free rein, instructing him only not to stray too far. We circled over Camelot, flying over familiar sights, the castle, the markets, the temple. I caught sight of the arena Arthur and Phoenix had used to test Excalibur. I had sat in the royal stands, while Lancelot had been down on the sand. From where she was perched behind me, I felt her tense up. She'd seen it too. We flew out further, passing over the Greenbrier River, where the harsh stone lines of the Temple of Perrin held my gaze. Perched defiantly on a small island in the middle of the river, the temple's aura of conquest and cruelty clashed with its serene surroundings. I remembered what Guinevere had said as we stood outside the temple that night. The temple should never have been built in such a place, for the isle was named Avalon, and even Guinevere, an outsider from Lyonesse, had known the legends, that the place was said to be one of the seats of the goddess's power. At that moment, as the armies of Tintagel and Lyonesse had stood on the riverbank opposite us, I had wondered what she had meant precisely. I still wondered now. She had said they could not touch us there. But would the island itself have stopped them? Or had Guinevere meant herself? Or me? We passed over the island and flew across the countryside. Below us, a patchwork quilt of green fields unfolded. Emerald-hued farmland, tidy hedgerows, and quaint villages. Small cottages with thatched roofs and smoke curling from chimneys nestled amidst the lush and peaceful hills and valleys. Nightclaw's wings beat with powerful grace as we travelled over meadows filled with bright spring flowers, streams glinting like silver snaking through the landscape, and woodlands with their canopies a mass of vibrant greens. "It looks so peaceful down below," Lancelot said from behind me, echoing my thoughts, as if nothing has changed. But it wasn't the truth. The villages might look untouched, but they had faced losses of their own. They had given their sons and daughters to Arthur's war. Who knew how deep their sorrows ran? In the city, the people had lost not only soldiers, but their youngest, most precious children. The babies my brother had slaughtered, blinded as he had been by a cryptic prophecy. The prophecy Orcades had turned into her reason for being, for Medra's being. Now we flew through the sunshine, but darkness was coming. I could feel it. I wondered if Lancelot sensed it too. "I'm with you, you know," she said, surprising me. "I'm with you through it all, no matter what." She cleared her throat. "No matter what came before. I hope you know that." Had I? Had I known that? "I know," I said softly. "I never doubted you, but if I ever gave you cause to doubt me, I'm truly sorry. You are my most dear and trusted friend. Friends to the end, Lancelot said. I heard the grimness in her voice. It won't come to that, Lance, I said, using an old nickname, one I hadn't used since we were children, and trying to sound as if I meant it. Besides, you're supposed to be appointed as regent soon. For fuck's sake, she swore. I won't be your regent, Morgan. Did you really think I'd go through with that? That I'd stay behind and keep a throne warm for you? For Kay, I said automatically. Or for Kay, she concurred. It doesn't matter who it's for. You're going to have to pick someone else. I knew there was no point in arguing. Perhaps Guinevere, I started to say, then stopped. The new high priestess would have much work of her own to do. Guinevere could take on anything she put her mind to, Lancelot said, but you'll have to speak to her about that. I nodded but said nothing, as I looked down over the rolling hills. I touched a hand to Nightclaw's warm fur. It was time to return to the temple. Chapter 4. Morgan. I didn't hear the goddesses' voices when I entered their temple, like some of the most devoted did. But then, I never had. I only heard Merlin's. When I stepped between the white marble pillars into that familiar courtyard, Merlin's was the face that danced before my eyes. Her lips turned into a half-smile, her expression full of kindness, serenity, and wisdom. The temple was full of echoes, memories, and death. It felt haunted to me now, and always would be. All around, worshippers milled to and fro, kneeling in prayer before the colossal statues of Divina, Zoria, and Marzana, before rising and leaving their humble offerings of flowers, grain, and scrolls. But when I looked at the people who had come to worship, I saw shadows behind them. The forms of Arthur's soldiers, the fallen bodies of priestesses, and beyond it all, the look on Merlin's face as Phoenix's blade cut through her. It will never feel the same, will it? Lancelot had been leading the way. Now she walked back over to me as I stood, hesitating beneath the shadow of the temple pediment. Not without Merlin. I looked past her, trying to form a response. On the edges of the courtyard lay the shrines of Perrin and Nadola, the two siblings of the Pantheon. Lingering on the fringes, they had always received less attention in Pendrath than the three. Now I saw that Perrin's altar had been recently neglected altogether. Where once soldiers had visited and laid their weapons to be blessed, now the shrine sat barren. While a few women and a man sat in contemplation by Nadola, the goddess of Fate's shrine, Perrin seemed to have been intentionally abandoned. I supposed it made sense, considering Perrin had been my brother's favourite of the gods, and the god had done nothing to help him in the end. Now that Arthur and his cronies were dead and gone, Perrin's temple would also be neglected and unvisited. Did you know, I said slowly, that in Mintra, the Shabra have their own temples where the three are depicted, but instead of showing the three sisters as mortal, some have fey traits. I suppose that makes sense. After all, we craft the gods in our own images, don't we? Lancelot said with a shrug. We always have, since the very start. I gave a choked laugh, then dropped my voice. I'm fairly sure that's sacrilege. What if, she heard you? Who? Zoria? She's made of stone. I choked. Not her, you idiot. You're, the woman who holds a special place in your heart. Guinevere. The woman who holds a special place in my heart, Lancelot snickered. Is that what you're really calling her? I reddened. Well, what am I supposed to think of her as? She's the high priestess, for one. You could call her that. I know that. Of course I know that. But to you... She's everything to me, Lancelot said simply, and the words went through me, right to my heart, reminding me of my own devotion to Draven. But she belongs to the temple now. I studied my friend. So, that's it then? I never expected to have a happy ending, Morgan. She said the words with such resignation. "Is that what you're so worried about?" I threw up my hands. "I have no idea. I just thought that, well, you aren't usually the type to give up easily." "I haven't. Given up, I mean. I'll still be with her. That won't change. Here, in the temple, you mean. But you also said—" Lancelot brushed me off. "Speak with Guinevere." I wanted to ask more. Wanted to ask exactly what Lancelot's feelings for Guinevere were. Wanted to ask how this could work, when one person was supposed to be eternally celibate as High Priestess, and one person was decidedly not, or at least hadn't been as long as I'd known them. But I also knew it wasn't my right to ask those things. This was between them. So I just nodded. "So you really don't believe in any of this?" "Now?" Lancelot shrugged. "Guinevere believes. I believe there are things we can't understand. But do I believe the three really exist? That I should, pray to them and hope they heal my scars?" She shrugged. "No, I don't. Does that shock you? I didn't take you for much of a believer yourself." I thought for a moment. "I never have been. I suppose I'm a hypocrite, but I respect the traditions. I respected Merlin." Lancelot watched me. "And now?" I knew she meant now that Guinevere was the High Priestess. "I'll respect her successor too. Merlin chose her, after all." I looked over at the towering sculpture of Zoria, with her arms outstretched to summon the first rays of the dawn. Beside her, Davina posed mid-stride with a spear in her hand, her eyes dancing with laughter. I thought of how the hunters had prayed to the goddess of the hunt in the forest that night, so long ago. The third sculpture was cast in dark obsidian. Marzana looked neither young or old, but simply foreboding, with her necklace of bones and her sharp sickle. But she received more than her share of worshippers. The small scrolls and papers littered around her feet attested to that. Mortals would always be desperate to reach into the world of the dead somehow, and Marzana represented a chance for that. She was said to be merciful to the mothers of lost children, kind-hearted to widows and orphans. But in the end, all had to meet her, and none could escape the path she waited on. As for me, I might have spent the rest of my life in this temple, or close to it. I was free of that fate now. I glanced over at Nadola's shrine. Should I be thanking the goddess of fate for that? "Lancelot? Morgan? Welcome." Guinevere's voice echoed through the courtyard in a melodic cadence that had all heads instantly turning towards her. Like Merlin, I had to admit, she had quickly developed a commanding presence all her own. She walked towards us slowly, one of the temple healers, Casey, following closely behind her. Clad in a flowing white gown edged in threads of silver, Guinevere's curvaceous form reminded me of a belle's graceful silhouette. Soft brown curls framed her face. She moved with poise, an embodiment of serenity in a space meant for the divine, but a discerning gaze could unveil the subtle shadows etched in her dough-brown eyes, forged on her journey to the sacred seat of the High Priestess. "Guinevere," I said, forcing a smile. "It's good to see you." It was still strange to see her in the gown of the High Priestess. Strangest of all was seeing the people's heads turned towards her, as if she truly were the new Merlin. Not the new Merlin, I reminded myself sharply. The new High Priestess. No one could ever replace Merlin, and Guinevere would never try. It was right that the people of Pendrath respected the new High Priestess, and if Guinevere could offer them hope and comfort during this tumultuous time, then so much the better. It certainly wasn't as if the royal family were doing such a wonderful job of it. "You wished to speak with me privately," Guinevere said, her expression serene as always. "Come, this way." I didn't bother asking how she knew. Perhaps it was simple intuition. Perhaps it was just a logical guess. Perhaps the bird on her shoulder had told her. Tuva, the owl, swiveled her head and looked back at me from luminous, lantern-like gold eyes. I quickly looked away. When I lived in Camelot, I had never seen the owl with Merlin. And yet when I returned from the court of umbral flames, the owl had appeared. In her last days, Merlin and the bird had seemed inseparable. Now the bird clung just as closely to Guinevere's shoulder, following her everywhere, the bird's eyes watching everything and everyone around. Guinevere led the way back through the temple, into the corridors reserved for those who served in the complex, and then to a private chamber. Stepping in, I was relieved to find it wasn't the set of rooms Merlin had used. This room was already Guinevere's own, pretty and peaceful. The walls were covered in pale, ancient murals that showed scenes of nature from across Pendrath. The floor boasted a delicate mosaic pattern in blues, greens, and purples. Brocade-covered chaises were positioned along the walls, inviting those who met with the priestess to sit and share their worries. The scent of a familiar herb wafted through the air from a bronze censer hanging high in the center of the room. Lavender, that was the smell. A calming herb. Very appropriate, as if Guinevere knew exactly the topic I planned to bring up. Somewhere along the way, Casey and Lancelot had vanished. Now Guinevere sat down on the edge of a chaise and gestured for me to do the same. Now that I was here, I felt a little awkward, but the more I had been through, the less I felt the need to mince my words. I looked directly at Guinevere. You know I wish to destroy the Grail. I need to know, Guinevere. Will doing so kill my brother? The brown-haired girl, for she was still so very young, hardly older than I was, that I couldn't help but think of her that way, gazed back at me, unspeaking. She had been through so much already in her young life, as had I. Now she stood ready to take on the burden of becoming the new spiritual leader of Pendrath. Reaching up a hand to the owl on her shoulder, she gently stroked her feathers with a practiced motion. The bird hooted, almost tenderly, then with a flutter of wings, took flight and alighted on a perch across the room. I felt impatient. You said we hadn't lost everyone who could tell us about the objects of power. What did you mean by that? It's been weeks since then. Do you know anything that can help me before I leave, or don't you? A look appeared in Guinevere's eyes that was almost disappointed. I felt chagrined. My tone had been too harsh. I opened my mouth to apologize, but she was already speaking. It's all right, Morgan. You're right. I am? She nodded. Perhaps I should not have said what I did that night. Now it was my turn to feel sinking disappointment. Because the truth is, she continued, I don't know. I don't know everything, and what I do know is... She made a gesture of frustration, unlike anything I had ever seen her do before. Shrouded, confused, not useful, at least not to you right now. You need hard facts, and right now, I'm trying to make sense of it all. She took a deep breath. All I can promise you is that I am doing my best. I know you are, I said, finding myself wanting to give her the comfort it was evident she couldn't give me. Yes, she said directly, looking at me. It may kill Kay, as you fear. No, it may not kill him. That is the true answer. I don't know. Knowing that, what will you do now? I felt shocked into silence. Then the answer was on my lips. It required no deep thought because I had no choice. I'll still destroy them. I have to. I understand, Guinevere said quietly. There is an expression, the calm before the storm. They say it in Lyonesse. Her brown eyes held mine, and I felt goosebumps spread over my skin. We have the same saying in Pendrath, I said. Probably all over Ascara. The High Priestess nodded. The calm. It's almost over. This had been calm. I opened my mouth to say as much, but Guinevere was already rising to her feet. Clearly, our meeting was at an end. Holding the door open, she seemed almost eager for me to leave, but as I moved through into the corridor, she touched my arm. I'm sorry, she said. I looked at her, but her eyes were downcast. "I'm sorry for what you must endure, Morgan. I'm sorry for what is to come. I'm sorry I can't be of more help." At the time, I thought she meant Kay. Or the quest, destroying the Grail, the sword, finding the spear, all of it. "Thank you," I said awkwardly, and stepped out. "It's all right, Guinevere. I understand." I'll never be sure I really did.
Chapter 5. Draven. I had the training hall all to myself. Or, as Gawain might have said more truthfully, I had frightened everyone else away. The burly red-haired man sat on the sidelines now, mopping his brow with a cloth. He was winded, I knew, and strained and aching. I had done that to him. I might have felt guilty, but the truth was I felt only a little frustrated. I had pushed my partner too far, and now there was no one worthy to spar with. No one but my own shadow. And so I danced with that, parrying and thrusting, my feet moving swiftly over the stones worn smooth by countless drills. I was breathing hard, but nowhere near reaching my limit. And my limit was what I wanted to find, what I had to find. I gave another thrust, my blade cutting through imaginary resistance with a metallic hiss of air. I pivoted, spinning and striking, engaging my unseen adversary, the phantom opponent I could only see in my mind's eye. How much time passed? Who could say? I was relentless. Until finally I felt the sweat glistening on my brow. Still I pushed on. Shadows formed around me. On the walls the torches flickered and sputtered as a living cloak born of my darkness rose around me. I intensified my assault, imagining the thing I feared the most, not for my sake, but for hers. I imagined the moment I couldn't help her, couldn't save her. I imagined us apart. I threw myself forward, tendrils of darkness spiraling from the tip of my sword. I forgot about Gawain. I forgot about the room around me. There was only myself and my imagined foe. I blurred, merged with the shadows, moving between patches of darkness at will. Nightmarish visions flitted through my dark, forcing themselves into my mind. I saw her taken again, tormented. I saw her scream, saw her call for me. Teeth clenching, I spun, furious at a future that wasn't even real, terrified it somehow would be. And then flames flared through the shadows, burning so bright I was forced to shield my eyes. And she stepped through. The source of it all, my guiding light, my burning star.
Chapter 6. Morgan. How long has he been at this? I watched, fascinated as Draven sparred with his own shadow, moving almost too fast for me to follow, as he relentlessly drove himself on. I'd come from visiting Kay. Unsurprisingly, nothing had changed with my brother. I'd sat beside his bedside for an hour, speaking to him, reminding him of memories we'd shared, telling him the latest news, about Medra, about the Exmoors, even about my visit to the temple, though I'd left out what it had been about. When I ran out of things to say, I'd picked up the book I'd been reading to him and continued to the next chapter. When I'd run out of breath, I'd finally left. I would return the next day, and the next, until it wasn't an option any longer. On the bench along the wall, Gawain looked up at me.
Hours?
Since you and he began, or since he started this?
Since he started fighting himself instead of me,
Gawain replied matter-of-factly. He crossed his arms over his chest.
I think he's doing a better job testing his own mettle than I ever could.
I stared. Have you seen him do this before? Gawain laughed.
Have I seen my friend fight his own demons of darkness for hours on end? Literally, rather than metaphorically speaking, you mean?
I clenched my jaw, but said nothing as Gawain glanced up at me and tried to look reassuring.
Not since we were more than children. After a particularly horrible fight with his father.
He studied Draven.
Perhaps not even then. Not like this.
What is he doing exactly? Though part of me already knew.
Well, you know Draven,
Gawain said, raising a hand to run it through his sweat-soaked hair.
He isn't a man who fears for himself. He fears for others, the ones he loves.
My throat felt choked up. The room around us had dimmed from my mate's shadows. Now the torches finally gave up their last breaths, sputtering and dying. I sensed, rather than saw, Gawain rise to his feet.
Perhaps I'll see you at dinner,
he said, touching his hand gently to my arm.
Hopefully, both of you.
I opened my mouth to ask how he could leave his friend. Then as he left the room, I understood. He hadn't left Draven alone. He had left him with me. I stepped onto the sparring floor, my palms already open. Across the room, Draven was enmeshed in darkness, a shadowy form, his features shapeless. I ran towards him, hands raised. Flame upon flame shot forward, piercing through the darkness, hitting the walls, coming closer and closer to Draven's shape. The shadows shifted as if in surprise. Then they began to dissolve. I caught the look on Draven's face as he turned towards me, face illuminated by the flames. Weary numbness, a driven intensity, quickly replaced by sheer shock. I felt a little surge of triumph.
You singed me,
he said accusingly. I laughed. I could have done worse if I'd been trying. He looked behind him at the black markings on the wall.
Those will be tough to get off.
I shrugged. Flame wielders need a sparring room too. The castle of Camelot was not just for swordplay now, not when Fae of flame and shadows dwelled within it these days. Gawain said you've been at this for hours, I said softly. Will you come with me now? He nodded. I slipped my hand into his as we walked down the hall, studying his profile and waiting for the ceaseless intensity to drop away. But it didn't show any signs of disappearing. What's on your mind? He glanced down at me, then pushed his dark hair off his forehead.
Not sure what you mean.
Going to play it like that, are we? I sighed. Why don't I help you tell me then? Kay's in some sort of nightmarish endless sleep, and I've been preoccupied with him. But in the meantime, there's been Medra to care for. You've taken the lead on that. She's been... well, you've become closer to her than anyone. I know you love her. Deeply. Draven said nothing, but I knew he was listening. I took a breath. And soon, I'll be taking you away from her. But that's not the worst of it.
Oh, no.
No, I shook my head. Your sister, Rachel. We hardly talk about her, but she's a constant pain in your heart. For all we knew, she was already dead, a small voice in my head said. But I wouldn't accept that, and I knew he wouldn't either. We don't know what's happened to her, and I've been so wrapped up in this idea that's consumed me. Destroying the Grail, the sword, finding the spear. We don't even know where to start. We don't even know where Rachel is, but we need to find her. I haven't forgotten about her, though I know it might seem like I have. I swear I haven't, Draven. I hardly had a chance to know her, but I care about her too. I swallowed hard. At the very least, for your sake, because your heart is aching for her loss, aching not knowing what's happened to her. Please don't think I don't know that. Now it was his turn to sigh. I felt his hand squeeze mine back.
I know, Morgan.
I watched his broad shoulders stiffen.
As for where we start, Rachel will be at the heart of it all. I know her well enough for that. She'll be exactly where we need to go. she'll be where the spear is.
How? How do you know that?
She gave your father the Grail, he said simply. She wanted to get to the heart of his power. She'll be where the objects were kept or where they were made. We'll find her where he is.
Is that why you were training so hard? Because you're afraid we'll have to fight him to get to her?
Afraid?
He said the word sharply.
I'm not afraid. Not for myself. I would gladly lay down my life if it meant getting Rachel out of there.
My heart clenched.
Or if it meant shielding you from danger, Morgan. Or Medra.
He set his lips in a hard line.
But we're going right into danger, into the worst of it, and I don't know if we'll be coming out again.
My eyes widened.
Is that really what you think?
You? Draven of all people was the source of my hope, my optimism. It felt wrong to hear him sound so bleak. We're coming out again, I promised him, with more surety than I felt. We'll succeed. We'll be together. Draven wouldn't look at me. His eyes studied the stone floor ahead of us.
I can't.
He took a deep breath.
I can't watch you go through something like that again, Morgan. Like with Phoenix. I'll do anything to stop it.
His hand slipped out of mine, and I watched him curl it into a fist and slam it against the other.
And I wasn't even there for the worst of it.
He prowled ahead without waiting for me, moving into the great hall. The vast room was empty. Most of the castle was in the dining hall for supper. Even from this distance, we could catch the loud roar of voices. I had been trying to lead Draven in that direction. He needed hot food in him, and then some rest. He paused to stand before the throne of Camelot, his back rock hard and tense. I'd never seen him quite like this before, simmering with something too similar to fear. It was unsettling, strange. I was too used to Draven being the one to comfort me, to have him always be the strongest one, the one I could lean on. But now his strength was proving to be his weakness. If he kept pushing himself like this, he was going to snap. How long had he been approaching this point, hiding his true fears from me? How long had I been letting him? Was it since that terrible night he'd found me with Phoenix? How much had I been hiding of myself since then? I looked past Draven at the rose-court throne. Fashioned from a rich dark wood, its surface displayed an intricate design of carved thorns and blossoming roses. Looking at it, I suddenly thought of a way to knock Draven out of this dark stupor. It wasn't a solution, just a temporary distraction. Still, it might be good for him, good for us both. I moved past him until I was facing the throne. In my lifetime, I had seen two men sit on the imperial seat, my father and my brother. I couldn't remember the last time I had touched the thing. Even as a child, I had never dared to sit upon it, even for a moment as a child might do in play. Now I turned my back and slowly sat down. The throne was massive, and the seat was hard. How had Arthur managed to sit there so stoically for hours on end? I placed my arms along the sides and leaned back.
What are you doing?
Draven sounded idly curious, nothing more. You wanted me on the throne, didn't you? Here I am. I smiled coyly. But it's a big chair. There might be room for two.
Now I know you're fucking with me.
Draven's voice had turned slightly hoarse.
Come, let's go to dinner.
Not until you come and share this throne with me. I insist. You're my mate, after all. I parted my thighs slowly, then ran my hands down over my leather trousers. Draven let out a low growl.
What are you doing, Morgan?
I honestly wasn't quite sure. In fact, part of me was afraid to find out, especially since there was a crowd of people a few corridors away, all happily enjoying their dinner. But for now, the great hall was completely abandoned, and all of the servants would either be serving in the hall or eating their own meal in the kitchen below. In other words, this throne was ours for the taking. I should think it was perfectly clear. I let my hands wander over the planes of my stomach, over the white tunic I'd pulled on that day. Then slowly up and over my breasts, cupping them a little, feeling the hardness of my nipples. But then, I'd already known my nipples were hard. They'd been hard ever since I'd come up with this unhinged, probably catastrophic idea. I want, I said slowly, to feel you inside me. Now, here, on this throne. I watched Draven swallow slowly, then touch a finger to the ring he wore in his left ear, as if he were considering my proposition. Don't pretend you're actually stopping to think about, I started to say with exasperation. And then he was above me, lowering his face to kiss me, as his massive body hovered over me, his hands resting on the back of the throne, his legs spread out on either side of mine. He practically covered me and the entire throne, and he hadn't even sat down on the thing. Maybe, I said breathlessly, between kisses, between tongues darting desperately in and out of one another's mouths, as if we hadn't touched or tasted one another in years, instead of just the night before. Maybe I overestimated the size of this throne. You're rather large in comparison, on second thought. I felt Draven give a low, throaty chuckle.
Too late for second thoughts, but thank you. That's high praise from my mate.
That's not what I meant. I mean, it's true. You are gifted, endowed. I felt my cheeks heating. Both things are true. I tried to compose myself, but there was no point in bothering. Draven's hand was sliding down my blouse, over my pebbled nipples, then down over my stomach, and slipping into my pants, to the place between my legs where I was already slick and wet. As his fingers touched me there, I whimpered. My eyes darted about. No one had entered the hall. No one had heard me.
But if we continue this,
Draven said as if reading my mind, his breath hot against my cheek.
Someone could hear you, Morgan. Anyone could. Anyone might walk in. Anyone might see.
I knew he was trying to call what he saw as my bluff, to give me a last way out. But he didn't know me very well, if he thought I'd actually back down. My backbone was steel. Smart or not, I was doing this. And then one of his fingers slipped inside of me, and I moaned. We were doing this because I couldn't fucking wait long enough for him to carry me back up to our bedroom, or take me against a wall in some cramped broom closet.
I think,
Draven said with surprising casualness, considering he had a finger inside my pussy.
We'll need to do this the other way around.
What? I mumbled, already a mess of hot desire. He withdrew his hand, and I had just enough time to moan a protest before he had flipped our positions, picking me up and raising me over him as he sat back down on the throne.
Is this what you had in mind when you invited me here, Morgan?
He asked, as I pressed against him, feeling his cock pressing hard against his trousers. I writhed against it a little in anticipation, then moved my hands down to help free it from the confines of his pants.
What? No foreplay?
Draven pouted.
I want to taste you.
Oh, by the three, I breathed. Now, here. There was a gleam in his eye.
Now, here on this throne. I want to leave traces of your juices all over this fucking chair. Let's call it a belated present for Arthur.
That's slightly disturbing, but very well. The thought of Draven's mouth pressed against my clit was too much to resist. I shimmied out of my trousers, then let Draven pull my tunic over my head for good measure. Then my underthings. Now I was bare. Naked and bare, and in a very, very public place. Still, even fear wasn't enough to trump the wave of lust I was riding.
Draven warned, waving a finger as I tried to cover my breasts. Don't you dare. This was your idea after all.
I groaned, first one way, then another as Draven caught me by the hips and lifted me back onto him, raising me to the perfect level for his mouth to access. His tongue slid over my wetness, caressing my softest places. He pushed my thighs further apart and then buried his face between them.
"Oh, fuck!" I whispered as he dragged his tongue over me. "Oh, goddess!"
"I'll make you a true believer, Morgan,"
he swore, circling my clit with his tongue and sliding a finger inside of me.
"But it's my name you'll be calling, not any goddess's."
I tangled my fingers through his hair and moaned, "Draven, please!" I wanted this, but I wanted him more, much more. "I need you, all of you, inside me, now!"
"And I need you,"
he said against my flesh.
"Do you know what the sight of your body does to me, Morgan? Do you know what the taste of you does? You make me wild. You turn me into a mindless, depraved creature."
He gripped my hips so hard it hurt.
"But it's time to stop this game. If we keep going, I won't be responsible for how far it goes. Not tonight."
He drew a deep, ragged breath.
"Not in the mood I'm in."
I looked down my body, my bare hips inches from his lips. I looked down at my mate's tense face. "I don't care," I whispered, stroking the edge of his jaw. "Take me here. Take me how you want me. Fuck me on this throne." He started to open his mouth. "Don't." I put a finger to his lips. "Don't tell me you haven't thought about it. If not here, then the umbral throne. Don't tell me you haven't fantasized about tearing my clothes off and mounting me on your cock." He groaned, a sound low and full of need. It echoed loudly off the stone walls around us, and I flinched, but went on. "That you haven't thought about mounting me on your cock," I repeated, "and ravaging me senseless."
"Sounds like you've been thinking about it too," he growled, "more than once."
"Maybe I have. Maybe now's your chance."
"Maybe you'd better come then, so I can fuck you the way you clearly want me to,"
he snarled. He moved his mouth back against me, and I gasped so loudly the sound echoed from the walls. His tongue was hard and relentless, like his swordplay in the training hall. He licked and stroked, and then thrust his tongue inside me and fucked me with it while his fingers rolled over my clit. I'd never come so fast or so hard. Stars crashed into my vision, blinding me for a moment. Hot warmth spread over me as I clenched, gasping, my hips tilting backwards. He caught me, holding me steady before pulling me forward towards him.
"Remember,"
he said, his voice a husky whisper,
"you asked for this."
And then he was driving into me, his cock pressing against my entrance as I cried out, forgetting we weren't truly alone. Draven's mouth was hot against my breasts. His hands ran up and down my sides, then cupped my ass, holding me more firmly against him. That was when I heard the voices, a low chattering, unmistakable, the sound of nobles. From the sounds of it, they were on a tour, a fucking guided tour. One voice was louder than the rest, a man. He was chattering cheerfully and seemed to be describing the castle's stonework, a castle connoisseur. Draven slowed, but didn't stop thrusting completely. He kept his cock pushed into me, forcing small sounds of pleasure from my lips, even as my ears cocked, listening, praying the group would take a detour, pass by the throne room. Why the hell weren't they back in the dining hall at this time of night anyhow? I moved my hips automatically, as Draven made a deep thrust, and a moan escaped my lips as the voices drew nearer. "Oh, fuck! Oh, fuck!" I whispered. "We have to—"
"We have to what?"
Draven's teeth nibbled on my neck.
"Fuck more."
"We can't let them see us," I said desperately. "I've changed my mind.
No.
No.
You can't change your mind.
I can bloody well change my mind whenever I want to," I said hotly.
"About this?" "Yes,"
Draven said, teeth sinking deeper until I gasped.
"Do you really want me to stop?"
"No," I breathed. "But—"
"So, we're here. Let them see us."
He sounded so pragmatic, so blasé. "I'm naked," I hissed. "You're not." He grinned.
"Ah, so that's what it's about."
He shrugged.
"I can be naked next time."
I groaned. I wasn't sure there would be a next time. I could hear the tour guide's voice crystal clear now.
And now, if you follow me into the next part of the castle, there is some excellent mason work dating back 2 centuries. It's particularly well preserved along the columns of the Great Hall, also known as the throne room.
I recognized the nobleman's voice. Baron Bertram Cadogan, an eager, excitable little lord who had recently been invited to join the Privy Council and help advise our new monarch, or regent in the meantime, on important decisions. He had also enthusiastically taken it upon himself to welcome visiting nobles from rural provinces. Apparently, his welcome extended to tour-giving. They must have finished up dinner early. "This isn't a joke," I moaned. "We have to go. Of course I want this, but I didn't truly expect to be seen. Can you imagine what they'll make of me if they see us? This!" I could barely form words. "Tsk, tsk," Draven said, running his hands over my bare arms.
"You're shaking, love. Just look at your breasts. I didn't think your nipples could get any larger."
He shook his head in admiration.
"Have I ever told you that you have the most beautiful breasts of any woman I've ever known?"
I knew exactly what he was trying to do. Stir my ire by making me think of other women he'd been with. "Don't you dare even try to change the subject," I hissed. Just as the footsteps entered the great hall.
"Ah, yes. If you step this way, you can see the roses engraved right into the stonework along each arched window,"
Sir Bertram was saying enthusiastically. They were in the room now, right there with us. Fortunately, they were still near the entranceway, moving slowly along the pillared edge of the great hall, apparently inspecting the windows. But if they turned the corner to the left just slightly, they'd have a full view of the dais, the throne, and all of me, sitting fully on my mate's lap, where Draven was sunk to the hilt, as it were. A poorly chosen phrase I had read in a romance novel I'd found in the castle library once. Draven was grinning cheekily up at me.
"I'd better just do what I do best then."
And he lifted his hips to fill me. I gasped, moaned, groaned all at once. Instantly, Sir Bertram's voice stopped. Draven's hand was over my mouth. I felt my eyes bulging.
"I say," Sir Bertram started. "Did anyone else hear that? A strange sound."
"It sounded familiar," one lady in his audience said. She giggled, almost as if—
"No, that's quite impossible,"
Sir Bertram said, sounding completely shocked. I could almost picture the little nobleman straightening his back.
"No one would dare to use the throne room for such a thing. It would be a violation, an utter desecration."
Draven's cock buried inside me as he thrust again. Despite the distraction, I felt myself squeeze hard around him. I bit down on his hand as he moved again and again, opening my body for his invasion little by little.
"Keep your eyes on me. Only on me. Do you hear me?"
Draven growled.
"Don't think of anyone else. Don't look at anyone else. Eyes on me. Only me. Always."
A scream was building in me. Try as I might to keep it down, it was bubbling up, welling up inside with every thrust of Draven's great, glorious fucking cock. My mate's hands pinned my hips, holding me in place.
"You were fucking made for me, my Silver. So why not let them see you take me like you were meant to? After all, we were made for this. Let them stare. Let them watch. Let them envy."
It was tempting. Part of me wanted to do just that. And in another moment, I wouldn't exactly have a choice. I couldn't hold it in much longer. I could feel the scream rising in my throat as Draven stroked in and out of me, increasing his speed. I saw him start to lower his hand to stroke my clit, and my eyes widened in panic, my lips starting to part.
"By the 3, if anyone is around that corner,"
I heard Sir Bertram declare stoically,
"you'd best stop this nonsense this instant, or I swear I'll send for the Empress herself and—"
And then poor Sir Bertram and his coterie must have stepped around the corner. There were gasps, some shocked, some admiring, some both. But they were all short-lived. Shadows swept around us, concealing us from view.
"There,"
Draven whispered.
"Is this what you wanted?
Took you long enough, I gasped, as he shifted his fingers against my swollen clit, stroking it until I whimpered loudly. A heat was building inside me, as the shadows swirled and shifted around us. "I believe it's time this tour took a slight detour," Sir Bertram announced hurriedly to the group. "Perhaps the gardens, or perhaps we'll continue this tomorrow. Yes, or better yet, next week. Once I've conferred with the castle staff on the best route we should take on future tours." I pictured the poor man wiping a handkerchief across his brow. "By the 3, I had no idea this room was considered closed to the public at dinner time," he moaned, his voice becoming more distant as the group moved across the room. "Why, I do believe you'll be invited to a very special private meeting with the Empress soon, Sir Bertram," suggested the same woman who had giggled earlier. "I only pray it won't end in your banishment." She snickered to show she was only teasing, but I still heard poor Sir Bertram let out a pained groan of fear. I hoped she had gotten a good eyeful, the cheeky lady. Then their footsteps were moving out the door, and I was alone in the spun web of shadows with my mate. A fever was simmering in me. My scream had been suppressed, but now the tension in my body was searching for another way out.
"Look down, Morgan,"
Draven said, his tone odd.
"Look down and see yourself."
I did as he said, and gasped. Liquid fire was moving under my skin, beneath the markings that were usually silver.
"You're boiling over inside, aren't you?"
he observed, sounding amused at my predicament.
"Let yourself erupt for me. Come for me, Morgan. Come for me, my queen, my empress."
He pushed deep into me, and I cried out, my orgasm exploding in a wave of white heat and burning stars. Scorching flames danced over my flesh and pushed into the shadows around us, mixing fire and darkness together. I screamed without caring who heard us, my voice echoing off the stones. I felt my mate groan and burst at the same time, his release filling me with a second source of pleasure. When it was over, Draven's mouth danced over my breastbones. I shivered. His mouth hovered right over my scars, the ones Florian had carved into me. It seemed so wrong to be marked even now with another man's name, when there was only one I would ever willingly belong to. Draven traced the scars with his fingertips.
"Someday, these marks will fade. These scars you wear like shields against the world. Marks of your resilience, testaments to your strength."
He met my eyes.
"They don't bother me, Morgan. Just like nothing that came before this, before us, could ever bother you. The lovers we had, whoever they were, they're meaningless now, aren't they?"
It was true. I felt no jealousy, no pain, not even when I thought of Vesper. And as for the lovers Draven must have had, and I had no doubt there had been many, I felt only pity for them. He had left all of them behind. He was mine now, here, now, and forever.
"When I see these scars, do you know what I really see?"
My mate asked. I shook my head.
"I see forever, with you by my side. Because long after these scars have faded away to nothing, I'll still be standing beside you. You and I, we're eternal."
There was a lump in my throat that I tried to swallow. I had no words, so a kiss had to do. I pressed myself against him and kissed him with everything I had and tried to convey eternity. Later, we lay in bed, breathless from another wild coupling. My body felt wonderfully heavy. I rolled over and rested my head against Draven's shoulder, one arm stretched languidly over his chest. "What are you thinking of?" I asked, looking at his profile in the dark. "Missing Medra? I can send for someone to fetch her if you want." I caught the edge of his smile.
"No, it's good to have a night, just you and me. There will..."
He cleared his throat.
"I know there will be many of those ahead."
In other words, he had to get used to it now. "I know you'll miss her," I said softly. "It's all right to acknowledge it. She'll miss you too. It's terribly unfair, to her and to you." He nodded.
"Do you know? She reminds me of Rachel."
"Does she? How?"
Even for such a small thing, she's precocious, so quick to learn and grow. She's only 6 weeks old, but she can already bring the bottle to her mouth. Did you know that? That's something only 6-month-old infants can usually do, Morgan. The nurse told me.
I didn't realise that, I said, realising I knew even less about babies than I'd thought. How incredible! I tried my best to sound impressed.
Isn't it? And she recognises faces already. I think she has for weeks now. She's so intelligent. She knows you and me, and her wet nurses, of course. Today was the most remarkable thing. I placed her on the floor on her stomach, and when I turned around to fetch her toy and then looked back at her, she was sitting up by herself.
I was startled. That did seem more advanced than usual for one so young. Truly, she sat up. What did her nurse say?
I don't think she believed me when I told her, actually, Draven said. Medra had already toppled over again by then, of course. Her nurse seemed to think it was an impossibility.
She's part Fae, though, I said slowly. That must be why she's so precocious, as you say, mustn't it? I wondered if I had been anything like Medra. Had my mother cooed over my every new achievement and discovery, just like Draven was doing?
I don't think so.
Draven sounded doubtful.
Even for a Fae, this is something else.
Arthur was only mortal. What something else could there be? Draven shrugged.
Who can say? But she'll do great things, that one. My little Medra.
He gave a sad laugh.
If she's anything like Rachel, we'd better hope she doesn't blow up half the castle.
I propped myself up on my elbow, a little alarmed. What? What's that supposed to mean? I started to imagine a flammable infant. What if Medra had powers like my own, only could access them much, much sooner? He chuckled.
My little sister, in her pursuit of understanding wind patterns, once built a self-propelled sailboat. She convinced one of the stable boys to help her, and they set sail on one of the artificial ponds in the gardens. The self-propulsion turned out to be a bag of explosive powder that she'd invented. I've never seen two people swim faster back to shore in my life.
He rubbed his chin.
Another time, she tried to help our father with a fireworks celebration in Noctasia. Oh, without telling him, of course. He would never have asked any of his children for help. This was before she realised it was going to be utterly impossible to ever earn his love or his favour.
Poor Rachel, I murmured. What a waste of a father they'd had. Not that mine had been any better.
She mixed in the wrong ingredients to whatever she'd been planning. The entire fireworks display wound up being a rainbow of chaos. Women's dresses on fire, panicked screaming, that sort of thing.
He laughed.
My father was humiliated, which would have been wonderful as far as I was concerned. Except he found out who did it, of course. I had to hide Rachel for a week until he'd forgotten about it, moved on to the next person to be furious at. Of course, not all of her inventions went wrong, he continued. She once promised me she could make bubbles larger than I was. And you know, she really could. She poured her formula into one of the grand fountains in the palace. He snorted. The next thing I knew, bubbles the size of horses and sheep were floating around the halls, and the fountain had turned into a frothy mess.
That sounds charming. I leaned back against the pillows, like something out of a children's tale. Then I remembered. There had been few children in the court of umbral flames to enjoy such spectacles. Only the very rare half-fae, half-mortal ones like Rachel. And like Bex.
She doesn't have magic, you know.
There was a weariness to Draven's voice.
Not like you or me. Or if she does, she has no idea how to access it. She's incredibly smart, but she can't protect herself.
Even with magic, we can't always protect ourselves, I reminded him softly. But I know what you mean. You must be very frightened for her. I hesitated, then added, We'll be on the road soon. I saw Sunstrike's wing today. It's almost healed. I wasn't sure if this would comfort him or not, but it seemed to be enough. He lay back and stroked my hair. Soon, we had drifted off to sleep. Chapter 7. Morgan. The cottage was on fire. I stood transfixed, watching it burn. The air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke. As I watched, sparks from the burning timbers of the cottage flew into the meadow of wildflowers that surrounded it and began to ignite. The entire place quivered with an unsettling energy. Flickering flames danced wildly against the backdrop of the starlit sky. I lifted my hands, then dropped them again uselessly by my side. One could not fight flame with flame, and Draven was not here. I had thought this was a true dreaming. Now I questioned that assumption. If Draven was missing and the cottage was burning, perhaps this was simply a nightmare after all, like the one I'd had of Kay. A very vivid nightmare, one I very much wanted to wake up from. With that thought, my uncertainty was put to rest. In the doorway of the burning cottage, a figure of a man was emerging. He came slowly towards me, as if he had no care for the flames, as if they could not harm him. Wild tendrils of grey hair aglow from the flying embers framed a face etched with the fortitude of tempest. Grey eyes, fierce and forbidding, burned at me with an intensity that pierced through my stupor. He wore a suit of gold and silver armour, the finest I had ever seen. Behind him flowed a cape of brilliant scarlet. Slowly, he came towards me, as if he had all the time in the world. "What have you done?" I snarled, furious at the look I saw in his eyes. "What right have you to come here?" Before he answered, I feared what he would say, and as the words left his lips, I wished I had never spoken them.
"The right of a father,"
the man said unnervingly.
"The right of a loving father who wishes only to see his daughter."
Loving? Is that what you call this? Destroying my home? I was fighting back tears, but refused to let him see that.
"You call this shack a home?"
The man shook his head and laughed.
"You have been away from your true home too long, daughter, if you believe this was a fitting place for you."
"I will decide what is or is not a fitting place for me to reside," I said angrily. It was a dream, I told myself. I could rebuild it. But what was the point? He had found me here twice now. He would only come again. "I don't want you here. Can't you see that? I have no wish to see you." A scowl came over his face.
"You hardly know what you are saying. Your mother's treachery took you from me, poisoned you against me. Do you know how long I have been looking for you, seeking you?"
I watched, fascinated, as I saw him try to force the scowl from his face and replace it with something else. He seemed to be seeking to show emotion. Perhaps, yes, even something akin to the love he claimed. But he was ancient, timeless. He was hard and cold, and bitterness seeped too strongly through his veins. He could not show it no matter how he struggled. Eventually he gave up, his face returning to its glacial state. "You're wrong about my mother." He stopped on the path. "I saw what she believed about you," I continued. "She believed you truly did love me." I had been wrong about his ability to convey emotion. A look of shock crossed his face. Then it cleared into an arrogant serenity I hated.
"In that case, you must return to me. Surely you cannot doubt me, if that is what she believed."
I curled my lip. She believed you loved me. That does not mean I believe it. She also believed you would fail to protect me, and so she took me away.
"She stole you away,"
my father thundered. I flinched as the trees around us shook, and the blades of grass in the meadow shivered.
"She took what did not belong to her."
"I belong to no one," I shouted back. "Not to you, not to anyone. You do not possess me, father!" And as I screamed the words, a sense of familiarity came over me, as if it were not the first time I had said this thing to him. I struggled for calm. "I know what you did to the children of Valtane, your own people's children."
"You know nothing,"
he replied with disdain.
"You do not even know your own true name or why you were created. You are ignorant, empty, without me.
Oh, and you would educate me, I suppose? Turn me into what? Someone like you?
Your mother was wrong,
he said, ignoring me.
I would have protected you.
The words struck me to the bone. Perhaps because they were, of course, what any child would long to hear their father say. Part of me even wondered if I should believe him. Then I remembered Lancelot. Perhaps you would have saved me. After all, I was your own flesh and blood. But the other children? You cared nothing for them.
Because they were nothing like you,
he said coldly.
Nothing like us. The others are beneath us, and always have been. Most know and accept their place. You have no idea, daughter, of how far above them you belong. Above all of this.
He swept out his hands. I don't want to belong there. Towering over what? Humanity? The Fae? Is that what you think I aspire to? Is that what you think would bring me happiness?
Happiness?
The grey-haired king tossed his head back and laughed.
Happiness is a word invented by mortals to bring hope to their bleak and pathetic existences. A passing feeling, nothing more. You may feel it countless times, daughter. True pleasure. I have felt it more times than you could fathom.
I can only imagine what brings you pleasure, I said, wrinkling my nose. Watching your people's children become mindless, slavering, undead creatures. Did that bring you pleasure? Or perhaps when you took from them what you wanted, their souls, that brought you greater pleasure? I had hoped to catch him off guard, take him by surprise, but I was disappointed. He merely smiled.
The thing that gives me the greatest and most lasting pleasure? Power. The ways I might acquire it. The pleasures of accruing it. Let me show you what great pleasure power might bring to you as well.
I was tempted to tell him then that I was an empress, but that it brought me very little pleasure and not a little lost sleep. But then I realized with a start that I had no idea if he knew that fact about me already or not, and if I told him, I would be telling him things he did not need to know. Why find me here? I asked carefully. Why in dreams? Why not come to me yourself? If you're so powerful, why haven't you found me before this? I already knew why, or could guess. My mother's markings had shielded me. But when Draven had saved my life and bonded to me, I had gained a new power, the power of true dreaming. And only then had my father finally been able to catch up with me, here, in this place that should have been my refuge.
I have thought I sensed you from time to time,
my father murmured.
Sensed your power growing.
He examined me closely, as if looking for clues, and I cringed.
Where did your mother take you?
He demanded finally, apparently unable to see all that he wished. You truly don't know? I was incredulous. You, the all-powerful High King of the Fae, you still don't know?
I am much more than a mere king, and you shall tell me.
His face grew impatient.
What harm can it do? I found you here, didn't I? I will never stop, daughter. I will keep coming, keep hammering against the walls of your mind until I have seen everything I need to see. And then I will come for you.
The threat made my throat constrict. Love, I whispered. You speak of love. But how is this love, father? His face hardened.
Love and fear and need are wrapped together. They are much the same. You have not learned this lesson yet. You are still a mere child. Your mother ensured that you would never grow up properly, that you would never take your place by my side, as you should have.
I thought of Excalibur and the Grail, which had been sent to Arthur from Gaulois' court. A poisoned gift. Did my father realize I had two of the objects now in my grasp? Why had he ever let either of them go in the first place? You need me, I said softly. But why? Why do you need me so badly? You have other children. Orcades. You had Orcades. Too late. I stopped. My father's eyes flashed.
Orcades. You know of your sister?
His eyes narrowed.
You saw her. Where did the two of you meet?
He didn't know. Didn't know his daughter was dead, or that she had died trying to undo everything he stood for, right down to giving birth to a child she hoped would be his undoing. But I would never let this man know Medra even existed. I would keep her far away from her grandfather, no matter what it took. My father took a step towards me.
Where are you? Tell me, daughter. Enough games. Tell me where you are.
The voice was ancient and primeval. I sensed the compulsion there. My father was powerful, far more powerful than Phoenix, and yet the compulsion was a cloud of smoke, and in my mind I pushed it away and saw it evaporate. His face clouded with impatient fury, and he took another step, then another. I backed away, matching him step for step, but he paced on.
I love you, daughter, as I love all my children.
Yet I knew it for a lie. I shook my head. Your love is a disease. He frowned.
That stings, daughter. Let me teach you true love, the way your mother never did. Let me teach you the ways of your people, the ways of the Fae. You have grown up soft and weak and mortal.
He said the words with such derision.
For surely she hid you in some mortal lands, with a farmer perhaps, or a shepherd. Did you grow up smelling the scent of manure on your straw-filled pillow at night? Come with me, and you will never face hardship again. Come with me to a place where perfumes and silks will delight you, and where all around you will worship at your feet.
He paused.
Your brothers and sisters will welcome you, daughter.
I caught my breath, and he pounced as if knowing how his words had caught my attention. The knowledge that I had other, living siblings, and the awareness that this man standing before me represented what might be my only chance to ever know them.
How they would welcome you, daughter,
he murmured intoxicatingly.
With feasts and with songs, with banquets and celebrations. The long-lost sister they hardly knew. You were a mere babe when your mother stole you away from us. Return to your family, daughter. Return to us.
He snatched a hand out towards me. I was caught by the arm. A loud clash erupted around us, as if lightning had struck the spot where we stood. I screamed, and as if from a distance, heard my father shouting. Then he was in my mind, not merely inside my dream, but my inner mind. But so, too, was I in his. I saw a corrupt Valtane court. The air was heavy and sweet with spilled ambrosial wine. Indulgent feasts stretched out on tables, filled with decadent offerings, some so terrible my mind could not fathom them. My brothers and sisters entwined in lascivious dances, draped in exquisite garments adorned with gemstones that sparkled like corrupted stars. Their laughter was a discordant symphony that echoed through the twisted corridors of my memory. I saw two men, my brothers, struggling over a beautiful mortal woman, and when they could not agree on who would possess her, one slid a sword from his belt and sliced her in half. They laughed. How they laughed then, drunkenly sliding in the pool of her blood. Nearby, my father sat on his throne and looked on, bored and indulgent. I looked further. I saw my father, drained of his power and weakened in a great battle centuries before. His court had fallen. His children were dead or scattered. His vast empire was destroyed. I saw him striving to regain what he had lost in any way he could. Forced to face off with Mintra 150 years ago, he avoided another battle like the one he had lost, tricking them into their self-imposed curse of barrenness, and taking the power he gained from sacrificing Valtane's children. He wrapped their souls like a precious newborn, carrying his newfound power to a mountain stronghold, so near to the clouds it might have been the heavens, a palace so near the stars that they seemed touchable. I saw darkness stretching like tendrils over Arcanum, the darkness of my father's designs. First Askira, then Mintra, and then all of Arcanum, until all Fae and mortals were under his dominion, and all lesser creatures were slaughtered or enslaved. I saw a future of my father's making, the one he dreamed about, a world awash in blood, I saw my friends slaughtered and dying. I saw my mate's face drenched in gore. I saw, and I saw, and I saw until I wished to see no more. I pushed and I shoved. Then I screamed and stabbed and cut and tore, until my hands were claws and knives, scrabbling at my own mind to get the things I had seen out, to get him out, for he was scanning and searching, and I knew once he had found me, he would take and never stop taking. But no matter how I slashed and scratched, the thunderous, baleful presence that was my father would not withdraw from that place he had no right to be. I was weary and hard-pressed, and close to losing hope. And then I remembered the cottage, blazing with flames. I lit up like a bonfire in the night, and burned my way out of my father's hell. Chapter 8. Morgan. In what was becoming too much of a habit, I woke drenched in sweat and sat bolt upright. Next to me, Draven was groggily waking. Fumbling with blankets, he reached out a hand to touch my hip.
Morgan, what is it? Another nightmare?
I didn't answer. My eyes had already flown towards the pool of moonlight by the window, where a man stood silently with his hands wrapped around his throat. Draven's gaze followed mine.
Alpheus!
He sounded angry. A man had intruded on our bedchamber, and for Alpheus, this was not the first time.
What's the meaning of this? What the hell are you doing here?
The Stitcher's blue eyes were wide and panicked. Catching my breath, I spotted the tear tracks on his cheeks. I knew this wasn't what Draven thought. Alpheus, I said, trying to keep the panic from my own voice. What is it? What's wrong? The courtier's hands had not moved from around his throat. As my eyes became more accustomed to the darkness, I saw why. From Alpheus's hands clutched around his neck, blood dripped down onto the collar of the fine silk suit he wore. Oh gods, Alpheus! Draven was already leaping out of bed and moving across the room, pulling the shirt he had been wearing the previous day from a chair.
Don't!
Draven shouted to the courtier.
Don't move!
But it was too late. Alpheus fell to the floor, his protective hands falling away from the gash at his throat. Cursing, Draven tried to catch him as he fell. I was already scrambling out of the bed to help, but as I stepped onto the floor, my feet slid in a pool of slippery blood, and I nearly lost my footing. Clutching the bedpost, I stood, looking on helplessly as Draven crouched beside the courtier.
Tell us who did this to you,
my mate demanded.
We will avenge you, Alpheus. Tell us.
Only a gurgling sound came from the dying courtier's throat. Powerless, we watched as the honey-haired young man's eyes turned vacant and expressionless. Draven touched the wound at Alpheus's throat.
An arrow wound. The gash was severe. He couldn't have spoken, even if he'd wanted to. His vocal cords were severed.
The shirt Draven had been holding, hoping to stem the flow of blood from Alpheus's wound, lay discarded beside him. We looked at one another over the body. Was this my father's doing? Had the Fey High King seen so far into my mind that he had got into one of our stitches already? I opened my mouth to begin to tell Draven what had happened in my dream, but a banging at the door cut me off.
Who the fuck is it?
Draven bellowed. His face was dark with frustration. Unable to act, unable to help. Now isn't the best time, I called, trying to temper his words, and guessing it was probably some poor servant with a breakfast tray, though it was far too early for breakfast. Open this door right now! It was Lancelot. She hadn't stopped pounding, merely shouted above the sound of her own thudding fist. Or I swear to the three, I'll break it! Her voice was pitched high with desperation. There was only one thing I knew that could bring her to such a state. One person. Guinevere. I scrambled across the floor, feet still sticky with blood, and opened the door. What is it? Has something happened to Guinevere? Lancelot nodded, her fist still half raised. She began convulsing. Casey and we brought her here. They're down in the great hall. Her eyes widened as she looked past me, to where Draven was lifting Alpheus's body into his arms. Alpheus! But how? I thought he was in Tintagel.
He was,
Draven said grimly, coming towards us carrying the courtier's limp body. Lancelot looked at me. Did he come to, harm you? I shook my head. Somehow I already knew that wasn't a possibility. Except for one slip-up long ago, Ulfius had been loyal to Draven. No, he came to warn us. Draven's head swiveled.
How do you know that?
Let's get downstairs, was all I said. I'll tell you more there. When we got to the hall, Guinevere was already back on her feet, one hand resting on Casey's shoulder. She looked as if she were recovering from great pain. Tuva perched on her shoulder, chirping softly, as if the bird were concerned for her priestess. Others had joined them. Galahad, Sir Ector, Dame Helena, and Gawain stood about in a cluster, looking anxious. As soon as I entered, Guinevere's eyes met mine. I caught a look of sympathy. Then the room erupted into chaos, as everyone noticed Draven behind me, carrying Ulfius's body.
"How is this possible?" Sir Ector demanded. "He was in Tintagel."
"He's a Stitcher," Lancelot said, rolling her eyes characteristically. "But that's what I said too." Sir Ector furrowed his brow.
"Was it an attempt on their lives?"
He glanced at Draven and me.
"Did you do this?"
I knew he was asking if we had slaughtered Ulfius in self-defense. I shook my head. No, he was like this when he arrived. I believe he came to try to warn us.
"Warn us of what?"
Galahad asked, coming up beside me. He grimaced as he looked at the blonde-haired man's body.
"Poor Ulfius."
Yes, I agreed. It was the last thing he did. He must have pushed himself incredibly hard to manage to stitch such a distance after he was already so gravely wounded. "Can we get a message to King Mark? Find out what's happening over there?" Dame Helena said, her voice cool and reasonable. "Perhaps this was all some sort of accident." I shook my head. "It's impossible. Crescent isn't set to return until at least tomorrow." Crescent, an experienced stitcher, as well as Gawain's husband, had gone on a double mission. First, he was to journey to Lyonesse and pay yet another visit to Lady Marjolaine, plying her with his customary charm into accepting one of our stitchers as King Mark had done. With a stitcher in every court, we would have a connected network and be able to alert one another in the event of an attack, just as I believed Ulfius had been trying to do tonight. Next, Crescent was to return to Mintra and check in on the progress of one of the new arches being built to link the Court of Umbral Flames to the Rose Court. I had destroyed the one connecting the two temples, but a new one had been built on the rooftop of the Camelot Castle. Its companion arch in Noctasia was not yet complete. There were quite a few stitchers amongst the Shabra, but few were as trustworthy as Crescent. We had some lined up to potentially take up the court position in Lyonesse, but as Lady Marjolaine had rejected all of our offers before this, we hadn't thought to have any stationed in the castle.
"There should be at least one stitcher working on the arch being built along the road to Tintagel," Galahad noted. "We could send troops to fetch them immediately, couldn't we?"
On my other side, Draven nodded.
Mariah. She's overseeing the work. An excellent stitcher. Reliable."
"Good," Lancelot said with relief. "Let's send for her." "We can send for her, yes," I said. "But we already know what's happened. Ulfius took an arrow to the throat. This wasn't some mere hunting accident." The hall became quiet. I looked around the room. "Tintagel has been attacked. King Mark is besieged. Ulfius came to warn us, yes, but to also seek our aid." Sir Ector was already nodding.
"That would make sense."
Dame Helena met my eyes.
"Things must be in a very bad state already. If Ulfius arrived, as he did, the battle must be in full swing."
I rested my hands on my hips. "Which is why we can't wait." "Leave now?" Lancelot shifted on her feet eagerly. "I'm ready. We take an hour or two to prepare, leave as soon as the sun is up, gather all the troops we can." But I hardly heard her as she continued chattering. I was looking past her to the High Priestess, in the pale blue and white robes with the owl on her shoulder. "Guinevere, what did you see?" I interrupted. Lancelot stopped talking. She was convulsing on the floor when I found her, Casey said softly. A vision, I think.
Guinevere's eyes were serene and steady as she gazed back at me.
I saw Brightwind.
My heart sped up. So I'm right. They're under attack. She raised a hand to stroke the owl on her shoulder.
Yes, Brightwind will burn unless we come to their aid.
Who is attacking them? More raiding parties? But I thought I already knew the answer. The raiding parties had been a mere preview for what was happening now. My dream. It couldn't be a mere coincidence. My father had found me, in more ways than one.
Guinevere didn't reply. She simply looked at me disconcertingly, until finally, I looked away first.
I'm leaving now, I announced to the rest of the group. Not in the morning, but now, as soon as I can be ready.
Draven touched my shoulder, and I immediately grasped his hand. With you, of course, my love, if you'll go with me. If he had been shocked to hear me say I was leaving at once, he showed no sign of it. He simply nodded.
By your side, always.
What do you mean now? Sir Ector demanded with a frown. How can you leave? Surely you're not going to ride down the road to Tintagel alone, Morgan. You need support. It will take time to gather our soldiers. And as we've already determined, there is no Stitcher nearby.
Draven and I don't need to stitch, I reminded him. Not when we can fly. There was a murmur amongst our friends.
Sir Ector's dark face flushed.
That's asinine. If something should happen to your brother, why, Morgan, you're our only—
You're what? I shot back. The noble knight shook his head mutely.
He's right, Morgan, and you know it, Dame Helena said reasonably. Everyone knows you don't want the position, but Kay can't accept it, and Medra is— well, she's not a possibility.
Not after Tintagel and Lyonesse had bluntly stated they would never accept Arthur's daughter as queen. Which suited me fine, as Kay would one day be a fine king, with his niece cared for and protected by his side.
It's our job to keep you safe, whether you like it or not. Sir Ector is only pointing that out, she finished.
I knew she was right. I accept that you all believe I'm the only choice, I steeled myself. And I accept that some of you may even believe that Kay will never wake up. Even so, there are only 2 people here who can ride those Exmoors, 2 people the Exmoors will accept, and you're looking at them. I met Draven's eyes. If we leave now, how long will it take us to get there?
I admire your tenacity, Hall's voice boomed out, but the female's wing is hardly healed.
I turned to see the bearkins striding in, flower dust covering their furry arms. I know you care for her, Hall, I answered, for both of them, as do I, more deeply than you can know. But this is our ally we're talking about. We cannot let King Mark stand alone. Sunstrike and Nightclaw will understand that. We have no choice. I looked at my mate. Besides, I've thought of an idea. Sunstrike's wing is newly healed. If she'll permit it, I'll ride her, and Nightclaw will take Draven. That should lighten Sunstrike's load a little at the very least. All shook their head, but said nothing. But Draven nodded. Now, how long? I asked Draven again.
It's hard to say, but they fly at incredible speeds. It was unbelievable how swiftly they passed over those mountains on our way to you.
Brightwind is farther than the Illyria Mountains from Camelot,
Galahad pointed out. I wished he hadn't. Hours are better than days, I said firmly. They could be under siege as we speak, but for all we know, the real battle may be yet to begin. Sir Ector cleared his throat.
If the court Stitcher arrived like this, it suggests King Mark was directly attacked. We must prepare ourselves. The king himself may be dead. Tintagel may already be lost.
If that were the case, then Pendrath would have lost its best ally, the one most likely to trust us, the kingdom that had allowed our Stitcher into his court, a move that was supposed to provide them with added protection. I could only imagine how Lyonesse would react. If Brightwind fell, unfairly or not, Pendrath would be at least partially blamed. I know that, I answered. We still need to go. Now. Ulfius spent his last breaths getting here to beg us for help. For all we know, King Mark sent him. If the king is dead, well, then at the very least, perhaps we can help the king's family. King Mark had a wife and children. Among them was his heir. They would be sheltering in the city's royal palace. Unless their enemies had penetrated that far already. I refused to believe it. King Mark wouldn't have sent Ulfius if there was no hope. Surely most of us standing here have some knowledge of military history. Sieges can go on for days, weeks, even months. Just because Ulfius is dead doesn't mean the city has already fallen. There's still hope, I insisted. Though conveniently, I avoided acknowledging that the three only knew how Ulfius had taken that arrow to the throat, unless he'd somehow been in the very heart of a battle. For all we know, he didn't send Ulfius at all. We really have no idea what happened, Dame Helena pointed out. We're making a great number of assumptions right now. I clenched my jaw stubbornly. Then Draven and I will fly over to Tintagel, check things out, and fly back again if all is well. Sound good? Dame Helena's lips quirked.
Oh, Morgan, you couldn't hold me back if you tried, Hall growled. I'll be marching come dawn, with or without you humans.
Oh, I'll be right there with you, Lancelot declared. And my horse can outrun you, Bearkin.
Sir Ector has found me a steed that will hold my weight, so don't hold your breath,
Hall retorted. Lancelot snorted, and seemed ready to continue the verbal jousting, but I interjected impatiently. Enough! You'll all follow Draven and me, as quickly as you can, with as many of our troops as you can gather, Sir Ector and Dame Helena. At least some of those are already in Brightwind, thank the three, Dame Helena murmured. With the repeated attacks on his borders, King Mark had permitted us to station a few regiments in Tintagel to provide a small measure of support for his own soldiers.
But only a few,
Galahad reminded her. He turned to me.
Morgan, I hate to say it, but we don't even know for certain that Ulfius came from Brightwind.
I gritted my teeth. Brightwind is where we know he was last, and so Brightwind is where I will go now. If he'd left Brightwind, he'd have told us, wouldn't he? I looked at Draven, and he nodded. Good. Then he was almost certainly still in the capital. But suddenly, there in the back of my mind was something I didn't even want to think about, or dream of mentioning. I didn't know if the last thing Ulfius had done was stitched to us, or if I had somehow stitched him here myself. Once, in my moment of greatest need, Draven had come to me, disappearing off the back of an Exmoor and arriving in the dungeons of Arthur's castle as I was being tortured by Arthur's Lord General, Fenix. In the midst of my nightmarish battle of minds with my father, had I somehow sensed Ulfius's similar distress and instinctively stitched him to Camelot? But no, there was no reason to think that was a real possibility, especially when we still had no idea who was responsible for Draven's instantaneous arrival in the dungeons in the first place. It might have been me who did it, or it might have been him, some quirk of his own fey magic. Who could say how these things worked? It had only happened once. Once was not a basis from which to draw conclusions. Draven's hand gripped my arm gently, pulling me away from the group as the others engaged in a new discussion as to how quickly they could leave, and whether those who could be ready faster should depart immediately, followed by Sir Ector and Dame Helena with the larger contingent of troops.
There's another possibility, Morgan,
Draven murmured. Oh? I said lightly, wondering if we'd been thinking along the same lines.
You know, I came to you once. Perhaps, if we tried it together now.
No. Some warning prickled at the back of my mind. No. I shook my head. It wouldn't work. Draven gave me an assessing look, but didn't press me, for which I was grateful.
I'll get your armor, he said, and everything else we need. You finish up here. I'll meet you at the roost.
I gripped his hand before he could stride away. Thank you for everything, for not doubting me just now. His eyes shone very green.
It will be my great honour to fight at your side once more.
He leaned down and kissed me, quickly but fiercely.
All or nothing, my silver one.
In dreams, as in life, I whispered back, tears threatening the corners of my eyes as I remembered our cottage. I couldn't tell him, not yet, not until this was over. Chapter 9. Morgan. In my heart, I knew I had been right about Brightwind, and yet when we finally saw the fires burning from a distance, I was still shocked. Below us, the sprawling city of Brightwind lay ensnared in the grip of an insidious siege. Spreading out for miles around the city were dark foot soldiers, moving with sinister purpose. I had seen fighters like these once before. Draven and I had battled them by air in Mintra. They had come for Ritual and the Grail then. Some had stayed to lay waste to the court of umbral flames. We had stopped them. But today, they may not have come with their dark, sinewy flying mounts, but right now, there seemed to be so many more of them. Thousands upon thousands, like ants crawling up endlessly from the ground, they spread over the earth, moving tirelessly towards their target. Like the forces that had attacked Mintra and those who had ambushed Draven's troops as they came ashore off the western coast of Askira, all of the foot soldiers were masked. Their helmets were crafted in the image of death itself, forged from the same foreboding black metal as their spiked armor. The helms bore skeletal features with hollow, glowing eye sockets. It was impossible to say what lurked within. Were they all Fae, as I assumed? Mortal? Or something worse? Shrouded in their obsidian armor, the enemy infantry bore an array of menacing weaponry. Some brandished curving blades, others wielded long, jagged halberds, their tips adorned with runes that pulsed with unnatural energy. For now, the city of Brightwind was untouched. Fires burned on the battlefield where they must have been lit by King Mark's soldiers as they fought through the night. Now dawn had come, but as a grey, sickly thing. A hazy fog hung over the air, mixing with the smoke and terrible stench of death. As Draven and I soared on the Exmoors overhead, the magnitude of the destruction that had already been wrought unfolded beneath us. Brightwind, surrounded by a ring of Tintagel forces, had somehow stood resilient, yet the air crackled with the tension of an imminent breach. The infantry seemed an unending tide, relentlessly clashing with our beleaguered allies. The ring was a slender thing, and the brunt of the battle drew ever closer. My heart quickened as I glimpsed King Mark. Catching Draven's eye where he flew beside me on Nightclaw, I pointed. The king was a figure of regal defiance, heavily armoured and riding a sturdy white steed through the fray, surrounded by a group of elite knights who followed as close to their liege as possible, their faces protective and watchful. King Mark's very presence among his troops was a rallying cry I knew, and yet the act was dangerous in the extreme, for if he were to fall, his troops would surely lose hope. We flew past the inner ring guarding the city, over the king and his knights, past the second ring of troops engaged in battle, to the outer edges of the fray, where new, fresh groups of foot soldiers were joining the dark Fae forces every minute. Flying high overhead in the cloud cover, we had not been spotted yet. We had the element of surprise, as we decided where to strike first. My pulse quickened as I caught sight of a twisted, horned helmet that rose above the others. The man, for I knew not what else to call these creatures for now, rose above his fellows. He was a colossus, shrouded in an aura of terror that seemed to radiate from the ground upwards. A tableau of carnage surrounded him, fallen bodies of Tintagel soldiers strewn like discarded pawns at the feet of a malevolent giant. As I watched in horror, one not quite dead soldier crawled valiantly through the mud towards her sword. Just as her hand touched the hilt, the general's form towered over her. His halberd came down. She screamed, and even from our great height above, I heard the woman's cry. Then, the sound was abruptly cut off as the dark creature's weapon sliced through the back of her skull.
"Don't!"
Draven cried sharply from beside me, and I realized belatedly that my hands were raised to strike. But it was too late. Something had alerted the general below. As I looked back down to the earth, my eyes met his. My heart leapt as the master of the troops began to bark instructions to the forces around him. Foot soldiers maneuvered into swift formations. Archers notched arrows. Soldiers began to crank an arbalest loaded with bolts. A volley of missiles flew through the air. I could hear Draven shouting to fly low and turn. I could sense Nightclaw was already doing so, moving Draven out of harm's way. But Sunstrike and I were in tune in a different way. The younger battle cat was swift and light, yes, but also inexperienced. She had carried me stoically this far, but now I sensed her weariness. As I fed her my thoughts, a hand to her fur, I felt her struggle to respond with the speed Nightclaw had. She turned, ever so slowly as it seemed to me, and then she began to climb, flying higher rather than lower, heading for the clouds. I sensed her newfound fear as the arrows began to hiss around us. But there was nothing for it. I hunched on the great cat's back, my head against her coat, urging her on and praying Draven would cover our retreat. Quick-witted as always, he had already done so. When I looked back over my shoulder, I saw him sculpting a path of safety for us, shadows cloaking our withdrawal, as he and Nightclaw sped towards the projectiles and ensnared them, shadows coiling around arrows and missiles, hurling them back down towards the earth. A few moments later, Nightclaw soared beside us. We flew above the clouds, letting Sunstrike get her composure back. I could feel the young battle cat's heart racing, and struggled to remind myself she had never been in this sort of fray before. I shouted the thought to Draven over the whistling wind. "She's never done this before! She's frightened!" He urged Nightclaw closer, until we were flying neck and neck.
I know. We should send her back. Join me on Nightclaw.
It was not a terrible idea. And yet as Sunstrike heard his words, I sensed her immediate reaction. Her utter refusal to return without her mate, to leave us behind. Not my first battle, I felt her say, in emotions if not in words. Not my first. Back on the beach, I helped.
She did,
Draven said begrudgingly, as he understood her message.
But this,
he shook his head.
This is very different.
I looked at Nightclaw, but the cat's eyes were focused ahead of him. I got the impression he would not tell his mate what to do, but would leave it to her. "She wants to help," I said carefully. "She's fast. I can guide her. We'll just be more careful."
They'll be watching for us now,
Draven said grimly.
That large one down below, the general.
That large what? I prompted. What the fuck are those things, Draven? Men? Fae? Draven shook his head.
Fae, I'd assume. Well-trained, impassive, very well controlled.
I snorted. Impassive? Is that what you'd call it? They're brutal. Nothing like any human soldiers I've seen. Draven gave me a searching look.
Think of who they work for.
We had never spoken of it outright, but I knew we'd shared the same idea for a long time. Right, I said darkly.
It's probably easy to be impassive when something worse awaits them back home if they fail,
he pointed out. Why send out those raiding parties if this was what my father had all along? I demanded. What was the point?
To rattle us, to frighten us,
Draven answered.
To test Tintagel's strength, to see where he should first attack. Tintagel is the closest kingdom, after all.
And Pendrath was next, followed by Lyonesse. And then what? Cyranos? Until all of Asgira was under Valtane control. Total dominion, I said miserably. My father must have had this attack already planned out, if not underway, by the time he found me in the dream.
If I had to guess,
Draven said,
I'd say this battle has been a long, long time coming.
He looked over at me.
What's the plan?
Get down there and fuck shit up, I suggested. My father may have been a military mastermind, but I had my own style, blunt and to the point. He grinned.
How elegantly put.
I shrugged. I'll use fire. You use whatever the hell we're calling what you can do, and we'll see if we can help King Mark.
Shadow wielding. It's rare among Fae, but not unheard of.
He sighed.
Fine, but Nightclaw and I will stay close and shield you. If things get too hot, you and Sunstrike head back up into the clouds.
I touched Sunstrike, making sure she understood. She was eager and excited to go back down, but she was a little afraid too. I knew she'd be more careful. We're ready. Let's go. We flew to war. The blood-soaked earth stretched out below us like a canvas. Sunstrike flew swiftly. She was young and nimble, if lacking experience. Small flames danced in my hands, ready to unleash on the forces below us. Beside us soared Nightclaw. If Hall was right, the older Exmoor was the veteran of countless battles. He moved with a sure and primal grace. Astride him sat my mate, commanding shadows as easily as one might wield a blade. Below us, the dark Fae foot soldiers now found themselves confronting forces beyond their darkest imagining. I ignited my flames. Trails of searing fire cascaded down from my fingertips, raining over the masked hordes like divine retribution. The obsidian armor that made my father's infantry look so fearsome and unassailable now began to sizzle and melt under the assault of my flames. But I'd seen my own abilities in action before. It was Draven beside me, who I found truly impressive. Unleashing himself on our enemies below, and invoking the very essence of true darkness. As Nightclaw surged forward, the two of them became a shadowy blur amidst the chaos of battle. Darkness clung to the Exmoor's form, as Draven lashed out with coils of shadows, manipulating an inky abyss to devastating effect. Ethereal black blades slashed through the ranks of our enemies, cutting them down in great swathes. Animated by Draven's will, shadows ensnared groups of foot soldiers with an otherworldly grip. Dark tendrils writhed and clung to our foes, sapping the life from their bodies as they hacked and cut fruitlessly at the intangible coils embracing them. I watched as huge lines of my father's foot soldiers convulsed and then collapsed, lifeless husks in armoured forms. As the lines of foot soldiers fell, Draven extended his powers, weaving a veil of shadows to provide cover for our weary allies, concealing their movements as they moved to new and stronger positions, and disorienting the dark Fae forces, obscuring their vision and muddling their attempts to pursue. I watched gleefully as the general stomped and screamed at the soldiers around him. More arrows and missiles launched into the air toward us, but this time, Sunstrike and I were prepared. We didn't have the same bond as the one Nightclaw and I shared, forged of trust and time, but she was his mate, and I was her riders, and that meant a great deal to us both. So trust blossomed and grew swiftly, as we flew through arrows streaking and projectiles soaring over our heads. After a few minutes, I realized that Sunstrike was enjoying herself. The smaller battle cat veered and swerved midair with impressively deft motions, becoming more and more confident in her maneuvers as she took me precisely where I needed to go. As we flew low over the battlefield, bursts of heat emanated from my palms as I unleashed my torrents on the foes below us. Flames erupted in brilliant hues, consuming the enemy ranks as an inferno swept over the battalions, leaving behind charred remnants. My flames danced in harmony with my mate's shadows, the light to Draven's darkness. Together we created a symphony of devastation. The battlefield became a tapestry of fire and shadows, as we fought on relentlessly, holding nothing back. Gradually, exhaustion tugged at the edges of my senses, but beneath me, Sunstrike soared on with fierce determination. Pushing tendrils of damp hair out of my face, I met her resolve, and together, we burned brighter than the flames I conjured. When a wave of raucous cheering finally erupted from the Tintagel soldiers, spread on the field below us, I knew the battle would soon conclude. The dark Fae foot soldiers were scattering, their forces decimated by the combined might of the Tintagel troops and my mate and me. Even from my lofty vantage point, I could see their disarray. The Dark General's authority could not reverse the tide of their defeat. I wondered what awaited him if he made it home to my father's court. I hoped his fate would be all that he deserved. I could sense Sunstrike's elation. She purred with accomplishment, her fatigue forgotten in the face of our victory. Across the expanse, Draven and Nightclaw hovered, both watching the retreat of the dark forces. My mate's eyes never left the general as he struggled for control of his fleeing infantry, and immediately I understood. We could not leave the leader of our enemy's forces standing to fight another day. Before I could move Sunstrike into position, Draven had beat me to it. Guiding Nightclaw into a swift descent, he dove upon the general like a shadowy tempest. The Dark Fae Lord must have heard the beating of battle-cat wings. He turned to face his unexpected adversary, hoisting a halberd in one hand. But it was useless. In a blur of motion, Draven extended a hand, almost lazily, and from his shadows emerged a dark, slender blade. The shadow knife sliced through the air with a preternatural precision. As the Dark General, caught off guard, struggled to parry, Draven's onslaught danced around his defences, and in a final sweeping motion, cleaved his blade through the general, slicing through armour and flesh, and rending both in two. I shuddered, suddenly reminded of the scene I had witnessed in my dream, the memory of my brothers struggling over an innocent mortal woman, and when they had not been able to come to an accord. But this was different. When Draven moved in violence, he was a punishing force of justice. I had no qualms over this type of bloodshed. Watching my mate execute our enemies did not leave me feeling pity or nausea. It left me filled with a strange and wild joy and pride that could easily have turned to desire. Draven swooped upwards, flying Nightclaw towards where Sunstrike and I hovered. Though weariness clung to him, our eyes met in the shared satisfaction of a hard-fought victory. Below us, the city was free from its siege. A handful of soldiers continued their struggle, pushing back the last of the enemy who had not retreated. But they were mere skirmishes, echoes of the once thunderous clash of thousands. I scanned the sea of soldiers for King Mark, and with relief found him. He had been unhorsed and was limping. Only a few knights remained by his side, but he was alive and looked as if he would remain that way. I lifted my eyes back to meet Draven's, but found my mate's gaze had shifted. He was staring at something off on the horizon. I followed his train of vision, and a chill touched my heart. A new legion of foes flew towards us, filling the sky with their foreboding silhouettes. Down below, the cheering of our allies had ceased. An ominous silence grew, as one by one, the Tintagel troops turned towards the sound of beating wings. As the new forces approached, the drone of wings became an incessant roar. Horror gripped me as I saw our adversaries more clearly, and the truth spread out across the skies. Dark riders drew nearer on flying beasts with sinewy frames, covered in leathery skin. In every way, they were like the ones we had seen when we battled in the air above Noctasia, except these had one significant advantage. Knife-like beaks protruded from beneath beady black eyes, matching the sharp, slender talons which extended from their wingtips. The beasts looked nothing so much as strange and horrific featherless birds. Dark and terrible, I was not surprised by the silence of our allied soldiers down below. But it was not these raptor-like creatures that made my heart race faster now. No, it was the flying beasts at the vanguard, full of raw power and moving with unnerving speed that held my attention. Their chests were covered with plates of armour like knights' horses, and they advanced with a precision that bespoke years of training. They were battle cats. Chapter 10. Morgan. Beneath me, I felt Sunstrike shudder in shock. How quickly our elation had turned to horror. I looked over at Draven. His face was hard set and grim. I understood how he must be feeling. In an instant, my belief that our battle cats were somehow singular in their existence had crumbled, replaced by the stark reality of an entire legion of Exmoors approaching. If my mindset had been shaken, I could only imagine how much more Sunstrike's had. She'd been born in the wild. Her mother and siblings were slaughtered by my brother's henchmen when she was no more than a newborn. She'd fended for herself until finally joining our group. Nightclaw was the only other Exmoor she had ever known. Now I glanced at Nightclaw and knew the same could not be true of him. A subtle vibration was coursing through Sunstrike, a mix of awe, trepidation, and a curious recognition. I felt trepidation of my own. What we were about to ask Sunstrike and Nightclaw to do seemed antithetical to their existence. To war against their own kind. It was an unsettling paradox, but one which fair mortals faced with all too great a frequency. I stroked Sunstrike gently, feeding my concern to her. Did she wish to go back? I could fight from the ground. There was no need for her to continue to fly. No, she responded quickly and firmly. She would fly, and she would fight. She would not be left behind. I glanced at Draven and saw his own apprehension. He flew Nightclaw closer to us. "She says she'll fight," I called. "She wants to fly." Draven nodded reluctantly, his eyes focused entirely on his battle cat. I could sense his worry, and Nightclaw's as well. This would be a very different kind of battle. Was Sunstrike ready for it? I gently stroked the Exmoor's fur, trying to calm her disquiet. When I cast my eyes at the field below, I saw to my relief that King Mark and his knights were quickly rallying the Tintagel forces back into position. More than that, they had formed a new strategy swiftly. Archers, crossbowmen, and other ranged units were moving into place, quickly finding elevated locations on small hills. Behind the forces out on the fields, all along the city ramparts, more archers were running out to take up positions. I spotted ballistae and catapults being rolled forward, ready to launch projectiles. Large nets were being dragged up beside them. If these could be launched by ballistae, they might be able to ensnare a battle cat mid-air. "Can we do this?" I said to Draven, trying to keep my voice casual. His jaw was tight as he answered,
"We'll have to."
Nightclaw simply roared, a mighty deafening sound that echoed across the sky and caused heads below us to turn upwards. Good. He had reminded our allies that we had our own flying beasts, only 2, admittedly, but Draven and I had shown what we could do with them already. Still, I had to admit we were at a severe disadvantage, not only in numbers, but in terms of energy. Believing the horde of foot soldiers to be the only wave we would face, I had spared nothing. Now I flexed my hands and prayed I would have enough left to finish what we had started. Draven's constant glances of unease, both at me and at Sunstrike, were not helping matters. I scowled at him. "Stop looking at me like that, Draven!" He forced a grin and opened his mouth, presumably to say something reassuring. But whatever he was about to say was cut short by the cacophony of shrill cawing that filled the air. The battle cats in the vanguard had peeled away to allow the raptors to take the forefront in the attack. Now the bird-like beasts propelled through the air, knife-like beaks pointed downwards. With deadly accuracy, they dove into the troops of Tintagel's infantry, skewering soldiers on their elongated beaks, lifting them high into the air before letting them fall again. I watched in horror as soldiers fell like discarded ragdolls, their bodies splitting open on the hard ground below. Faced with this new macabre onslaught, King Mark's once steadfast soldiers struggled to hold their ground. Terror painted their faces as they confronted the new and horrifying foe. And the attack hadn't truly even begun. Not yet. I looked at Draven, horror-struck. If Tintagel could not hold the line, what hope did we have? Again and again, the raptors struck, diving in and out, plucking men and women into their gaping maws. A trio of raptors turned it into a sick game, tossing 3 soldiers back and forth between themselves, yanking on limbs and tearing flesh, until one by one they let the foot soldiers plummet to their deaths. The front lines were wavering. I saw knights riding back and forth and shouting commands and encouragement, only to be plucked off their own horses and swept up into the air screaming. I'd lost sight of the king, and could only hope he'd gone back behind the city battlements. Our allies on the ground were doing their best to counter the airborne threat. Archers loosened arrows and ballistae crews launched their projectiles skywards. But many of the shots went astray, missing their targets in the chaotic sky. The raptors were simply too swift. A cheer from a contingent of soldiers went up, as a projectile finally struck true and a raptor tumbled down from the sky. The ground trembled as the creature and rider hit the earth. But for the one raptor and rider that had fallen, 24 or more Tintagel soldiers had been picked off in the meantime. "What are we waiting for?" I screamed at Draven. I knew why he hesitated. He was afraid for me. Going in amongst the raptors would be much different from simply enveloping the Fae-foot soldiers in flames from above. We'd be fighting one-on-one, dueling in the air as we had above Noctasia. But unlike the battle over Noctasia, Draven and I were separated. We'd be fighting alone, without one another to draw from. Still, there was no help for it. Surely 2 riders on 2 battle cats were better than 1. We could cover more ground. I watched a raptor toss a screaming young soldier up in the air, then snap him in half with its merciless beak. I'd had enough. Without waiting for Draven to respond, I urged Sunstrike forward. We surged into the fray. Flames flew from my fingers as we sped towards a pair of dark riders on raptors. The air crackled with heat as I directed a torrent of fire, first at the riders, sending them screaming and spinning off the backs of their mounts, and then at the raptors themselves. One of the creatures tried to fly towards us, snapping and cawing, its sharp beak coming perilously close to Sunstrike's head. But before it could close its beak, I sent a searing cascade engulfing its nearest wing, melting the leathery flesh and leaving the bird screeching in pain as it plummeted downwards. I watched as soldiers on the ground immediately ran towards it and finished the raptor off. Then I turned my attention back to the skies. Across from Sunstrike and me, Draven and Nightclaw were also engaged. They were speeding across the skies towards a grouping of raptors. Shadows thick as midnight erupted from Draven's outstretched hands, wrapping around 3 of the raptors' taloned wings like heavy chains. Shadows spread outwards, clinging to the raptors and their riders, engulfing them in darkness. Blind and disoriented, with their wings pulled down by heavy chains, the creatures faltered in their flight and began to fall, their riders plunging from their backs as their mounts followed. The sky radiated with the panicked cries of our Fae foes and their winged beasts. I grinned until my face hurt. Perhaps we could do this. And then I saw him, the commander of this incoming battalion, mounted on an ashen silver battle cat, a Fae rider clad in armour of darkest embers. Spiked pauldrons rose from his shoulders like twisted spires. A helm, adorned with cruel angular motifs, concealed his visage. Beneath him, the battle cat he rode moved with a predatory grace towards my mate. We were too far for me to shout, too far for me to have any hope of catching Draven's eye. I touched a hand to Sunstrike, knowing it would be enough, and she sped forward, her wings beating hard against the air. Even as we moved, I knew we would be too late. Draven's back was turned. He was focused, battling another raptor-mounted rider. The ambush unfolded, and there was nothing I could do. The Fae attacker raised his hands. A thick coil of darkness snaked through the air, and I gasped at its familiarity. The coil lashed out, looping around Draven's neck and pulling tight. I could almost feel the suffocating pressure, the darkness that threatened to unseat my mate and send him hurtling downwards. With a surge of adrenaline, Sunstrike and I swooped forward to intervene. The air sizzled with the heat of flames as I threw ball after ball of fire towards the Fae who was attacking my mate, desperately trying to draw his attention to me. What happened next? I had not expected. I succeeded. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, the Fae relinquished his hold. The coil around Draven's neck dissipated, and I watched in relief as he regained control of Nightclaw. The Fae attacker turned towards me, steering his battle cat towards us. My flames had seared a piece of his armor, but he seemed otherwise unharmed. Now the attacker raised his hands. Pulling off his helm, he held it beneath one arm as he looked across the skies at me. I understood I was facing the true leader of this army, of both the foot soldiers below and this second winged wave. Beneath the intricately crafted helm, the Fey man revealed a striking visage. Long hair, so fair it was essentially white, framed a face characterized by sharp cheekbones and a pointed chin. A pair of piercing sapphire-blue eyes gleamed against skin so ageless and alabaster that it seemed impossible this man had ever been touched by the harshness of battle. There was a look in the Fey's eyes that sent a jolt of recognition through me I could not place. Perhaps it was the unveiled cruelty, I told myself. I had certainly seen that before in more than one pair of Fey eyes. Then he spoke. His voice pitched a carry above the wind, the fray, and the sound of beating battle cat wings. "I've come to fetch you, sister." I flinched. "Who are you to call me sister?" But memory was streaming through my veins, try as I might to deny it. The man smiled thinly. "Come now. Don't tell me you've forgotten your older brother, Dagon. Why, I bounced you on my shoulders when you were a small child." The memory coalesced. Bounced? No, he had not bounced me. He had dangled me screaming from a balcony until my mother had torn me from his grasp and sank to the ground with me clutched in her arms, sobbing. "You tortured me," I said coldly. Dagon clapped his hands together. "Ah, she does remember." He leaned forward in his saddle. "Your mother's not here to protect you now." He gestured to the markings on my arms that peeked out from beneath the flame-bloom armor I wore. "And those won't save you. Not now that you've left your pretty nest, little bird." "I don't know what you mean," I said, feeling a cold chill come over me. "You could only hide behind those marks for so long, Morgan. And behind the island. You've left it far behind now." "The island?" My heart sped up a little. "What island?" "Avalon, of course," my brother said disdainfully. "Why else would your mother have chosen a mortal to warm her bed? Disgusting woman to sink so low after the honor our father bestowed upon her, choosing her to be his queen." My mind was racing too fast to pay much note to his insults. "You know, you did well for such an ignorant girl," Dagon commented derisively, "to hide from our father as long as you did. But I suppose you had no idea how you were even doing it. The markings, the island, and then you were too stupid to stay where you were shielded." He leaned forward again, his smile turning secretive and seductive. "Tell me, sister, what blade is that you carry?" I touched a hand to the sword strapped to my back. Excalibur. I had brought it with me, not truly expecting to need it, but like it or not, it was the best weapon I'd ever had. "Tss, tss," Dagon said, wagging a long, slender finger. "You should have left it where you found it. It wasn't yours to take." In horror, I realized I had opened myself, alerted my father to my presence here somehow, by drawing on my magic, fueled by the markings, by leaving the safety of Camelot and its proximity to Avalon, and lastly, by carrying Excalibur with me into battle. Was the blade truly still so attuned to him that he had sensed its presence with me? Or had he merely known the lure of Tintagelet war would be enough to draw me here? I felt open and exposed, naked and vulnerable. "Taking things that don't belong to you seems to be a habit, sister," Dagon observed. "Like that mount." But instead of gesturing to Sunstrike, he pointed to where Draven hovered on Nightclaw a little ways away, listening and staying close. "Our fathers," I said, with a dawning realization. "Yes, of course. Who do you think trained him in such tactics? When he escaped, it was a loss, an insult." "Nightclaw didn't want to be our father's mount any longer," I said angrily, "and it sounds as if our father should really be used to such losses by now." His battle cat, his wife, his daughter.
As if a dumb animal really had a choice in such a matter,
Dagon sneered. Nightclaw roared, and for the first time I realized what Dagon was holding in his hand. A whip, to control his own battle cat. I curled my lip in disgust. They're intelligent creatures, and yet you whip them. Is that my father's way?
Our father's way is one of might and power, and conquest. You would do well to remember that. When I return you to him, he will reward me, and you will see the true magnanimity of a Fey High King. All that, and more.
He smiled a secretive smile. Good luck with that. I have no plans to return with you, brother. You would do well to leave here now, while you still have the chance, I said as boldly as I could. Dagon tipped his head back and laughed. It was a cruel and familiar sound. A prickle crossed my skin, as I wondered if I sounded anything like that when I laughed. He was family, after all.
You and the object you carry can come with me now, my brother said. Come easily, and I'll spare these mortals down below. There's no reason they must be drawn into our family's squabbles.
I knew he was lying. After all, my father's forces had attacked Tintagel first. And if I don't? He shrugged.
Then all below you will die in agony.
He glanced over at Draven for the first time with a glimmer of interest.
And this man, the Shabra. He is your mate, I take it. Coupling with your enemy. How very much like your mother. Shut the fuck up,
Draven growled.
If you think you're taking my wife anywhere, you're as mindless as you look. So the pleasantries are over then, Dagon said with a smile. I'll take my sister, and I'll take the beast you ride. You and the other one are swill.
And then, before I could even blink, he had thrown out both his hands, dark blades extending in each direction. One swept towards Draven, and from the corner of my eye, I saw Nightclaw veer and heard Draven shout. The other sped towards me. I lifted my hands to ward off the expected blow that never came, and as I did, I heard Sunstrike cry out in pain and fear. I caught sight of a wing, ripped to shreds, and then my Exmoor began to topple. For a moment, I dangled in the saddle, struggling against the pull of gravity. But as Sunstrike spun and spun in midair, plummeting faster and faster, my feet slipped from the stirrups, and I fell. Chapter 11. Morgan. I plunged downwards, feeling the raw rush of wind around me. For a few moments, it whipped past me like a tumultuous symphony that I could do nothing but listen to. My mind was blank, devoid of fear or panic. Then I felt the sword strapped to my back begin to slip from its sheath. I reached my handbag, struggling to grasp the hilt, but it was too late. Excalibur was gone. Reality sank in. I turned my body and glimpsed brown earth rising up below me in a dizzying blur. Panic filled me like a flood. This was it. This was how it ended. Killed by my own brother. The sickening sensation of freefall engulfed me. The air roared past, screaming over my ears as it tore at my clothes and streamed through my hair like a wild beast. I tried to think of Draven, of all of those I loved. I closed my eyes and I tried to prepare for my end. There was nothing else I could do. Nothing. Something slammed into me, knocking the breath from my lungs. For a moment, I actually struggled against it, but the force was too strong. Firm arms wrapped around me, enveloping me like a shield. My eyes popped open. Draven. The wind was too loud for us to speak, but I saw his eyes, green and terrified. He feared we truly might die, yet he had caught me. He had slowed my fall, I realized. We were still hurtling downwards, but at a slower speed than before. The ground was very close now. It rose up towards us. Soon. Very soon. I shut my eyes, gritted my teeth, and wrapped my arms around my mate. We hit the earth. It was not a pleasant feeling. If the breath had been knocked out of me when Draven had collided with me in mid-air, this was 1,000 times worse. I could only lie there, gasping airlessly, and wait for my diaphragm to eventually return to normal. As the air began to fill my lungs again, I looked upwards and saw a sight I had not dared to hope to see. Nightclaw would never have discarded his rider or allowed Draven to do what he did unless the cat himself had good reason. In any other situation, the Exmoor could have easily caught me himself and carried Draven and me both to safety. But his mate had been in danger, her wing ripped to shreds, and so he and Draven had acted the only way the two males could. They had split up, each to save the ones they loved. Now above us, Nightclaw circled slowly with Sunstrike supported over him. The female Exmoor was still stubbornly beating one wing. She could never have landed on her own, but with Nightclaw's help, her deadly descent speed had been reduced. I watched as Nightclaw guided his mate away from the battlefield and began to bring them both down some distance from us, towards the forest tree line that stretched to the south. As they disappeared from sight, there was a coughing sound. Belatedly, I realized I was lying on top of Draven. Scooting off quickly, I watched as he got his bearings and caught his breath. We were in a small grove, or what had been one until recently. All of the trees were blackened and charred. I must have destroyed it while flying with Sunstrike, because some of the trees were still smoking even now. We had landed in a good spot, sheltered from the battle and relatively hidden. Overhead, in the distance, raptors and battle cats dove and struck. Arrows flew and missiles soared. The battle was clearly not over. My brother, Dagon, was nowhere in sight. I hoped he would assume I had died in the fall. I looked down at where Draven still lay on his back and grinned. Now that was a nice surprise.
You,
he coughed again, a hacking, wheezing sound.
You didn't expect me to be so acrobatic.
He coughed again, pounding on his chest.
Did you?
I expected to be dead right now, I said matter-of-factly. But I should have known you'd once again be full of surprises.
That's me,
he said with another gasping cough.
Can't have you getting bored with me?
Bored? I leaned over him, brushing his dark hair off his forehead. Never. I pressed my lips against his, kissing him softly, and as I did, I tasted something metallic and familiar. Blood. I sat back, my heart beginning to speed up. Now why don't we pull you to your feet?
I find I much prefer...
He paused to cough, turning his head away from me.
I much prefer to recline.
Get to your feet, you stubborn bastard. I want to take a look at you. Heart hammering, I stood up and reached my hands down for him to take. He groaned, then very slowly pushed himself up onto his elbows.
What's there to see? I'm not very impressive.
I'll be the judge of that, you insufferable man, I said. Besides, you're just hunting for a compliment. He tried to grin up at me, and I glimpsed a hint of the pain he was concealing.
Standing is overrated.
Up, I said, clenching my jaw. Now, not a request. He took my hands, surprising me, and heaved himself to his feet. The scent of blood mixed with the rich scent of earth was stronger as I stepped behind him. Crimson ran down his back, over the metal plates of his cuirass. There was a split in the plates where something had penetrated. A tree branch, sharp and short, it had slipped between the plates. The force with which we had hit it must have been immense as we landed.
We rolled. I felt something. Just a scratch,
Draven said breezily. Of course, his easygoing tone was contradicted by him having to stop and catch his breath twice as he spoke. There's a fucking tree branch sticking out of you. You can hardly breathe, but it's just a scratch. I glowered at his back, then gingerly reached out a hand and touched the branch. It was sticky with blood, and I could see the irregular edges of torn flesh all around it. We need to get this off you.
That's what they all say,
Draven joked. I had no witty reply. Feeling suddenly frenzied with worry, I moved to help him, hands trembling as I pulled off the encumbering layers of metal.
The clang of armor hitting the ground echoed through the grove. I moved to stand in front of Draven, and my heart sank. The other end of the tree branch had penetrated the thick, padded layers of the gambeson beneath. I could see the uneven, blood-coated ridges of the wood poking through from the other side. Draven caught my hand.
Morgan, it's nothing. Truly, I'll be fine.
He could have been right. I knew Faye healed unusually quickly, Draven in particular. I had seen that for myself before. A mortal man would probably have died instantaneously. Still, I shook my head. We need to get you to a healer. You're not invincible, Draven, no matter what you might think. He smiled, and a trickle of blood ran from his lip, sending my heart crashing. Besides, I said softly, touching his lip with a finger, no matter how much you might think you're fine, I can't stand to see you in pain. Any sort of pain. Just as you can't stand to see me in any. Surely you can understand that? He caught my hand, and raising it to his mouth, kissed it.
Fine. For you.
He dropped my hand and shrugged his shoulders with care as he winced.
And perhaps because this damned tree branch hurts a little more than a mere sliver.
He groaned and moved to lean up against a nearby tree. I'm not surprised, I started to say, but the sound of beating battlecap wings cut me off. I turned, expecting to see Nightclaw landing behind me. But instead, Dagon's sapphire eyes pierced through me. My older brother smiled triumphantly as he slid off his silver battlecat.
Caught you.
Can't you tell when you're not wanted? I said sweetly.
Pardon me, sister. Am I interrupting a tender moment?
He peered at Draven with interest.
Or perhaps your mate is conveniently on the brink of death. That would simplify things nicely.
He's fine, I snapped. Strong as an ox, healthy as a horse. From behind me, I heard Draven mutter,
Fucking bastard.
Dagon put a hand to his ear.
What was that? Not a very polite fellow, is he, sister?
His arms struck out, and coils of shadow shot past me. I let out a cry, and turned to see them wrapping around Draven, binding him to the tree.
What's this? Dagon said exuberantly. Not even going to try to stop me, Shabra? I don't need to, Draven said through a clenched jaw. She can do it easily. Letting a woman fight your battles? Is that how your people do it?
Dagon's expression was disdainful.
You'd never survive in my father's court. Such weakness would never be tolerated.
We'll never be in your father's court, I said.
Well, he won't. You certainly will. Father knows best, Morgan, and he says you're coming back to us.
Fuck off, Dagon. Just fuck right off.
I can't, sadly. Besides, this is too much fun. And too easy.
The worst part was I knew he was right. Draven was struggling against his bonds, but the fact that he hadn't broken them already meant his wound must have been worse than he'd let on. Furthermore, we'd exhausted ourselves fighting in the skies. As I looked around the grove, I realized just how much time had passed. We'd arrived at dawn. Now a grey twilight blanketed us. We had fought through the day and into the night. I knew my power would return to me. Even now, I could feel it replenishing. But if my power was a sea, then I had dried it down to a mere pond. I could access it, but there was no guarantee it would be enough to beat my brother, who had arrived far more recently and was fighting fresh. Still, I knew how to do one thing. I could bluff. How does it feel to know you'll never be our father's favourite, Dagon? I demanded. You must be pretty low down in the ranks if he sent you here to fight a mortal battle after all, fetching me like some glorified courier. Is that all you're used for? Dagon flushed red.
You know nothing of the honours that have been bestowed upon me, sister. Why, next to Lorien, I am the greatest weapon our father has.
Lorien? I grabbed onto the name. I had heard it once before, in the true dreaming I'd had of my mother. So you're next to Lorien, not above him. He surpasses you. How fascinating.
We are both commanders in our father's army,
Dagon insisted, glaring at me from behind his brilliant blue eyes. How does it feel to be a second-best weapon?
I shot back. No, not just second best. More like third or even fourth or fifth best. Because I'm willing to bet our father loves his precious grail above you or Lorien. And what about the spear? I've heard it's his favourite weapon.
The spear?
Dagon began. Then his eyes narrowed. He laughed. I cringed, knowing what was coming.
The grail, and the spear, and the sword, he said slowly. And just where is the sword, sister? Have you lost it?
I put it somewhere safe, I lied. Very close by.
You lie badly, Dagon said. You've lost it. Do you even have the grail? If not, our father will be very displeased.
Why do I care if he's displeased? I care nothing for his pleasure. Dagon hissed.
Ignorant girl. If you care nothing for his pleasure, you should at least fear his wrath.
And perhaps you should fear me. Have you ever thought of that? I demanded, standing up straighter and lifting my chin. You have no idea what I'm truly capable of.
That might have been true at one time, but now,
Dagon laughed.
You have no idea who you even are. I doubt your powers are anything to brag about. And without the sword, you're nothing.
I swallowed my pride, realizing he might be right. Dagon wasn't Phoenix. He wasn't a man pretending to be Fae. He was truly Fae, and I had no idea how much latent power he had left. Could Draven and I make a run for it? I pushed my senses out, seeking Nightclaw and Sunstrike, but I could not touch them. Perhaps they were too far off, or perhaps they were simply exhausted and resting. I could not expect help from that quarter. They had already done enough. From behind me, I heard Draven murmur,
You'll have to draw from me. Take what you can. Take everything.
I nodded ever so slightly, but had no plans to do as he said unless I had absolutely no other choice. Every moment we lingered, stuck here with my brother, Draven was losing blood. What would happen if I drained him dry before we could get him to a healer?
You hesitate, sister. You make no move to strike me. Shall I tell you why?
Dagon taunted.
It is because you are weak, because you are a liar, because you are not worthy of our father's praise.
My eyes flashed. So why do I have it, then? Why does he want me back? Why does he love me? Why does he care for me above all of his other children? Above you? Dagon's gleeful look dissipated.
I shall never truly know the answer to that.
Now that is a lie, I said victoriously. You do know.
You've forgotten so much. It's truly entertaining, he said with a forced smile.
Daringly, I took a step towards him. So enlighten me. Who knows? Perhaps you won't even have to force me to go home. Perhaps I'll come willingly. My brother opened his mouth, and I took another step forward, this time almost eagerly. There were secrets here, right on the tip of Dagon's awful tongue. Perhaps today I'd finally get to hear them. The haunting cry of an owl pierced the air, drawing my attention skyward. Tuva, the golden-brown bird, had something clutched in her talons. A sword. The moon was rising as the owl released the blade. It fell, not as I had moments before with a painful thump, but with grace and purpose, spiraling through the air until it landed with a resolute thud on the blackened earth in front of my feet, dust and ash rising around it. In a heartbeat, I had snatched it up and gripped it in both hands. As I lifted the blade up in front of my face, the moon broke into full view above us. Excalibur hummed with energy. The gleaming blade pulsated under the moon's gentle glow. Overhead, Tuva hooted softly and flew off. I kept my eyes on my brother.
Well, at least you haven't lost it, as I'd feared,
Dagon said, curling his lips. But I knew he was unnerved by what had just happened. A small complication? I suggested. I won't be going willingly, no matter what family secrets you tell me.
Fine, he snapped. Let's deal with one problem at a time, then.
He raised his hand, but this time I was ready. As a blade of shadow flew from his palm towards Draven, I moved Excalibur to block it. The shadow blade bounced harmlessly off the sword and vanished like mist.
"If you were a true Valtane and one of us," my brother snarled, "you would put him down yourself, even if he is your mate. He's weak. He's a burden to you. Free him from his misery."
I held Excalibur sideways with my right hand and lifted my left. "Then it's a good thing I'm no Valtane," I snarled back, letting flames dance across the blade, turning it a hot, glowing red. "Because the only one I have any interest in putting out of his misery is you, brother dear." And then we danced. Beneath the full moon, we danced, while beyond the grove, the clash of steel echoed through the night as the battle for Brightwind raged on. I knew Dagon had been given instructions not to harm me. I also knew those instructions did not apply to Draven, and that Dagon would defend his own life no matter what it took. So to me, it was a dance of death. I was an average swordswoman at best. When practicing in Sir Ector's training arena, I had been proficient. An apt pupil, not a brilliant one. But with Excalibur in my hand again, there was nothing I could not do. My swordplay knew no bounds. The air buzzed with tension as Dagon and I circled each other, eyes locked in unspoken challenge. I lunged forward, Excalibur cutting through the night with a sharp hiss. I missed, but caught the look in my brother's eyes as he saw the flames dancing along the blade. "Not afraid of a little heat, are you, Dagon?" I goaded him. "Don't tell me that pretty Valtane armor has a boiling point." I stepped away quickly as he slashed out with a black shadowy blade. "But then, it did the trick with your foot soldiers. Their armor melted and so did their flesh."
"I've been wounded before," Dagon said, a little breathlessly. "I have lived for countless millennia. I was here long before you were born."
But it wasn't true. I could see in his eyes that it wasn't true, and wondered why he'd said it. Why lie about such a thing as being my older brother?
"Do you really think you can kill me, sister? I, who have stood at our father's side for so long?"
"No," I said calmly, "but Excalibur can. Have you ever been touched by such a blade as this?" I let him get a good look at the flames that still moved like living fire over the blade, casting an eerie glow and illuminating the dust kicked up by our footwork like countless tiny fireflies. "Tell me, has our father ever turned his fantastical weapons of power upon you?" As I spoke, I realized I truly wanted to know the answer to that question. "Why did he forge such weapons anyway?" I continued, figuring at worst I'd distract him a little, at best I'd get some answers. Dagon's shadowy blade responded with fluidity. I parried, then moved forward again, executing a series of quick slashes, Excalibur weaving seamlessly through the air. One slash hit home. Dagon let out a curse and clutched his shoulder. "Fascinating," I said softly. "So that answers that about the weapon cutting through Valtane armor."
"I'll have new armor crafted," Dagon snarled, "once I strip that sword from your body and drag your lifeless carcass back to our father."
"Tsk, tsk," I cautioned. "Killing me might get you into a heap of trouble. But I, on the other hand..." I spun, the flames on my blade twirling in harmony with my motions. Excalibur clashed against Dagon's black sword. My brother moved as swiftly as I did, matching my every move, his shadow-infused weapon proving frustratingly elusive. "I doubt Father would care if I killed you," I panted ruthlessly. "Maybe he won't even notice you're gone." With a roar, Dagon came at me, his shadowy blade slashing towards me. Instinctively, I blocked the attack, the clash resonating through the night. Shadows and flames intertwined as we pressed our blades against one another.
"I hear those savages have made you their empress," Dagon spat. "What an honor!"
"Better to serve the Shabra or mortals than the Valtane as you do," I said softly. "I am honored to have been chosen. I live to serve my people. Can you say the same?" Immediately, I saw the truth in his eyes. If he could read me like a book, the reverse was also true. Dagon hadn't really cared about anyone but himself in a very long time, perhaps ever. How sad, brother, I said quietly, and I meant it. To have no one to care for.
I don't want your pity, he shouted, crashing up against me. I don't require it. You speak only in words of weakness, pathetic girl, fallen sister. Shall I tell you what my honor will be?
His blade cut through the air. I raised Excalibur to where I thought it would fall, but at the last moment, Dagon swerved. I felt a searing pain as the blade bit into my side.
My honor will be to kill you, sister, to end our father's pathetic search, for you are his only weakness, he snarled. It will be an honor to end his torment, and wield the sword you hold as I stand by his side.
As if in answer, Excalibur countered. I moved in a furious onslaught. I had already seen Excalibur become an extension of my will. Now I moved at the sword's behest, each of my strikes carrying the weight of years of betrayal and secrets kept in the dark. The moon bore witness to our rivalry, as Dagon and I exchanged blows in the grove. And then, with a final, decisive strike, Excalibur pierced through my brother's defences. I felt the moment the blade slid through his black cuirass. The look on his face was one of true shock. Perhaps he had been wounded before, yes, but not like this. He crumpled to the ground, his eyes only on the blood seeping from his chest.
You touched me. You touched flesh.
His voice was full of incredulity.
Blood. You've bled me.
Yes, there's quite a bit of blood, isn't there? But then, you fought in countless wars, so...
With mortals. With different... Not like this. So much blood.
He lifted his eyes to mine with the expression of a sullen, hurt child.
How dare you?
Suddenly, I felt tired, looking at my brother sprawled in the dirt. You came to me, remember? I didn't want any of this. I was so tired. What if this could all just stop?
Let me go, and I'll withdraw our armies,
my brother pleaded, telling me exactly what I wanted to hear.
This can end now. No more deaths. Isn't that what you want? You said you served your people. I offer you a chance.
No, you offer yourself a chance to save your own life, I said, standing over him, Excalibur still raised. How do I know you'll do as you say?
I swear it,
he said, and the look in his eyes was truly pathetic.
By the sword you carry. By anything you choose.
I looked into his eyes, wondering if he was simply lying again. It was hard to tell. He certainly wished to live. Fine, I said. Get up and go. Take every creature you brought with you, and never show your face to me again, brother. I have no wish to repeat this with you.
Agreed. Relief filled his voice. I will not overstep your domain again. My father will simply have to send someone else next time he wishes to communicate with you.
That should have been what warned me. The idea that my brother would so easily dismiss his father's favour and do anything to invoke his displeasure. But I was so eager to see this battle end. I turned to Draven. He had been watching us the entire time in silence. Though he had long escaped the coils Dagon had wrapped around him, now I saw his dark face had become paler than usual, and he had one arm wrapped around the tree for support. Come, let's get out of here, I began to say, just as Draven's eyes widened. That look was the only warning I had. I whirled, and there he was. My brother had risen from the dirt with shadows clinging to him like loyal servants. Shadowy knives emerged from his palms as he darted straight towards me. Without a conscious thought, Excalibur surged forward, propelled by a force beyond my own. The gleaming blade cleaved through the moonlight night, piercing Dagon's chest in a lethal strike. My brother's shadows evaporated like smoke. I watched the brilliant sapphire of his eyes dim and fade as the spark of life left him. Silence fell, heavy and oppressive, as I stood over his fallen form. The taste of victory was bitter in my mouth as I turned away, Excalibur still in hand, towards the wounded figure of my mate where he stood against the gnarled shape of the burned tree. Draven's eyes were warm and watchful, but he seemed hesitant to speak. That was all right. I knew what I needed to say. "I've been going about this all wrong," I said, hardly recognizing the sound of my own voice. It sounded hollow and far away, but I pushed on. "We don't need a healer." I took a step towards him, strangely hesitant. I had just killed my own brother. I had committed what some might call the greatest crime before the three. Even now, in some small villages in Pendrath, one who killed a parent or sibling, even by accident, would be banished and shunned. But then, Draven knew a little about murderous family members himself. Still, I found it impossible to meet his eyes. What would I find there if I dared to look? Then I had no choice.
"Healing can come later,"
Draven said as I stepped closer.
"Look at me, Morgan."
He gently tilted my chin up, so I was forced to meet his steadfast green gaze.
"You will find no judgment here. Not ever. Nothing you do will ever be wrong in my eyes. Everything about you and who you are is right to me."
I shook my head, hearing and not hearing. "But it's not right. Not really. It never can be. All of this, it needs to end. But first..." I took another step towards him. Could I not show there truly was some good yet in me? I could do this thing. I had done it before, when we had not even been bonded yet. Yet even then, there had been something linking us, some thread of fate. As Draven leaned against the tree, wounded and weary, I touched a hand lightly to his chest, opening myself to the familiar sense of our bond. Closing my eyes, I focused on the energy pulsating within me, seeking the wounded recesses of my mate's body. The air seemed changed, fraught with the unspoken language of our joining. A current passed through me, an invisible bridge spanning the gap between souls. Within my mind, I felt the raw edges of Draven's injuries as I traced the path of the branch that had pierced through him. His pain echoed through my senses and fueled the urgency of my efforts. I could kill, yes, but I could also heal. The grove became a cocoon, shielding us from the outside world as the palliative power within me coalesced. The moment hung suspended. An aura of light enveloped us. The grove crackled with unseen energy. And then, like the echo of a fading song, it was done. Draven stepped towards me, a hand pressed to his chest. The rips in his gambeson were still there, but the flesh beneath was whole once more. "Faster than a healer?" I remarked.
"Or to wait for me to heal,"
he agreed.
"But you'll have spent yourself. You had hardly anything left to give, Morgan. You should have saved it, not expended it all on me. I would have been fine."
I shook my head stubbornly. Not good enough. I couldn't risk it. Not when he was the one I needed most by my side, now and always. I was shivering. He pulled me to his chest, and I felt my body relaxing. Besides, surely the battle's almost over. Seeing Tuva had changed everything. Not only had the owl brought me Excalibur, with her very presence, she had brought us word of our friends. There was hope. If the bird was here, Guinevere and the others would not be far behind. But looking beyond the grove, I had only enough time to scan the battlefield and confirm that Pendrathian and Mintran troops had indeed joined our allies before the next storm swept in. Chapter 12. Morgan. It was no natural gale. The promise of victory that had hung in the air unravelled with the storm's arrival, birthed from the unforgiving sea to the north of coastal Brightwind, as sheets of rain began to fall. The silver strands of water were illuminated by flashes of malevolent lightning. Overhead, the silent moon had vanished, replaced by clouds and the heavy rumbling of thunder. Then the wind began. A killing draught surged forth over the coastal cliffs, slicing like an invisible scythe through ranks of foe and ally alike. Soldiers were lifted into the air like leaves, then tossed to the ground. Up in the sky, even the riders on their raptors and battle cats were not spared. The wind struck them, carving through bodies like knives and sending riders and mounts tumbling down. Frozen, I stood with Draven, my gaze fixed upon the approaching wind. Small flames flared in my palms. But what was fire against a storm such as this, even if I could conjure enough to somehow make it meaningful? The first gust had died down. Now we saw a second wave of wind sweeping across the plains again. Those who would somehow survived the first time were now being swept away.
"Run,"
Draven commanded.
"We have to run, Morgan."
Yet something held me. Cold fury was welling up inside. This was my father's doing. He had lured me here to our allies' side, sent my own brother after me. And then, even when I had killed my own kin in self-defense, he would not stop. He would not relent. The storm was his. It should not have been possible, even for a fae. But somehow, I knew it with every fibre of my being. Draven grasped my arm, trying to tug me across the grove, but I wrenched away. The wind was close now. The sounds of battle had been drowned out completely by the ominous roar of the approaching gale. In another moment, it would be too late. Would we survive, or would we be lashed to pieces? Rain hit my face, 1,000 tiny, stinging arrows. I ran then, not out of the grove, but into its very centre. Lifting my arms overhead, I screamed. It was a primal cry, erupting from the depths of my being, born of desperation and from fierce defiance. With arms raised high, something extraordinary unfolded. My scream became an invocation, a plea that was somehow answered. A shimmering veil materialized overhead, a shield. The shield spread out with a brilliance like the first light of day, encapsulating Draven, me, and the small grove in its barrier of energy. The killing wind denied its prey, howled against the barrier fruitlessly. Then the gust subsided, and the air stilled. I lowered my arms. "It will come again," I said wearily, turning to my mate. Draven's eyes were wide.
"You can shield?"
"I don't know what that was. I didn't know I could do it until I did." He was looking past me, out at the battlefield.
"Do you think you could do it again? If we could extend it?"
"No." It killed me to say it. I have nothing left. You were right. I don't know where that came from. But whatever it was, I can't. I just can't. I want to. I curled my fingers into my palms, stabbing my nails into them until the skin broke. This is my father, Draven. He's doing this. Killing them. Killing us. My voice broke.
"Call Nightclaw."
"What?"
"Call him, Morgan. Call him now. Can you do it?"
I already tried."
"Try again. Try now. For me."
I could hear the urgency in his voice. From a distance, I could hear the wind picking up again. I closed my eyes. Was the battle cat near? Was he awake? Was he alive? I reached out, pushing harder than I had before, struggling to sense the Exmoor and his mate. There, I touched him. Nightclaw! A feeling of acknowledgement. He was with Sunstrike. They were safe. Guilt passed through me. How could I ask this of him when he had already done so much? The battle cat sensed my hesitation. "Tell me," he demanded, as obstinate as Draven. "I need you," I confessed. "Here, now. Can you come?" The response was immediate. A feeling of understanding and unwavering loyalty coursed through our connection. A moment later, the grove shimmered with a burst of energy. Nightclaw stood before me, proud and regal, his eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages I had long forgotten. I felt relief, but not a little trepidation. "Now what?" I turned to Draven, shouting to be heard over the mounting wind and the sound of distant, unsettling screaming.
"Now you draw,"
he shouted back.
"From both of us!"
And then he grabbed my hand and pulled me hard against him, while with his other, he reached out and set his palm against Nightclaw's side.
"Do it, Morgan. Do it now,"
he urged. Draven's touch was warm and grounding, anchoring me back to the present moment. His hand wrapped around my waist, holding me firmly against him. I shut my eyes, allowing my connection to Nightclaw to reform, to deepen, then stretched out the bond encompassing Draven within it. Draven. Where we touched, a current of power surged through my veins. The sensation was visceral, almost erotic. Euphoria danced over my skin, and I longed to revel in it, losing myself in the intoxicating merging of our energies. What was the wind to this? Connected like this to my mate, what was a storm? A low growl from Nightclaw brought me to my senses. We were a triad of power. Beside Draven, the Exmoor was a pillar of earthy, steadfast strength, grounding me and stabilizing me. As the Battle Cat's presence intertwined with my own and Draven's, a newfound clarity settled over me. The wind. It was very near now. I raised my hands and felt the air, sizzling and crackling upwards like sparks. But this was no fire. To face a storm, I needed a wall. I visualized the shield I needed. I pictured it extending high over the battlefield, a dome that would guard my allies from the impending storm. Focusing my intent, I began to shape it with my hands, tracing it in the air. Raw power surged through my fingertips. The magic took shape, the shield coalescing around and above. As it gained form, I kept my arms lifted high as the shield became a colossal canopy, stretching across the expanse of the sky, rippling with intertwined energies. The killing wind reached the barrier. There was a crashing sound, like a wave breaking on rocks. I felt the presence of the one behind the wind, and I screamed again, this time words forming. "Get out! You shall not have them!" I strained, struggling to maintain the shield as again and again the wind crashed upon it. The trinity of energies was a bounty of strength, but even such a formidable alliance had its limits. Sweat formed on my brow. Every muscle in my body tensed as I drew deeper and deeper from my mate and the Battle Cat, sensing their energies ebb and drain as they flowed into me and were pushed out into the shield. Time flowed and passed. Still I held the shield. Draven's face was a mask of tension. Nightclaw did not move. Still I held, still I drew, directing the flow of power. Still the wind bashed against what we had formed. Still the wind blew. We could not outlast it. My father was an unrelenting force that defied conquest or containment. The shield, powerful as it was, could not endure indefinitely. There was only one thing left to do. I opened myself and embraced the wind. The clash of energies was palpable. The shield's hunger was voracious. I let it feed, absorbing everything the wind had to give. Godlike power flowed through me, carrying the weight of eons and the wrath of a deity scorned. The fabric of the shield resonated with the clash. I felt my father's presence looming like a maelstrom bearing down. Yet there was nothing he could do. I simply drew and drew, harnessing and encompassing rather than resisting. I felt his fury as he faltered. And then withdraw. The wind abated. A profound stillness settled over the battlefield. We had won. I looked down at my side, and with shock, saw Excalibur still glowing. The sword had been in my hand the entire time. Not a trinity, a quartet.
"Ferrum Day,"
Draven murmured. My head jerked up. What did you say?
"The sword, another name for Excalibur. It means Iron of the Goddess,"
Draven said, meeting my eyes. There was something very solemn in his expression that made me uncomfortable.
"You're not Fae, Morgan. Not after what you've done here today. You're a goddess."
He gave a low chuckle, and I flinched. Don't say that. I replied uneasily. What a ridiculous thing to say. But it was too late. The three-cursed man was already kneeling in the dirt at my feet, his hands tracing the curves of my hips.
"You're my goddess, and I'm your knight,"
he said, as he brought his face up to kiss my stomach, and laughed again. Chapter 13. Morgan. I knew he had been joking. As we sat in King Mark's palace in his crowded council room at a long rectangular table, I told myself Draven had simply been joking. I was Fae. That was bad enough. I was no goddess. Even though in the back of my mind, part of me knew what my father had just done out there had gone beyond the powers of any Fae king. The room around me was filled with the noise of advisors and nobles from Brightwind and other regions of Tintagel, all struggling to be heard over one another. The battle may have been over, but this was a council of war. I tried to focus on what was being said. Plans to invade Rayged, when and how to do so. Leoness was being informed. They had sent no troops to the Battle of Brightwind, as it had already been named. Without the help of one of our stitchers from Mintra, they had not even known the battle was taking place until it had been far too late for them to do anything. The troops that had arrived to support Brightwind had been from Pendrath, bolstered by the extra troops from Mintra that Draven and I had kept stationed in Camelot as a precaution. Pendrath, Sorega, Tintagel. Each kingdom's troops had sustained heavy losses. Tintagel's were by far the worst. Though our friends had arrived late, Pendrath had held its own. Now Gawain sat on the other side of the room, nursing a broken arm, on a chair along the wall, while beside him, Dame Helena's left eye was covered with a patch that she likely would wear the rest of her days. "We must attack immediately, sire!" a tall hawk-nosed noblewoman boomed, pounding her hands on the table to get King Mark's attention. The King of Tintagel was a wary man, I saw, unwilling to rush headfirst into anything, even after suffering such a brutal and unexpected attack on his people.
"That would be madness,"
Draven said, rising to his feet and towering over the table to glower at the woman.
"You don't even know who to attack in the first place, let alone where to attack them."
"Rayged," a different advisor shouted from further along the table. "Obviously, this was Rayged's doing. How can there be any question?" "They came from the west," others agreed. "Rayged, yes, it must have been Rayged."
"We hardly have contact with Rayged,"
King Mark said quietly.
"What reason could they have to attack us, and with Fae armies besides?"
"The Fae came from Rayged," the first noblewoman insisted. "They marched in from there. That is all the reason we need to counterattack." Draven shook his head derisively.
"You've just sustained heavy losses. Do you really think you have the forces to attack Rayged without even knowing what awaits you there? Furthermore, where exactly in Rayged would you hit? The western border? That's a vast swathe of territory for an army to cover, let alone one that's just been weakened substantially."
"Our weaknesses are none of your concern," the noblewoman snapped. "You have no place here in the first place, Fae blood." She spat on the floor beside her. A murmur went through the room.
"Sir Joaquin, kindly escort Lady Azana from the council chambers,"
King Mark commanded. A dark-haired man nodded grimly and marched towards the offending lady. King Mark looked around the table filled with his mortal nobles and advisors. And then there was us. My friends and me. The Fae Empress with her strange markings, her Fae husband with his horns, a bearkin, a scarred knight, a high priestess too young to be one. We were rather a strange ensemble of misfits by any estimation.
"Morgan Pendragon is Fae, as is her husband," the king said slowly. "You all know this. You are also aware that both are our allies, and after today, we should count ourselves extremely fortunate to have them."
"Unless they were a part of this," Lady Azana shouted, as she was prodded from the room by Sir Joaquin. "They might have conspired with the attackers."
"What utter rubbish,"
said a dark-skinned, elegantly attired woman, seated near King Mark. Queen Camille had remained mostly silent, but now She rose to her feet.
We do not dishonor our allies, Izana. That is not the Tintagel way. Was I the only one watching from the battlements, as the Fey Empress?
The Queen pointed across the table to me, and every head in the room swiveled in my direction.
Summoned some sort of shield to protect not only the battlefield, but this entire city.
I cringed. Apparently, the shield had been larger than I could ever have hoped for.
She saved you and your children, Izana, the Queen called after the noblewoman, as she did mine. The Empress Morgan and her husband had nothing to do with this attack. She looked around the table. Nothing. And anyone who thinks they did, or who harbors such ignorant phobias of the Fae, will kindly leave this room now. We have no time to waste on such idiocy. Not when we need every ally we can get.
For a long moment, the Queen looked at me, and I was terrified she would sink to the floor in a gesture of obeisance. But instead, Queen Camille simply nodded her head gracefully, a gesture between equals. Gratefully, I quickly nodded back, then watched as the Queen sat back down beside her husband, who was looking at her appreciatively. The debate as to what Tintagel should do next and how to do it quickly resumed, though more politely this time. A hand touched my arm.
You look exhausted.
I glanced over at Guinevere. I slept badly. In fact, I hadn't slept yet at all. We had been welcomed into the palace after the battle. Draven and I had been given a suite, and we had bathed, then retired. I'd listened to the rhythm of Draven's breathing as he slept, but I had not dared to close my eyes. Instead, I'd clutched the sheets, trying to stay awake, afraid of what might happen if I let myself fall into a dream world again. I knew I couldn't keep it up. I might last longer than a mortal, but eventually I would have to surrender to sleep. But in the meantime, I planned to hold out as long as I could. The thought of who awaited me in my dream world, well, it terrified me.
You don't need to be here for this, Guinevere said softly. Come, walk with me.
I was surprised that she had no wish to remain at the Council of War, but didn't need to be asked twice. Any opportunity to speak to the increasingly enigmatic High Priestess was one not to be lost. As I pushed back my chair from the table, I caught Draven's eye, and he nodded slightly. Gently, Guinevere took my arm and led me from the room. We walked in silence for a while, passing carved wooden doorways leading to chambers that held the suites of lords and ladies. It took me a moment before I realized we were not alone. Lancelot had also left the council room. Now, she followed a discreet distance behind, ever vigilant. We reached the end of the corridor, where a large row of arched windows framed panoramic views of the azure ocean below. The bright-winged palace bordered the sea to the north. A briny freshness filled the air as I pushed open one of the glass frames and let a cool breeze blow in. Guinevere was very quiet beside me. The owl on her shoulder looked beyond me, staring out the window at the open sea. "I'm surprised you left Camelot," I said finally, breaking the silence. "I never knew Merlin to do that. Leave the temple, I mean."
"Things were different in Merlin's time,"
Guinevere said simply. I knew she wasn't deliberately trying to be provoking, but still, I stiffened.
"Merlin did all that was proper," I said.
"Oh, of course," Guinevere agreed, looking slightly surprised.
"She was a fine High Priestess. She conducted herself according to the will of the three. She did all that was asked of her, and in the end, she made the ultimate sacrifice."
And had left Guinevere in her place, without even telling me that she had chosen a successor. "How do you even know what the will of the three is?" I asked. It was a question I had always wanted to pose to Merlin. "It's not as if they speak to you, is it?" Guinevere smiled ruefully.
"We don't. We simply have to try our best and hope we're doing what the goddesses would wish us to."
I stared. "How on Arcanum can you ever possibly know what they wish?"
"We know they wish for peace and for balance," she answered.
We would not serve them otherwise. Balance? I shook my head. At one point, my father had the 3 greatest objects of power in all the world. That doesn't seem particularly balanced. Yet now 2 are yours, Guinevere said, gesturing to the sword I still wore at my belt. Not mine to keep, I said sharply. Mine to destroy. As if in answer, Excalibur's hilt glowed briefly, then darkened. How did one man, fey or not, get so much power? I said softly to the High Priestess. Can you tell me that? There must be a long story behind it indeed. She looked at me until I glanced away. There is another name for Excalibur. My sister used it once. Ferrum Dei. Have you heard it? Guinevere nodded slowly. Iron of the goddess. Draven called me one. Only teasingly, of course. Why was I even telling her this, I wondered. I suppose I surprised him when I formed that shield. I know I surprised myself. Did you? Guinevere's expression was as calm as ever, but there was an assessing look in her eyes. I should think it would be comforting. What? Being called a goddess? I tried to laugh. I assure you, it wasn't. Empress was overwhelming enough, but I felt certain she knew that already. No, not that. The other name Excalibur bears. Iron of the goddess. Why? Well, it tells you the blade was never meant to belong to a man. Certainly not to your father, no matter how powerful he believes himself to be. Just how powerful do you think he is, Guinevere? I said, sharper than I had intended. As powerful as a Fey High King? As powerful as, what, a god? Why don't you tell me, Morgan? She said softly. He brought the storm, did he not? Do you know any Fey who could do such a thing? I had seen Fey do a great many things, some strange, some breathtaking, some simply terrifying. I had seen a winged Fey who could not fly, and I'd seen a small mortal boy with Fey abilities he should never have had, holding a shield over a city. I serve the goddesses wherever they take me, Guinevere said quietly. She was looking at the sword, and something tells me the sword is trying to get back home. It wants to be destroyed? I was less surprised by the fact that Guinevere believed a metal object could have wants of its own. Perhaps. Home. Wherever the hell that is, I said sourly. I somehow doubted anywhere my father resided could possibly be home-like. Perhaps the goddesses are working through you more than you understand, Morgan, Guinevere said. Have you ever thought of that? You wield their blade, after all. I'm not a true believer. I'm not sure why they would. You don't have to believe. Not if they do. I wasn't sure about her reasoning, but I wasn't about to argue either. You're saying they're granting me their powers, to balance things out between my father and me? They might be, she answered judiciously. That's one possibility. I resisted the urge to throw up my hands in irritation. I suppose you'll be returning to the temple soon. I understand you've left Casey temporarily in charge. Who better to heal a kingdom than a healer? I wrinkled my brow. Yes, but you must miss the temple. I knew most acolytes and priestesses could only dream of having received the honour Guinevere had been granted after only a few short months of living under the temple's roof. She had not even been an acolyte. Merlin had simply selected her without any consultation or explanation. I had no doubt Merlin had chosen wisely, but still, Guinevere sometimes seemed to lack a proper appreciation for the very great honour she had received, one that many women would kill for. Well, if they weren't pacifist priestesses. Is there anything else you wish to speak with me about, Morgan? Guinevere asked. I got the sense that she was prodding, searching for an answer she already had, just waiting for me to say it aloud. I thought of my dreams, the burning cottage. I had still not told Draven about it. Last night, I had thought it best if he simply slept. I could tell Guinevere. She was a reassuring presence at the very least. I might not understand her fully, but that didn't mean I didn't trust her. I looked past her at where Lancelot leaned against a pillar a ways down the hall, astutely studying her nails. No, there's nothing else. I forced a smile. Thank you for setting me free from that room, however. You were right. I did need a break. We walked towards Lancelot. Draven's gone back to your room, she announced as we drew near. I can walk you back, then see Guinevere to her chamber. I shook my head. There's no need for that. I can find my own way. Take care of your... I stopped myself. I'd almost said, take care of your lady. Take care of the High Priestess, I said firmly. I'll speak with you both again soon. When I entered our rooms, Draven was sitting on a seat by the window, speaking to two men. The four of us spoke for a while, discussing the plans that had to be made. Then the two men left, and Draven and I were alone.
I didn't think you'd want to go down to the main hall for supper, so I had food brought up for us.
He gestured to a table across the room that had been set with 2 chairs and a lavish tray atop it, holding a mix of grilled seafood, roasted vegetables, and an assortment of fresh fruits. You were right. I threw myself backwards onto the large 4-poster bed and then flipped onto one side, looking out the window. Seabirds flew past, and even from here, I could hear the ocean waves. It must be nice to live by the sea all of the time, I mused dreamily.
A little cold, too, though,
Draven observed, as the wind rattled against the window pane. He crossed over to the large stone hearth and, crouching down, began to make a fire. I watched him as his hands skillfully arranged the logs, placed the tinder, then coaxed the flames to life. He moved with purpose, not bothering to summon a servant to do what might easily be done himself. When the fire was blazing hot, he rose and crossed over to the table. Uncorking a bottle of glistening ruby-red wine, he filled 2 goblets and carried one to me. I sat up, took a sip, and closed my eyes. That's good.
The waves, the views, the wine. Are we moving to Tintagel?
Draven jested. He sat down on the bed beside me and eyed the tight-fitting red corset I wore laced up over my black tunic.
I've been wanting to unlace this all day,
he said, moving his hands over the planes of my stomach. I sucked in a breath.
All through that meeting.
Well, why didn't you? I teased. Right there in the council room. It's not like you haven't broken with convention in such a place before. I thought of the throne room, and a quiver of hot memory went through me.
I thought you might prefer privacy this time.
Leaning forward, he moved his face up over my stomach, hot breath warming my belly until he reached my breasts. Then he grinned. Working his teeth carefully, he pulled out one of the red corset ribbons, holding it in his mouth. Are you going to undo the entire thing that way? I asked with interest.
I could,
he bragged.
But no, too slow.
I watched as his hands moved over me, deft fingers unlacing quickly, then sliding the corset top off my body.
Too many layers,
he growled, eyeing the tunic underneath, and I giggled. His hand slid up and underneath, tugging the tunic over my body. And then I was bare, lying there as he looked down at me with open admiration.
Mine,
he said, running his fingers over one of my nipples. He cupped my other breast.
Also mine.
As long as you accept my rule equally, I said softly, arching a little under his hands and gaze. I reached my hands up and wrapped them around his horns, then drew him down to me, licking the tip of each black curved piece of bone until he gasped.
Willingly and eternally,
he managed to choke out, his emerald eyes fierce with longing. He pulled back to trace a line down my stomach with one finger, then stopped at the top of my leather trousers and picked up the goblet of wine he had set down on the bedside table. He lifted it, not to his mouth, as I'd expected, but over me, and let a dribble of the rich red stuff spill onto my chest, first over one breast, then the other. I gasped. It's lucky, I breathed, that the bedspread is red damask.
Isn't it?
Draven agreed.
I just love a good damask.
Then he lowered his mouth to my wine-soaked breast and sucked. When it was over, I lay staring out the window and listening to the waves crashing against the rocks below, as Draven lay with his head resting against my breasts. Slowly, I stroked a hand through his hair. After all we had been through in this place, perhaps it was strange that I felt as relaxed as I did. But the sea drew me. Perhaps Draven was right, and we should live by water. I thought of our cottage in the little forest glade.
You didn't sleep last night.
I moved, startled. What do you mean? Yes, I did.
No, you didn't, Morgan, and you looked terrible today.
I flipped over to face him, narrowing my eyes. Terrible? I thought we'd just established you thought I looked the opposite of terrible. He grinned, his eyes moving down my unclothed body with a hunger still clearly unsated.
You always look the opposite of terrible to me. Still, compared to how beautiful you look when well-rested, you looked, well, beautifully unrested.
What a confusing conversation, I complained. Of course I slept. I was just restless, that's all. Was all he said. But the look he was giving me told me he didn't believe a word.
You need to sleep, Morgan. You're drained.
What? You think Tintagel is going to be attacked again? Tonight? I said lightly, tracing my fingers over his chest, over the curling hairs covering his nipples. Perhaps it wasn't as ridiculous as I made it sound. He shivered, then squeezed my waist.
Stop. I'm trying to talk to you.
And I'm trying to talk to you, I said, pushing myself against him. Already I could feel him stirring. You want me? Again. Greedy, greedy Shabra prince.
I'll fuck you again after this if that's what you want. All night long.
He bit down on my shoulder and I gasped. Now I truly was wet again. Now, I breathed. Do it now.
First, tell me you'll sleep after.
He growled.
Tell me you won't resist. You need to rest.
Lust subsided momentarily. I can't, I admitted. I pushed myself upright.
Why not?
Because I took a deep breath. He's in my head.
Who?
My father. Draven sat up and leaned back against the headboard, folding his well-muscled arms over his chest.
Well, fuck. Tell me.
He burned our cottage down, I revealed. I didn't want to tell you before.
Before the battle?
Draven scowled.
How long has this been going on, Morgan?
Just one night, I swear. The night Alpheus showed up. The night he died. Did I tell Draven everything? My father tried to grab me. In the dream. I fought him. When I woke up, Alpheus was there.
And what? You think that means something?
I shrugged helplessly. I don't know. Part of me wondered.
Wondered what?
Wondered if I'd somehow brought Alpheus to me, I admitted.
As in, you think you might have stitched him?
Draven stroked his chin.
An interesting thought. Were you trying to save him? Did you sense what was going on?
Either way, it was too late. Pointless, like everything I do. Draven's eyes widened slightly.
Pardon me?
Do I make things better, Draven, or do I make them worse? I burst out. This power I have, Excalibur, the Grail, why do I have it? Why did Excalibur bond to me in the first place?
I thought we already knew that. Your blood...
Yes, my 3 cursed Fey blood, I spat. But is that all it is? I don't know.
What is it you're really trying to say? What are you afraid of, Morgan?
I killed my own fucking brother, Draven, I said. That's kind of a big deal. The raven-haired Fey Prince smiled slightly. Is it? Very well. So you killed yours too, I acknowledged. But
what? But absolutely nothing. He was trying to kill you, Morgan. I don't care who he was. He deserved to die, just like Tabor did. You gave him a chance. You did more than I would have. You nearly spared his life.
Yes, I acknowledged. But
there is nothing to regret, Morgan, and you know that. This still isn't what it's about. What is it really about?
I stared at him. He was right. Dagon would have killed me. I had been weak when I'd offered to let him go. He would have run right back to my father. And then what? He would simply have lived to come against me another day. I'm afraid my father will get me, take me back, that he'll, I don't know, use me somehow, that I'll wind up doing terrible things for him, Draven. He says he loves me. He says I'm part of his family. Draven laughed wryly.
Family? Right. Faye fucking family.
They can't all be like this, I said desperately. Not all of them.
Not all. Just the royal ones.
He touched my cheek.
Ours won't be. I swear to you, Morgan.
No, I agreed. Ours will be completely normal. Just you, me, our little niece Medra, who was literally born and bred to bring down kings, and my perpetually sleeping younger brother. It'll be a perfect fairy tale. Draven looked slightly hurt by this.
Who wants fucking perfection?
What?
Families aren't meant to be perfect, Morgan. Anyone who ever claims to have a perfect family is lying. Have you seen mortal families? They squabble and hit and lie and—
Very well, I get the picture. I wrinkled my brow. Do they all hit?
Well, the children do.
He grinned.
But it's not all bad.
No? I asked dubiously.
No. Think of Lancelet's. Have you ever been to her parents' house? It's a madhouse.
He shook his head, smiling, and I could tell he'd kept a good memory of what he'd seen there.
I went to thank Lancelet's mother for the baby carrier. At least 3 children were fighting in the dirt outside. Noble children, too. And then 2 more ran by arguing. Another ran up, snot-nosed and crying, saying she'd fallen into the pig pen.
And? What did Lancelet's mother do?
Oh, it was her father, actually. He came outside, he'd been inside reading, and picked up the snotty one and took her inside for a bath. Nothing more. No big fuss.
And Lancelet's mother? I prodded. Did she stop the children from fighting? I hadn't been to Lancelet's family home in years. Arthur had so rarely permitted me to visit.
No, she just ignored them, and in a few moments they were playing and laughing again. Like children, like ordinary brothers and sisters. She apologized for the noise, and I said it was fine, and— He shrugged. It was fine.
And that's what you want, I guessed. A bevy of children? A pig pen? I had to admit, I wasn't sure I was ready for any of that. I didn't know if I wanted to be a mother. Ever. He chortled.
Children? We already have it, Morgan. All of it.
What do you mean?
I mean, look around. Who came to Brightwind? Hall, Lancelet, Galahad, Gawain, Guinevere.
A lot of G names, I observed. We ought to have named our children better.
Not to mention Crescent, Sir Ector, Dame Helena.
He went on grinning.
And yes, Medra and Kay. And then there's Lyrastra and Odessa back in Mintra. And others I'm sure I've forgotten. We don't need a mortal family or a fucked-up Fae one. We already have our own. Mortal and Fae. A little fucked up, sure. But ours.
He was right. We have to protect them, I said, hands tightening in the sheets. If my father ever hurt them, if he ever used me to get at them—
Ah, now that's your true fear, isn't it? Not any guilt or shame you may or may not feel for killing a murderous, treacherous brother you hardly knew. But this, becoming like your father.
A lump formed in my throat. He scares me more than Uther did.
But you never let Uther bring you down.
Draven said softly.
You survived. You made sure your family survived too.
I nodded.
You'll survive Gaulwa Le Fay too. We all will.
You can't possibly know that, I said. He ran his hands through his hair.
Fine. You're right. I don't. Some of us won't. But most of us will, Morgan. You will.
I won't have you dying for me.
That's not your choice to make,
he said shortly.
And if the gods are willing, we'll both come out of this. But if I die saving your life, then it's a choice I'm ready to make.
An eye for you, you stubborn fucking Fae, I spat. He shrugged.
We can fight over it. Who dies for who?
Very romantic. He grinned.
I aim to please.
What does he want? I said out loud.
He wants you, clearly. And besides you, he wants everything. Everything, Morgan, and we can't let him have it.
Total dominion, I nodded. That was what Dagon had essentially confirmed. I hesitated. Do you really think Medra is the key to my father's downfall, as Orcades believed?
Not at all, Draven said almost instantly. The prophecy is bunk.
But Arthur...
He laughed. A coincidence. Which chimed very nicely with the prophecy. I'll give you that.
But he did die the day she was born, I insisted. Just as the prophecy said.
That's one interpretation. Doesn't the prophecy also say she'll bring about the end of the world?
In the child's hands lies the end of the world, I quoted. Not my favourite line.
Well, we just need to keep her far away from her grandfather.
I nodded, just as I promised her mother I'd do. I'd sworn to Orcades I would kill our father myself.
You may not believe this, Morgan,
Draven said, pulling me against him.
But you're stronger than he is.
He was right. I didn't believe that. It seemed impossible. If I am, it's only because I have Excalibur. And what happens when I destroy the sword?
Perhaps your father's power will break, Draven suggested. Don't forget we have the Grail, too.
It can't be that easy. I yawned.
All of this talk of world doom making you sleepy, my silver one.
He stroked my hair, then kissed the top of my head.
Rest now. I'll guard you.
It went unspoken between us that he could guard my body. But could he guard my mind?
The true dreamings. Those I might be able to teach you to block eventually, if they become a burden. But the world you brought us both to? Our cottage?
I felt Draven sigh.
That's something else entirely. Try to stay away from that place, Morgan. Can you do that?
I hoped I could. I'll try.
Good. And I'll be here. I mean it. I'll keep watch. Just sleep now. Relax your body and rest.
He ran his hand over my back again and again, rubbing my tired muscles. It was bliss. My eyes closed. I thought of Medra, little Medra, my niece. Did even babies dream? It was the last thing I wondered as I fell asleep. Chapter 14. Morgan. All of the wise ones were gone. Merlin, Caspar, yes, even bloody Tyre. There was no one to teach me how to shield my mind completely, or to explain the dream world I visited when I closed my eyes, to explain just where it was, what it was. I knew only one other true dreamer, my mate, and I knew even he had struggled to fully block his dreams when his father had tried to use them to his own advantage. So when I wound up in the exact place I didn't want to be, it should really have been no surprise. I was an ignorant girl, just as Dagon had said in many ways. The cottage was ash and ruins now. I walked down the little path towards the pile of rubble. Blackened pieces of wood and charred stone were all that remained. I thought of the pretty cookware in the kitchen, the colourful rugs strewn over the cottage floors. Then I thought of the paintings, Draven's paintings. They had covered an entire wall, copies of sketches and paintings that he had made in the waking world. Nimue. My heart ached as I thought of the charcoal drawing of Nimue, Draven's daughter, that had hung in the cottage. The real one would be back in Mintra somewhere. Even so, it meant something to me. To have the copy destroyed, to have the cottage and everything within it destroyed so viciously by someone who claimed to love me. I heard the crunch of pebbles on the path behind me.
Your own brother, Morgan.
The tone was reproachful, yet something else lay hidden behind it. Dreadful though it was, I thought I sensed mirth. Slowly, I turned to face my father. You sent Dagon against me. You knew what could happen.
Oh, I suspected. But until you slew him, I had no idea just how ruthless you could be, or how powerful.
A jubilant expression crossed his bearded face. I'm not ruthless, I said sharply. I gave him a chance to live.
did you? Then you did more than I would have.
I have no doubt, I said disdainfully. Are you even mourning for your son? He stroked his beard as if he had not given it much thought until then.
Dagon. He was a good weapon, an asset, yes.
He smiled.
Fortunately, I have other sons.
And daughters, I'm sure. So you don't need me, I snapped.
I have only one daughter like you, Morgan,
Golwa LeFay said.
Only one child, who is the true child of my heart.
The child of your ambition.
Ambition. An interesting word. Is it something we share, I wonder? I imagine you to be a true woman of ambition. Ambition and daring. Why, the way you turned the tide of that battle.
He made an appreciative sound.
Truly impressive.
If it was so impressive, why didn't you expect it? I shook my head. You had no idea what I would do until it was too late. His eyes narrowed slightly, and it was my turn to smile in triumph. I drew from you, Father. I pillaged your power. That storm, you had no idea I could stop it, did you? It would have killed me. Would you have cared? He waved a hand.
The rest would have died, yes, but you? No, you would have survived.
I would have been the only one, I shouted. The only one left alive. Is that what you wanted? Flames erupted around me on the grass, a circle of fire. I made no attempt to put them out. You lured me there, I accused him. Thousands died needlessly, your people and mine.
People? My father laughed. What do I care for people?
You could have found me when I was a child, brought me back then, I said, following up on what Dagon had claimed. Why didn't you do it then, before I even knew what I was? My father frowned.
You were shielded from me.
Until when? I pushed. When did you first sense me? I had many guesses. When I first used magic, when I touched Excalibur, when I stitched to Camelot into the Temple of the Three.
I told you before, I sensed you more than once, caught glimpses of your presence. Once, it was a very strong telling. I had an inkling you might be connected to Pendrath then.
And I stitched through the portal. You sent the Grail to Arthur, I guessed, to try to lure me out. He smiled.
I had many things in mind when I sent that insipid young ruler my Grail.
I gnashed my teeth, remembering Arthur's plan, to use the Grail to charge the sword, if not with Medra, then with Kay.
In the end, there was no need to charge the sword or give your mortal brother any opportunity to use it.
Golwa observed.
He died. He was not needed. The sword chose you. You bind yourself to it more every day. And here we are.
Now what? I demanded.
A war has begun. Your allies are angry. They've just been attacked. And what do mortals do when they're unfairly attacked? They gather and rally, and then they go on the offensive.
He rubbed his hands together.
I'm sure even now they're strategizing and plotting and gathering the largest army they can. Perhaps you'll even lead it.
You'd like that, wouldn't you? I said scornfully. I looked into my father's cold grey eyes and saw the bloodlust there. Perhaps it was the only thing which warmed him after millennia of boredom. He expected us to come against him with our armies, for there to be battle after battle. He was eager for it, eager to watch thousands upon thousands of mortals and Fae die, trying to reach him and fail. You think you're invincible, I said aloud. You truly must be in an impervious place, Father. I caught a look of satisfaction in the Fae patriarch's eyes, and as I did, I knew what I had to do.
You are a part of me,
my father intoned, mistaking my expression for one of temptation.
As much as I am a part of you. Come back to us. Come back to your rightful place. Cease these valiant but futile struggles.
I hesitated, purposely allowing him to glimpse indecision. When he extended his hand to me, I was expecting it, and this time, I grasped it willingly. In an instant, my vision warped and contorted. A whirlwind of ancient memories and deific aspirations I could hardly comprehend, flooding my consciousness. I felt the weight of ages, the burden of millennia of knowledge, battles fought in realms beyond mortal ken, the echoes of long-forgotten and broken oaths, and the cosmic majesty of a truly inhuman being. For a moment, I was a vessel adrift in the vast ocean of my father's mind. Then I swam within the sea, searching for the insight I desired. I glimpsed fragments, fleeting images that hinted at what I sought. I grasped them to me, clutching them like a drowning person might hold tight to floating pieces of debris. Meanwhile, my own mind was being rummaged through. It was as if my thoughts were an open library, and my father an austere scholar, sifting through the volumes, tossing aside what was of no interest to him. I struggled to maintain my focus as snippets of my childhood, faces of the ones I loved, and vistas of the places I had seen and things I had done flickered in a disorienting sequence. Emotions surged and receded. Joy, pain, heartbreak. My father ruthlessly riddled through them all. I delved deeper into him, trying to ignore the sense of invasion, as the sacred sanctuary that was my essence was trampled on. Shadow-like, I traversed the labyrinths of his mind like a mouse, nimble and silent, darting between the towering structures of memories and the more terrifying edifices of his desires. I slipped through the gaps, small and unobtrusive, avoiding his scrutiny while he was distracted with his own search. And as I slipped through the cracks unnoticed, I found what I was looking for. With relief, I grasped it like a crumb, then slipped it behind my back. A subtle intruder turned thief. It was time to go. I moved to leave, only to find myself chained. Each link tightened with every attempt I made to free myself. Locked in, the assault continued. My father's consciousness hammered against mine like a barrage of thunderous waves. Consumed by his own pursuits, he seemed oblivious to my struggle. Desperation clawed at me as he delved deeper and deeper, penetrating the recesses of my mind with pitiless calculation. I was unfortified, untrained, untaught, a fledgling flapping against a probing storm. There! I felt his triumph as he found what he sought, some confirmation. It was me. I was the one, the true daughter, not another mere copy, but the source. I couldn't have cared less. All I wanted was for him to let me go. I hurled myself against the ramparts of my own mind, my consciousness in anguish, teetering on the brink. And then I felt him turn, not to withdraw, but to glance over at a small secret recess I had buried deep. "No," I screamed silently. "You cannot have that." He pushed past me as if I were nothing. I sensed astonishment as he lifted the curtain and peered inside. Frantically, I pushed against the chains constricting me, only to feel them tighten once again, squeezing around me like a ruthless serpent. My father was unsettled. A chord had been struck deep within him, shaking the foundations of his composure. I launched myself against him as he balanced on the edge of something very much like fear. I was a desperate guardian, futilely trying to seal the breach before he could fully comprehend the depth of what he had seen. But it was too late. The tide surged over me, pulling me down, chains and all, as the very fabric of all I held dear was swept asunder. Chapter 15. Morgan. I woke up gasping, like a woman who had been washed ashore on a beach after a tempest. Guinevere stood over me, her face drawn and pale. Letting out a breath, she released me, dropping an arm I hadn't even realized she'd been holding, and stepped back from the bed. Behind her stood Draven.
"What happened?" he demanded. "Morgan, where did you go? What did you see?"
I sat up slowly, feeling groggy and weak, then looked at Guinevere without answering. "What did you do?" "I got you out," she said simply. "You were trapped."
Draven shook his head. "That's an understatement. You were dying, Morgan."
"Dying?" I tried to take stock of myself. My body was trembling but whole. "I highly doubt that." I tried to smile at him, but he wouldn't return it.
"You were gasping for air. Your eyes were open, but you couldn't see me. You wouldn't answer. I couldn't wake you."
I caught the edge of fear in his voice and understood. "Like Kay," I said softly. "You thought it was going to be like Kay." He said nothing. "It was not the same thing," Guinevere said, turning towards Draven and putting a hand briefly on his arm. "But she was very weak. You did the right thing." "Could I really—" I cleared my throat. "Could I really have died, Guinevere? In there?" Somehow I knew she already understood where I had been. "You are drained, are you not? He did that." She looked back at me steadily from beneath long, dark lashes. "He?" My voice was sharp. "I didn't mention a he." "Your father was there in your dream, was he not?" I stared at her. My desire for the wisdom and knowledge she might possess at war with my reluctance to trust her, to share more than I had to, for all our sakes. Her hair had grown, I noticed. When I had first met her, it had been chopped roughly, as if she had cut it with a dull knife. Now the curly brown locks nearly touched her shoulders. She was not the broken girl who had first come to the temple, running from my brother's assaults. "I need to talk to Draven alone now," I said slowly. She nodded and turned to go. Guiltily, I saw her touch a hand to one of the bedposts and wince. If I had been drained, so had she. "Thank you for whatever you did. Thank you, Guinevere." She smiled briefly. "I am here to serve," was all she said, before she left the room. I turned to Draven, trying to dismiss the disconcerted feeling Guinevere had left behind. "He knows. We need to go. Tonight." I might have summoned Nightclaw to our window. We could have flown into the night without the need to sneak past guards, or creep down dark corridors. But after the Battle of Brightwind, after all we had already put the Exmoors through, and more importantly, after Sunstrike had been injured, there was no way in hell I was going to ask the Battle Cats for anything else. They would join us on this journey as companions, and that would be enough. But to use them again as my father and his people used the Exmoors, as mere mounts rather than sentient partners? No, perhaps not ever again. Besides, it was not so difficult to make our way past the guards King Mark had stationed around the palace. Draven veiled us so that we blended with the dark shadows along every hall. He made us appear disinteresting, dull and dark. Guards marched past us, talking without sparing a single glance. We wound our way down through the levels of the seaside castle, reaching the undercroft, and then finally emerging through a passage beyond the palace walls. The moon cast a silvery glow upon the sand as we stepped out onto the quiet beach. A horse whinnied, and I turned, expecting to see the two mounts Draven had arranged to have left there. Instead, I saw a hulking dark shape break away from the castle walls, the towering figure a looming silhouette against the night sky. Another figure stepped away from the wall, then another, and another.
"I told you this is what they would do,"
the Bearkin's voice rumbled across the beach. All still wore the leather breastplate they had equipped for the Brightwind battle.
"Didn't I tell you? Didn't I?"
"Crescent!" I narrowed my eyes as the dark-skinned, slender man stepped up beside Hall, looking sheepish. "You told them?"
"They already knew,"
he said. I looked around. Crescent and Galahad, we had expected to be there. Hall, Lancelot, Guinevere, Gawain, Sir Ector and Dame Helena, however. "You cannot all come," I exclaimed. "There are reasons—" Draven stepped up beside me, a hand on my shoulder.
"I thought we'd already discussed this. Crescent, Galahad, we've made plans."
and those plans are not changing.
Galahad held up his hands.
We didn't invite them here, Morgan.
Lancelot moved to stand beside Hall.
No, he certainly didn't.
The look she gave me was painfully accusatory.
Nor did you, Morgan. Just tell me why.
I struggled to put the right words in order.
You can't come with us. It's too dangerous.
Dangerous? Lancelot rolled her eyes.
It's like she forgets we all just fought a battle 2 days ago. I know, I said desperately. And you survived. Again. Incredibly. But before that, what my brother put you through? Your arm is hardly healed.
My arm is fine, she shot back.
I held a sword easily enough when I fought against your father's forces.
She stressed the words, your father.
I believe it. I'm sure you did. But that's just it, I protested. He's my father. This is my—
Your what? Lancelot interjected.
Your battle? Your land? Your what, Morgan?
I licked my lips.
My responsibility. I don't want any of you dying. No one else has to die over this.
No? Only you and Draven?
And what happens if you fail? What happens if you don't make it because you were too stubborn and stupid to take backup along?
Lancelot demanded.
The woman has a point,
Hall growled.
Seems foolish to go alone. There will be dangers. We shall face them readily by your side.
Besides, you can't exactly say no, Lancelot countered. Not when you've already said yes. Did you lie to us, Morgan, when you promised you wouldn't do this? Exactly what you're now trying to do? Sneaking off into the night?
She shook her head in disgust.
Do promises mean nothing to you? Friendships mean everything to me, I cried. Yours, Hall's, all of you mean everything to me. I need you here. I need you to be alive when we return.
If you return, Lancelot said coolly. A petite figure in pale blue robes brushed past Hall and Lancelot.
There's no need to fight, Guinevere said quietly. You've made your decision, Morgan, and we've made ours. Where you go, I will follow. I have no other choice.
I looked at the High Priestess uncomfortably.
What do you mean?
She met my eyes. I mean, without me, you will fail. My temper rose.
That seems rather presumptuous, even for you, Guinevere.
She did not break my gaze. Your dreams, Morgan. Your father's attacks on your mind will only grow worse.
What did he see tonight?
I looked around the group, scanning the familiar faces.
He saw Medra,
I confessed.
He knows she exists. I don't know what he made of what he saw, whether he knows of the prophecy, or if he simply saw a baby and that she was important to me somehow. But it was enough. Draven and I need to leave now.
We all need to leave now,
Hall agreed.
No, I said, still trying to argue. That's not what I mean.
We know what you mean. We also know you can't stop us, Guinevere said tranquilly. Unless you plan to use force?
The owl on her shoulder suddenly hooted and swiveled her head to look at me. No, of course not, I said with shock. I would never—
Good, the High Priestess said. Then the matter is settled.
Wait, there's still more.
I took a deep breath.
You won't want to come. There will be no way out. We can't stitch. We won't. We're not bringing Crescent. No one will be permitted to try to stitch to us either, even if they could manage to find us. We've decided that.
It may alert your father, Guinevere said. I understand. No stitching. We will get by without it.
Stitching? Bah! Long days on the road. That is what I look forward to. Dust-coated fur, the sweet taste of fresh meat on a fire at the end of the day, and moths, delicious moths waiting to be swallowed, fresh and sweet in the cool evening air.
Hall snapped their jaw enthusiastically. I looked at Gawain.
Crescent is staying behind. Do you understand this?
The red-headed man nodded.
He'll act as regent for you in Pendrath, and he'll take care of Medra,
Draven said quietly, looking at Crescent, who gave a reassuring nod.
She'll be like a second daughter to me, and I'll keep in close contact with Lyrastra and Odessa back in Mintra, of course. Odessa will visit from time to time to assess the state of our forces, who will continue to be maintained by our noble master-at-arms.
Crescent glanced at Sir Ector.
Oh, I'm just here to say goodbye,
the older knight said, looking at me with a sad fondness.
I won't burden you with my presence, Morgan. Never fear.
I felt my throat constricting. Never. You could never be a burden. I would have been honoured. He smiled.
It's all right, Morgan. Quests are best left for the young.
I'll stay as well, Dame Helena said. The stout-hearted blonde woman met my eyes. I'll stay, and I'll pray. For your success, Morgan. Thank you, I said softly. We can use all the prayers we can get, especially as I wouldn't be making any of them.
Nothing's changed on my part,
Galahad promised, looking at Draven and me.
I'll remain here in Tintagel, liaising with King Mark. I'll give him an explanation of where you've gone.
He smiled ruefully.
At least, a partial one.
I nodded. I knew I could trust him.
I'll work with my father and Dame Helena, as well as Odessa,
Galahad continued.
We'll bolster Tintagel's forces, if they'll allow it. And as we discussed, I'll keep in touch with Crescent in Camelot.
Draven nodded and clapped him on the shoulder. We'll miss you, I said softly. It would be strange not to be able to communicate with any of them, not to have anyone following our journey. Even in such a short time amongst the Fae, I had become spoiled by such marvels as stitching and portal arches. But if Guinevere had said, we would make do. I turned to Hall, Lancelot, Guinevere, and Gawain. No one can follow us once we leave. No one can try to find us. We'll be completely out of touch, in the dark. Do you truly understand? Gawain, you'll be away from Tyna and Crescent and... I lamely trailed off.
I might not ever see them again,
Gawain finished.
Is that what you're trying to say? I understand. I'm coming, and I have no plans of dying along the way, or on the way back.
He quirked a smile that I had to meet. Gawain's smiles tended to do that. They were contagious. Guinevere, I said, trying again, you're already weak from helping me this evening. But I'll get stronger, the High Priestess said calmly. The more I do it. The more you do what? The more I shield you from your dreams, Morgan. Lancelot shot me an annoyed look. I don't think you quite appreciate what Guinevere is giving up, Morgan, what she's offering. I do, I insisted. She's offering to leave the Temple of the Three for an extended period of time. But she's our High Priestess. The people need you, Guinevere. Not for an extended period of time, Guinevere corrected gently. Forever. I stared. Forever? You can't be serious. I serve the Three. My service goes beyond the temple walls. We just lost Merlin, I exploded. You're already the youngest High Priestess I've ever heard of. Perhaps this is your inexperience speaking. You were just appointed successor, Guinevere. You can't leave now. I can. I must. She paused. I've already appointed a successor of my own. I threw up my hands. Let me guess. Casey. She wasn't even trained for the role. Neither was I, Guinevere reminded me. She'll be fine. She's exactly what the land needs. A healing touch, I grumbled. Very literal of you. I am no longer High Priestess, Guinevere went on. I am handmaiden to the goddesses. I go where they lead me. My path is with you. And the owl? I asked, pointing to Tuva. Does she fly back to Casey? No, Guinevere answered. Merlin left me a choice. Tuva made one as well. She comes with us. You don't need to do this, I said quietly. I don't want you to give this up, Guinevere. You should be High Priestess. It is an incredible honor. One I will always remember. I was High Priestess, but that is not all that I am. She touched a hand to my brow lightly. Morgan, can you sleep? I wrinkled my brow. Can I sleep? Of course I can sleep. But I knew what she was getting at. Can you sleep without dreaming? Can you shield your mind unaided? I was silent. You cannot, and so I will be your shield. Along the way, I will guard your mind. You need to be able to sleep untroubled. Avoiding stitching? Yes, that's a good start. But he will follow you however he can. You know this. Fine, I said tersely. I swept my arm out. Fine, all of you. I suppose we can't stop you, even though none of you know where we're even going.
To the heart of evil, Hall boomed out. To the peak of doom.
Well, that's certainly one way of putting it,
Draven observed, trying to hide a wry smile. There will be dangers, Guinevere said, but you have guides. And friends, Lancelot said, her face finally softening as she looked at me. The most persistent kind, I said, forcing a smile and grabbing her hand to squeeze. Gawain gave Draven a playful shove.
You have no idea how persistent. He glanced at Hall. Of course, what I'm most looking forward to is Hall's cooking. It's a treat,
Draven agreed.
Especially if they cook up that special recipe they once promised,
Gawain said, a glimmer of mischief in his eyes.
Bugs have a lot of protein, don't they, Hall?
Oodles,
Hall agreed. Draven groaned. Will you eat insects on the road, Guinevere? I asked conversationally, seeing how far I could push the High Priestess. Former High Priestess, I corrected myself. I'll eat whatever the three see fit to provide, she said calmly. Lancelot blanched, but said nothing. Well, we'd better get going, I said, forcing a cheerful tone. Dawn will arrive soon. Better than breakfast, Lancelot muttered. We were on our way. We crossed into Rhaegar just before dusk the next day. Skirting the vast plains on which we had fought only days before, we had travelled along crumbling coastal roads to the north, following seaside cliffs and sandy beaches for the better part of the day. At times, we came near the edge of the battlefield where huge piles of charred remains still smoked. There had been too many bodies to bury, so those honours had been reserved for those loyal to Tintagel. The others had been burnt. Guinevere discreetly slipped a scarf over her face when we drew too near the pyres. The rest of us simply stared grimly ahead. As we crossed over into farmland, it seemed as if we might have passed through the worst of it, and were leaving the battlefield and its bloody memories behind. The first village we encountered was still bathed in the soft glow of the sun. At first glance, it appeared to be a typical farming community. Only an eerie silence hanging in the air hinted at the truth. The village, while small, seemed unusually abandoned. We rode past modest cottages, their doors hanging ajar, and glimpsed dishes still set on the table, food left in pots on the hearth. Dark red stains covered the floors of many homes, but I saw no bodies. One of our horses whinnied uneasily. A noise from ahead had drawn the animal's attention. Near a simple wooden house, a woman sat on the steps outside, with a little boy crouched morosely beside her, scratching lines in the dirt with a stick. In front of the woman lay a fallen soldier. At first glance, I assumed the man had been brought back from the battlefield, a conscript in my father's war. I peered at the body curiously. So not all of the foot soldiers had been Fae. Previously obscured by the anonymity of his dark armour, and the black metal mask all of the infantry had worn, now the man's face lay exposed. His mask rested a few feet away from him, as if it had rolled there when the woman pulled it off her loved one's body. We rode quietly closer. As we neared, a chill went through me. The soldier was no man, at least not any longer. The man lying on the ground had been grotesquely transformed. What lay before the woman was a fusion of humanity and something else entirely. The figure's skin was a sickly shade of olive, its brutish features contorted into a grimace of eternal agony. Ragged gashes and lacerations crisscrossed the creature's face, as if it had been whipped before being sent out into the battle. Tufts of coarse hair covered a misshapen skull, matted with blood and dirt. Beside me, I heard Lancelot make a sharp, whimpering sound. I knew what she was being reminded of. I slid from my horse and forced myself towards the woman. "What happened here?" For a moment, she didn't answer. Finally, she lifted her face. "We hid when they came home." "Home?" I shook my head, not understanding. "Was this man your husband?" "Was." I looked at the man again, and for the first time realized how he had died. A pitchfork had been thrust through his chest, pinning him to the ground. "There's a hole in the cellar. We hid there, but he came again. You don't know what you can do until you have to protect your child." Her voice dropped to a whisper. "Even from his own father." She placed a hand on the little boy's head, who still played by her side, as if he were oblivious to the gruesome sight nearby. I nodded, then reached into my pocket and pulled out a small leather pouch and set it down beside her. "Coin. For the journey." "Journey? You can't stay here," I said as gently as I could. "It's only a 2-day journey by foot. Take your child and go to Tintagel. Tell them—" I hesitated upon which title and name to use. Which one would inspire the least fear in this poor woman? "Tell them Morgan Pendragon sent you. Ask for Galahad. When you see him, tell him I said you were to be cared for." She touched her hand to the purse, as if uncertain it was real, but made no reply. I walked back to my horse and took the reins, leading it as we moved slowly through the rest of the village. Most of the younger men and women from the village must have been taken to form foot soldiers in my father's powerful army. But that did not explain what had happened to the rest of the village, or why this man had returned, twisted in shape, to harm his wife and child. Only when we reached the village square did I finally understand. The putrid scent of decay lingered in the air as we neared the remains of what had once been a festive feast. As the ground beneath the horses' hooves squelched with a sickening wetness, I put a hand to my mouth. Tables had been dragged out and set up around the square. In the centre lay the remnants of a massive bonfire, where spits of roasted meat had been cooked. Human meat. Only gnawed bones remained now, littering the blood-stained tables. In my mind, I could hear the echoes of the villagers' final moments, the desperate pleas for mercy for the children, the anguished cries of loved ones as unspeakable acts were committed by those who had returned from battle, corrupted by whatever my father had done to them, transformed beyond recognition. Draven slid from his horse and came towards me, standing by my side as we bore witness. At that moment, I couldn't bear to be touched. He must have sensed this, for he made no attempt to do so, simply stood by my side, vigilant and present. All I could think of was that we had 2 pack horses. I looked back at where Gawain rode at the rear of our party. "The pack horses! Take one! Bring it to the woman! Take enough food for her and the child!" Gawain nodded. He must have known how very close I was to demanding, nay, begging him to return with the woman, and not simply give her the horse, to escort her all the way to Brightwind, and away from this place that had once been her happy home, and was now cursed ground. And so, we spent the first night in the silent kingdom of Rhaegar. Book 2. Chapter 16. Medra.
"I'll tell you the truth. I honestly don't know what to do with her."
Crescent was talking to someone about me.
"None of the other children will play with her. I brought Tyner over from Noctasia. You know that's been my plan all along. I introduced them, urged them to play together, then left them alone together for a little while. Only half an hour, mind you. But it was a complete disaster. I've never seen Tyner so frightened."
He hesitated.
"She was
rather unkind. Tyner, I've never known her to be cruel to another child.
It was Sir Ector's voice, slow and plodding. He seemed so old to me. Was he the most ancient man in Camelot?
Nor have I. But with Medra, she was different. I practically begged her to give the girl another chance. I had hoped they would be playmates, but she...
Crescent was hesitating again.
Well, she said Medra was too strange.
She had called me a freak. Stupid little Tyner. I didn't want to play with her anyhow. Her and her dumb dolls. I had ripped her favourite doll's head clean off and tossed it out the window. She hadn't told her father that. Was it because she was frightened? Of him? Or of me? I crept along in the shadows, hiding behind bushes as Crescent and Sir Ector strolled through the cloisters that edged the Queen's garden.
The truth is, Sir Ector, Crescent was saying, she is strange. Surely we may admit that, at least to one another. I have never met a child such as her. Not that I don't care about Medra very much, regardless of how different she may be,
he hastened to add.
But she is half Fae.
Sir Ector sounded puzzled.
Surely you have seen such things as this. The Fae have many features I might find odd or different, but such is your way. Admittedly, perhaps Medra is more unique. Unique?
Crescent gave a laugh that sounded strained.
More unique than any other Fae child. More unique than any Fae child I have read about or heard of. And believe me, I have tried to find one. I've had clerks and librarians scouring the records of Mintra, searching for a suitable comparison. A precedent, if you will, for whatever Medra is. And what is it exactly that you think she is?
Sir Ector's voice was still very soft, but I detected a slight chill.
She is a half-human, half-Fae child, just as I once believed Morgan to be. But she is still a child, Crescent, a very young, very inexperienced child, in need of our protection and care. Let neither of us forget that. A child, yes, but a month ago she was a babe in arms, Sir Ector.
Crescent's voice had turned shrill.
And a few weeks later she was a toddling thing, walking, then running, then speaking sooner than any child anyone in Camelot has ever seen. Her nurses would not stay, Sir Ector. They simply would not stay. Have you ever known a woman to leave an infant they nursed? I never have. Usually you have to beg them to leave. I certainly had to with Tyner's. Her old nurse still visits at least once a month.
He gave a stiff laugh, which Sir Ector did not return.
Well, you get the general idea. She frightens people,
Sir Ector said. I could almost picture him scratching his chin.
Yes, I understand what you are saying, Crescent. I suppose the question is, does she frighten you?
A pause. A long pause.
No, she doesn't frighten me,
Crescent said finally.
And I care for the child. I would never abandon her. I know my duty.
I had been biting my lower lip hard without even realizing it. Now I let out a breath and let my body relax, sinking down into the soft grass. My lip hurt. My hands were full of something. Looking down, I saw I had pulled all of the grass up around me. There was a circle of dirt surrounding the spot where I crouched. Well, grass would grow back, unlike Tyner's doll's head. Blood was trickling down my chin from where I had split my lip. I wiped it away with a dirt-smeared hand.
But doesn't it bother you?
Crescent had lowered his voice. Perhaps another person would not have been able to hear him from where I hid.
She's stronger than she should be. Larger, smarter.
But I could. I could hear all sorts of things most people couldn't hear. The mice running through the castle walls, the ants as they scurried through the dirt. And voices. Always the voices. They came in my dreams, and I tried to shut them out.
It wouldn't make sense for her to be one thing without the others, Sir Ector answered. She couldn't be bigger without being stronger, and it would be odd if she looked like an older child without having the comprehension of one.
His voice was calm and soothing. It reminded me of the sparrows who had built a nest outside my window. For days, a female and her mate had brought twigs and twine, grass and feathers, until the nest was complete. Then the female had laid a clutch of 4 perfect little eggs.
It's more than her comprehension, though what she understands is incredible,
Crescent replied.
It's her anger.
Crouching in the grass, I shivered and licked the blood from my lips.
What do you mean? Surely you've heard the servants speak of them. She'll have tantrums, fits of rage. She loses control, flees from me when I try to calm her. She'll hide, even break things.
Crescent rubbed a hand over his face.
The servants have said she may be taking things.
Well, it's her castle. She can take what she wants, can't she?
Sir Ector sounded more amused than I'd expected, not angry with me.
Yes, but it is my duty to oversee this castle and everyone and everything in it while Medra's aunt and uncle are away. I don't think they'd take kindly to her stealing things, or worse, stealing and then breaking them.
Well, I doubt the girl is making off with priceless works of art and destroying them. She's probably snatching little trinkets, that sort of thing. She's troubled. The poor thing has no mother, no father. Isn't it to be expected?
In any ordinary child, yes, of course. But in Medra, the anger is so intense.
It was bad to be angry. It was bad to make other people angry. That was what Crescent was really saying. Somehow I knew this, yet I couldn't stop doing it. I couldn't stop what I felt. As soon as I discovered what anger was, it seemed I had always been filled with it. I was angry because people were afraid. I was angry because they looked at me as if I were different. It didn't help to know Crescent thought I was strange and different too. So different from his daughter. Stupid Tyna. It felt good to frighten people when I wanted to. Besides, they were mostly frightened anyway.
I'm afraid,
Crescent began, and I shivered again.
I'm afraid servants will soon start leaving.
Sir Ector was quiet for a while.
Then the girl needs training, discipline, a tutor.
I agree.
Crescent sounded relieved.
Will you help?
Absolutely. Send her to Dame Helena and me. We'll whip some sense into her.
I froze.
Not literally whip, Sir Ector said hastily. You take my meaning. The girl needs a gentle but firm hand.
He made me sound like a horse. Was that what I was? A very special animal? Not like the rest of the people in this castle? Despite what Sir Ector had offered, I could still sense Crescent's hopelessness. Soon he would give up on me, just like the man I remembered holding me in his arms when I was no more than a squalling baby had done. My Uncle Draven. I snuck out of the garden again without being noticed, then crept up the stairs to my room in the tower. It had been my aunt's when she was a girl. They had moved her things to a larger chamber. She was an empress now, they said. The sparrows weren't chirping anymore. I leaned out my window to peer at the cobblestone path below, checking to see if it was still there. Down on the path, a nest was split open. 4 broken eggs lay beside it. Chapter 17. Morgan. It couldn't be like the village everywhere, and thank the 3, it wasn't. There was green beyond the burned-out, hollowed hamlet, fresh air and trees, and a cleansing wind that was blowing in off the sea. We camped high on a cliff top that evening, in the shelter of a strand of trees. After helping to set up the tents, I sat on a rock looking out at the great mooring, the sea that touched all of Eskira to the north. Behind me, Gawain was constructing a small wall of rocks to keep the wind out as he began to build the fire. The thought remained in my mind. What else would we find in Rayged? A hand touched my shoulder, and I jumped.
You're still thinking about the village,
Draven said. Taking a dagger from his belt, He sat down on a boulder across from me and started to sharpen it. She killed her own husband, I said quietly.
She did,
Draven agreed.
to save her child and herself. Very brave.
I'm not saying she didn't do the right thing, but she should never have had to do it at all. I hesitated. What if it's like that everywhere? In every village? Draven met my eyes.
It could be. It might not. We'll have to find out.
I wasn't sure I could take the sight of more villages like the one we had passed through, but I didn't say it aloud. Draven already knew what I was thinking anyway. He knew I was worried. He also knew I didn't want to seem weak. Draven was still watching me.
What is it, Morgan? I know you're not afraid of fighting those things. We fought worse.
I stayed quiet.
Are you afraid you'll be like the woman? Is that it?
He asked softly.
That you'll have to, what, put me down?
I flinched. His words had struck true. You never know. How can we say it won't happen? We have no idea how my father is making those things.
We don't, but we have our own defences. We're not exactly hopeless. We're more prepared than those poor people were.
It's my fault, I said. My fault that this happened to them.
You had nothing to do with it.
But I did. I did, Draven. None of this would be happening right now if it weren't for me. He's coming for me, trying to get to me. The battle at Brightwind would never have happened if it weren't for that. How many innocent men and women died that day because of me? And do they even know that's what they died for? Will we ever tell them? Or will I just keep on hiding?
Hiding? You're not hiding.
Oh, but I am, I said bitterly. I was born into hiding, Draven. All my life I've been hiding from things I never even understood.
You're not hiding now,
he said firmly.
Look at where we are, Morgan. Is this hiding?
Slowly I shook my head.
No, it's not. You're going straight towards him. You've nothing to be ashamed of.
Perhaps not ashamed, but guilty? Yes. I could have given myself up, gone with him, just given him the Grail and Excalibur.
And what do you think would have happened then? Peace and harmony throughout the land? No.
Draven shook his head.
What's happening right now has been a long time coming, Morgan. Odessa tried to tell me, but I didn't understand then. Your father wants you back because he's weaker without you. He can't truly strike. Not fully. Not until he has you back. Going to him willingly and sacrificing yourself would only strengthen him more. And then what? His plans for dominating Arcanum would simply advance more quickly.
A world ruled by Gaulois Le Fay, I murmured with a shudder.
He wants power and control, and he believes in his total superiority.
Draven stood up and slid the dagger back into its sheath.
We were closer to that sort of thing in Mintra, that belief in the superiority of the Fey race, and it lingers.
He gave me a hard look.
It might be easy to stoke such a belief again, only too easy for your father.
I understood. Without Draven and me to keep the tide from turning, Mintra could just as easily become an oppressor to the mortals of Esquira.
Besides,
Draven said,
think of the village. Your father has been positioned in Rayged for more than 100 years, Morgan.
The question lingered in the air. What had he done to this once proud kingdom? What else would we find down this dark road we travelled?
Whatever we find,
Draven said softly.
I'll be there by your side, to the end.
Will it be? I whispered. Our end? I won't let him have me, Draven, no matter what. My mate leaned forward and brushed his hand over my cheek as softly as a butterfly's wings.
I would never let that happen, Silver One. Never.
No matter what? I pressed him. His eyes were steady.
No matter what.
And what cheerful matters are we discussing over here this evening? Lancelot brushed between us, moving to stand at the edge of the cliffs overlooking the rocks below. Hall says dinner is almost ready, she continued. I glanced over at where Hall hunched by the fire, stirring something in a large pot. Hall is no more than 10 feet away, and could easily tell us that themselves. Yes, well, Lancelot let out a huff. You looked as if you were being morose and depressing, and needed a good interruption. My lip quirked. I see. Thank you, then, I suppose. Don't mention it, Lancelot said brusquely.
Any cockroaches on the menu tonight?
Draven inquired seriously, turning towards Hall. The bearkin growled menacingly.
I ought to say yes. It would serve you right.
So that's a no, then?
Draven's eyes twinkled with mirth.
I should never have told you and Gawain about their nutritional value. You'll never let a day go by without mentioning insects in my cooking.
Hall grumbled.
When I do include them, you can be sure I'll only mention it after you've had second helpings and not before.
I'd be all right with that,
Draven said consideringly.
What you don't know can't hurt you.
He winked at me, and I rolled my eyes. I'm fairly sure my entire life disproves that saying, I said ironically. Lancelot snorted.
Shall we play a good drinking game after supper?
Gawain suggested, coming to sit down on a log by the fire.
Although, Guinevere, I suppose you won't be able to join in.
The former high priestess had emerged from her tent, where she had been resting, and now came to stand near the fire. Not at all, she said. I'd be pleased to drink. Lancelot sounded so startled I nearly laughed. But you're not the high priestess any longer, Guinevere reminded her, and not bound to any of the rules of the temple. There was silence around the fire. One might have heard a pin drop. I know I heard at least one cricket chirp. I held very still, afraid of what I might find if I dared to look at Lancelot's face. This is quite new territory for me, Guinevere went on, as if she hadn't noticed the awkward stillness.
Drinking, you mean?
Gawain joked. He caught my eye and winked. I cringed, hoping he wasn't about to go any further with his teasing. Guinevere laughed. She had a very pretty laugh. I was sure Lancelot was well aware of it. Oh, no. As a king's daughter, I am quite familiar with drinking. Not so much personally, but then we always had wine served with every meal. I tried to imagine Guinevere before she had come to Camelot, a young woman who believed she was being wed to the powerful king of a neighbouring kingdom to strengthen alliances between nations. She had been bartered by her family like property and had not chosen Arthur herself. But then, that was nothing new for our two kingdoms. It would change, however, with our generation. There was no reason to continue such cruel and antiquated traditions.
You've never drunk to excess, is what you're saying,
Gawain clarified.
Well, my dear Guinevere, there's a first time for everything. And you know what they say about fey wine?
No, what's that? Guinevere asked with surprising innocence.
Don't tell me you've actually brought fey wine, Gawain,
Draven interrupted.
Why not?
Gawain replied, unruffled.
For times like these?
He glanced at me, then briefly at Lancelot.
Well, you know what they say about wine and life? What's that? Raise your glass high tonight, because tomorrow you might not have a hand to hold it by.
Draven quipped. I elbowed him. His jest seemed uncomfortably macabre after what we'd witnessed that day. But I could see what Gawain was trying to do. Bring levity to a party of travellers that had already become uncomfortably subdued. There was a long way to go before we reached the darkest part of the road. It wouldn't do to let our spirits sink already. Gawain grinned.
The goddess Marzana is a fickle lady.
He reached down beside him and lifted a sizable leather wineskin, then sang,
Spring is here. The sun is warm, the flowers are in bloom. So drink you must, drink you must, drink to your watery tomb.
Your singing voice is an offence to the three if I ever heard one, Lancelot said dryly. Not to mention, the song makes no sense whatsoever. Is that really what we're toasting to? Guinevere asked, sitting down on the log and looking curiously at Gawain. A watery grave? I've always thought it strange that Marzana was the goddess of death, but her festival was in the spring, Lancelot observed. moving to stand closer to the fire. Well, it's to celebrate the end of winter, I always thought, I said. I remembered a time when Lancelot and I had stood on the riverbank in the spring, alongside Merlin and Galahad, and watched as children sang the very same song Gawain had just mangled. The laughing children threw a burning effigy of the goddess into the churning waters, as was tradition every spring for the goddess's festival. It seemed so long ago now, another lifetime. A watery tomb. I had believed I might drown in a watery tomb once. Vesper had pushed me into the pool in Meridium. Instead, I had awoken in my sister's prison. I pushed the memories away. "Just what's in that wineskin exactly?" I said, trying to strike a lighter tone. Gawain hesitated.
"Fey wine, as I've said."
He looked over at Draven.
"Of Rachel's making."
Draven gave a low whistle.
"Mermaid song."
I remembered the green-blue liquor his little sister had poured into my glass at her home, as we all feasted and celebrated Draven's success in the blood rise. "In that case," I said, forcing a smile, "Guinevere is in for quite a treat." "Do we have enough glasses?" the curly-haired young woman asked cautiously.
"Glasses?"
Hall gave a deep, resounding laugh.
"Pass that wineskin over here, Gawain."
The red-haired warrior complied quickly. Hall tipped the wineskin back.
"Excellent stuff, though a tad overly sweet,"
Hall observed, brushing a paw across their brown furred face, as they lowered the wineskin.
"Here, pass it along."
They handed the flask off to Guinevere, who held it a moment, then took a small sip. "Delicious," she remarked, then held it up to Lancelot, who had appeared beside her. I watched their eyes meet. Silence fell around the campfire for a second time that evening. The sun was setting in blazing streaks of pink and orange. The fire was crackling, the sea breeze was blowing, and Lancelot and Guinevere were staring at one another as if they were the only two people in the world. Gawain cleared his throat, and the moment was broken. Lancelot snatched the wineskin and took a long chug that turned into a sputter. Draven clapped her on the back as she pulled the skin back with a cough. "Good goddess, this stuff is potent!" Gawain's face was red from laughter.
"Rachel's homebrew. Vela only knows what she put into it."
"Phoenix tears and mermaid melodies," I remembered.
"If anyone could find a mermaid, it would be Rachel,"
Draven murmured. He took the flask from Lancelot and tipped it back. It was my turn. The mermaid song wasn't cloyingly sweet. There was a savoury hint of something nutty to it. As the liquid spread down my throat, a golden warmth went through me, and almost instinctively, I looked over at Draven.
"Do try not to set the tent on fire tonight,"
he murmured. I blushed, remembering our wild coupling the night of Rachel's feast, and the scorched sheets the morning after.
"The stew is ready,"
Hall announced suddenly. There was a stack of wooden bowls beside the bearkin, which they began ladling stew in. I stared at the pot, abruptly unsure of whether my stomach wished to be filled with anything but the pure sweet liquor Rachel had crafted. Not after what I had seen today.
"It is a vegetable stew,"
Hall said, looking over at me.
"Barley, potatoes, carrots, and fresh herbs. No meat."
"Well, that's a relief," Lancelot muttered, coming forward for a bowl. "Never thought I'd be so happy to hear that." She'd come a long way, I thought, if she could say such a thing in jest. I couldn't even begin to imagine how triggering today must have been for her. But whatever she was feeling at seeing the similarities between the children of Meridium and what had been done to the people of the village we'd passed through, she seemed determined to grit her teeth and get through it.
"We should do this more often,"
Gawain said brightly as we sat around the fire, eating Hall's vegetable stew and passing the wineskin around from time to time.
"Dining, outdoors, beside the sea. Why, Draven, you and I used to do this all the time when we were younger. We would sneak out of the palace,"
Draven recalled.
"Go up to Noctasia, then catch a ride with some peasant farmer on the back of his cart. We had our bedrolls strapped to our back, our bows, and enough food to last us a few days.
We would hunt and swim and fish,
Gawain added.
And as we grew older,
He grinned at Draven.
we'd drink,
Draven said, carefully avoiding my eyes. Copiously, I presume, I said, elbowing him with a grin.
at times. Better to vomit into the grass than at one of my father's parties. We learned our limits. Alongside some very pretty boys and girls,
Gawain said with a wink.
I won't bore Morgan with the stories.
I flushed. Crescent wasn't with you then?
Oh no, the royal prince would never have been allowed to associate with Crescent back then.
Why not? I demanded.
The Durondans were another class, essentially, in service to the emperor and his family. Noble warriors, to be sure, but we weren't permitted to mingle as freely with him and Odessa as Gawain and I could.
Draven explained. He smirked.
Of course, eventually he and Crescent mingled very freely.
Gawain laughed loudly.
Very! My mother was furious. She wanted me to wed one of your cousins, a girl with a viper's tongue, quite literally. But that was not to be.
You broke the mold, I noted.
We had no choice,
Gawain said simply.
just like you and Draven. I couldn't stay away from Crescent. We were meant to be.
Quiet fell again. I glanced around the fire. Lancelot and Guinevere were sitting across from one another. I noticed Lancelot was being very careful not to lift her eyes. Do bearkins choose mates in the same way we do, Hall? I inquired. Do they believe in fidelity?
There are very few bearkins left to believe in anything,
Hall said gruffly.
but no, we do not form bonds the way Fae and mortals seem to, with these romantic notions. That is not to say we do not take mates or care for those mates, but an Urzador mates for a purpose, and when that purpose is over, they are solitary once more. We prefer it that way.
You're not so solitary now, Lancelot observed.
Companionship, friendship, now that is different.
Hall rose and lifted the heavy copper pot from where it hung over the fire.
And to fight by a companion's side in a worthy battle, now that is what all Urzador aspire to.
You're born for battle, then? I asked, curious.
Most of us. There was a day, well...
Hall became quiet. What? I urged. Tell us.
Once, the Urzador had their own court, as fine as any Fae, though vastly different. We were famed warriors, sought after by many kingdoms.
It's true,
Draven said.
My father would speak of the Urzador who served in the court of Umbral Flames before his time. They were legendary.
I wish I could have seen you fight at the battle for Brightwind Hall, I said softly. It was an impressive sight, Lancelot confirmed. She nodded to the bearkin. We fought back to back at one point. You covered me when I was most fatigued.
You fought well,
Hall acknowledged.
for a mortal.
Lancelot grinned and tossed her short blonde hair back. High praise from an Urzador.
There were rumours after the battle,
Gawain said abruptly.
Amongst the Tintagel soldiers. They said many of their comrades' bodies could not be found, while others had strange markings, teeth marks.
He shook his head.
I thought wild animals must have been at the bodies. Not all could be buried quickly enough. We all know what happens to bodies lying out on a battlefield, Gawain.
Draven said quietly.
Yes, but this was different. I hadn't believed the rumours. Not until today. Now what they said makes sense, doesn't it?
Gawain rose to his feet, a little unsteadily. He was holding the wineskin, I noted. Now he took another swig.
Those bastards. They ate them, didn't they?
The campfire circle had become silent. Those poor men and women whom my father conscripted by some unnatural means and turned into slavering beasts may have eaten the Tintagel soldiers. Yes, I said, rising to my feet. But Gawain, we will put a stop to it. He nodded quickly.
Of course. That is why we embarked on this journey. But how powerful your father must be to have done all of this, even without the sword, without the Grail.
He was right, but I did not wish to dwell on it. I wonder if he even used any of his own men at all, Lancelot observed, or simply drew from the people of Rhaegar to form the entire force of foot soldiers that came against us.
He'll have plenty of reserves of his own. I have no doubt of that,
Draven said.
But we're not trying to meet them with equal numbers. Our advantage is stealth.
Lancelot nodded.
All this over a simple cup.
I looked over, and to my shock, saw that Gawain had taken the Grail out of Draven's saddlebag and removed the soft velvet cloth we'd wrapped around it. Now he held it aloft, peering at it as if it might explain itself to him.
I suppose it is a lovely thing,
he said consideringly.
All of those rubies.
Rubies? It's just a simple wooden cup, I said with surprise, just as Lancelot said, Rubies? You're mad! Those are diamonds! I stared at her. But the outside of the cup is wood. Don't you see it?
I see a gold and silver exterior, with sapphires and diamonds, Draven said. No wood. And I've had close contact with the thing for quite some time.
I remembered. He had tried to destroy it. I wondered if he'd been the first to ever make the attempt. Emeralds with silver, Guinevere said. That's what I see.
The thing is made of solid gold,
Hall chipped in.
It's clear as day.
We all see the cup differently, I said with wonderment. I've never realized that before. To me, it's not beautiful at all. Although, even if I had been able to see the diamonds and gold the others saw, I knew the chalice would never have been beautiful in my eyes, not after what it had done to Kay.
It's a bloodthirsty, leeching thing,
Draven said with an edge to his voice.
You should put it away, Gawain. It's not going to hurt me,
his friend protested. He grinned at Draven.
We could make a toast with it. Do you suppose it's ever been used for something so mundane before?
But when Draven did not return the grin, Gawain gave a reluctant shrug, wrapped the Grail up carefully again, and tucked it back into the saddlebag. Why can't we just destroy it now? Lancelot asked grimly. Her tone told me she understood the Grail's true power, and would be making no jests about drinking from it as Gawain had. How would you have us destroy it? I replied. Something tells me it won't melt easily over a simple fire, or even a blacksmith's forge. We could toss it in the ocean, or bury it somewhere, yes, but my father would still sense it out there. I know he would.
I tried a blacksmith's forge, actually,
Draven remarked.
Left not a scratch on the blasted thing.
Why do you think it was made in the first place? Lancelot demanded. They say the goddess Marzana. I snorted. Do you really believe that? Well, it certainly deals death, she countered. You have to concede that much. Marzana has never been considered evil by any means. She balances the scales between life and death. She brings a sweet and merciful end to many, Guinevere said thoughtfully. Rachel thought the old stories could have some truth to them, I admitted, but she also thought the Grail could be used to heal as well as destroy, or at least to perhaps undo the evil it had been used for. I shook my head as I stared at the saddlebag. I've never seen it used for good, though, and it took Rachel away from us. Possibly forever. I could have asked my father about her whereabouts, but would that have done any good, or simply drawn attention to the fact that Rachel was important to me? I suspected if he still had her, he already knew that, and if he didn't, there was no point in asking. We would find her ourselves.
We should get some rest,
Draven said, standing up. He gave me a pointed look, and I nodded, then glanced at Guinevere. I lay down earlier when the rest of you were still making camp, Guinevere said, seeing my expression. I've had a few hours of sleep. It's your turn, Morgan. I knew she was vastly overestimating the amount of sleep she'd gotten. The night before, I had stubbornly refused to shut my eyes, tossing and turning for hours, trying to stay awake until finally I had been unable to fight the weariness any longer and had fallen into a restless slumber. When I awoke near dawn, I felt panicked at first, then filled with relief as I realized I had not dreamed. I'd emerged from the small tent I shared with Draven to find Guinevere sitting quietly outside, watching the sunrise. She had shielded me somehow, sat in a state of vigilance and guarded me in some way I didn't understand. "We both need rest, equal amounts," I said stubbornly. "I agree." Lancelot came up beside me. "I'll make sure she gets it." When it came to protecting Guinevere, I knew I could count on Lancelot, even if it meant my own sleep would be short. Better than nothing.
"How are you doing it, anyhow?"
I asked, as I passed Guinevere on the way to my tent. "How are you making the dreams stop?" Guinevere smiled slightly. "One of the many mysteries of the temple, Morgan." I knew that meant I wasn't going to get an answer. A hooting sound came from a nearby tree, and I looked up to see Tuva sitting peacefully on a high branch. "She hunts at night," Guinevere explained. "Sometimes she'll bring me gifts." "Gifts?" "She means the kind a cat drags in," Lancelot said sourly. "Dead mice and things like that." "Ew," I said, wrinkling my nose. "How sweet." And for once, we all laughed together. Chapter 18. Morgan. I woke to a familiar smell. Flapjacks cooking over an open fire. There was a time the scent would simply have filled me with hunger, and indeed, my stomach rumbled in response to the sweet fragrance. But my mind had gone elsewhere, flashing back in an instant to memories of Vesper and the woods of Cyranos. I felt a stab of pain as I remembered the feeling of Vesper's dagger sliding into my belly. Sitting up in the tent, I instinctively touched a hand to the scar on my stomach. A strong hand was placed atop mine.
"He's not here, Morgan. I am."
I turned my head towards Draven's dark one, feeling a multitude of emotions rush over me. Relief, gratitude, and over all of it, pure, intense, heartfelt love. My mouth was on his before he had time to react, and I reached out my arms, pulling him tight against me, reveling in the warm, comforting sensation of his bare chest against my own. He tasted like the mint leaves he'd been chewing. Evidently, he'd been up before me. I pulled back, a little embarrassed. "You taste very fresh," whereas I knew I did not. He grinned and yanked me back against him.
"And what? You don't, and you think I'd care?"
He buried his mouth against mine, biting down gently on my bottom lip until I gasped. A hand slipped between my legs, and I groaned, then pushed it away. "No, no, no."
Yes, yes, yes,"
he murmured.
"This is the perfect way to wake up in the morning."
"It would be, yes, if it weren't for the fact that everyone else is probably up already, listening to us right now," I hissed. He smirked.
"Let them listen. What? Do you think we were so silent last night?"
I glanced up and saw the burn marks on the sides of our canvas tent. "Oh, gods!" I glared at him. "That was the mermaid song."
"Sure it was," he teased. "You tell yourself whatever you need to in order to look at our friends in the face as you crawl out of that tent flap."
"Damnable man! Detestable shaper bastard!" I swore, beginning to rifle through the clothes strewn on one side of the tent, pulling out what I had planned to wear that day and shoving the rest back into my saddlebag. Draven lay there, grinning with his arms folded behind his head, evidently in no rush to get up as I yanked a forest green tunic over my head, then pulled on trousers and finished up with the comfortable pair of knee-high leather riding boots I'd been wearing the day before. Everything smelled like campfire smoke and horses. Fortunately, that was a combination I'd grown rather fond of. I pushed open the tent flap and crawled out, then darted a handbag in to pull a cloak out with me. It was chilly by the sea in the mornings. A coating of dew still covered the grass. Across from our tent, by the fire, Hall was hunched over a large cast-iron pan. Fastening my cloak, I walked over to them slowly and peered into the pan, expecting to see the most delectable griddle cakes known to mortal or fey. Instead, I covered my mouth. "Are those moths?" Hall looked up. Ursodor expressions could be difficult to read at times, But right now, I'd have sworn Hall looked guilty.
"Good morning, Morgan."
"Good morning, Hall. Are those moths?" I repeated, stressing the last word.
"They're packed full of protein and taste like butter," Hall assured me. "In fact, I've greased the pan with some of them."
I sat down on the log across from the fire, watched as Hall flipped one of the moth cakes, and tried to quell my queasy reaction. "I suppose they're no different from any other meats we consume?"
"Of course they aren't. It's all about what you become used to,"
Hall assured me. The bearkin lifted the lid of a covered mug beside them, and as they did, a moth flew out, beating its wings frantically and flapping off into the morning. "Oh, gods," I groaned. "They're still alive!"
"Not for long,"
Hall promised, dumping the rest of the contents of the mug into a new, separate pan and squashing the moths down with a utensil.
"There, like butter, just as I said."
The bearkin may have been right. The smells emanating from the pans were not entirely repulsive. Even so, "I don't think I can eat that, Hall. I'm sorry."
"Not to worry."
The bearkin gestured to a covered plate resting outside the ring of hot stones.
"I took the liberty of preparing simpler refreshments for the rest of you."
I lifted the cover and looked down at the plain, moth-free griddle cakes in relief. "Thank you."
"Of course."
The bearkin looked at me conspiratorially.
"Gawain and I will enjoy these together. Have you noticed how the man prefers his food piping hot?"
As do I,
Draven said, striding over. He finished strapping on his belt and looked down at the campfire.
These look incredible, Hall."
Hall's eyes met mine over the frying pan. Behind his back, I put a finger to my lips. The Ursador nodded. We started passing refugees on the road later that day. They were moving from Rayged towards the Tintagel border. They seemed to have no interest in us. Dust-covered and weary, they carried small bundles of clothes and possessions, and led children by the hands. Most were not injured, I saw, to my great relief, but they looked haunted, hopeless. Eventually, Draven stopped his horse, and dismounting, he approached a man driving a wagon with his family behind him.
"What news from Dornham? What news of Nerov?"
Draven asked, coming up to the man slowly, his hands raised in the air to show he meant no harm. Dornham was the capital of Rayged, and Nerov its king. Long ago, a tale had been told to me of Draven's role in placing Nerov on that throne. Draven had told me Nerov was not a bad man, and had been replacing a much worse ruler.
"No news at all,"
the man in the wagon said, seeming surprised at our ignorance.
"There's been no news from the city for months. Shut up tight and full of ghosts, it's said to be."
"Why are you all leaving? Where are you going?"
Gawain called from his horse.
"What lies ahead?"
The man spat beside his wagon, as if to ward off evil.
"I won't be made into a monster, nor a soldier either, nor my children."
Behind him, 3 children huddled beside their mother, a boy and 2 girls.
"Is that what's happening? A village is being conscripted?"
Draven asked. The man had slowed his speed. Now he pulled his wagon to a halt, as he realized we expected more answers.
"Conscripted would be more honest to say vanished. Entire towns taken up and into the Black Mountain."
I shivered.
"The Black Mountain?"
Draven glanced back at me.
"Where does it lie?"
"Behind Dornham, in the Mountains of Mist, as they've always been called."
Rayged was a rough land, famed for its huge vaulted peaks and the icy glaciers and vast chasms that lay to its north, beyond the capital. We had been following the coastline from Brightwind. Eventually, our path would lead us directly into those mountains, provided we did not skirt them by continuing along the sea.
"I've never heard of the place, but then there are many mountains,"
Draven remarked.
"Aye, too many in the Mist to count or name, and few who have traversed there, but none such as this, appearing as it did one day."
"What do you mean?" Lancelot demanded from her horse, leaning down a little. Appeared? Appeared how? Mountains don't just appear."
appeared from nowhere, towering over all of the others with a summit that one can see even over the clouds of mist. That is high indeed,
Draven murmured, his gaze thoughtful.
Perhaps it was always there. Some say so. Perhaps it grew.
Behind me, Gawain gave a chuckle.
I've never heard of such a thing, my good man. Mountains usually stay where they are.
The man cast Gawain a sour look.
Once, I would have said the same.
We've seen many strange things already, I murmured to Gawain. He shrugged.
I suppose. What's one more?
Has anyone gone to the Black Mountain, tried to explore it?
All challenged in their thundering rumble. The man's eyes widened, taking in the bearkin mounted on the oversized black stallion. An Ursador, I explained quickly. You may have had them called bearkins. Hall hails from Mintra. Mintra? I heard the woman in the wagon murmur. So far.
You're Fae,
said the man suddenly, looking at Draven, then me, then Gawain.
Fae and a talking bear.
I smiled encouragingly at him. We're here to help.
There's Fae in that mountain. Fae treachery at the heart of it all. And worse,
the man said darkly, his eyes narrowing as he looked at me more carefully, taking in the markings on my wrists and hands that peeked out from my tunic, then seeming to note Draven's small black horns for the first time. I sensed him turning against us and becoming fearful. There was a battle at Brightwind, I said swiftly. Did you know?
Brightwind? A battle?
The man glanced back at the woman in the wagon. Both seemed surprised. The soldiers appeared to come from Rayged. Brightwind was under total attack. I gestured to my companions. I come from Pendrath, and some of my friends from Mintra. We fought with the Tintagel forces at Brightwind. There was no need to tell the man exactly who we were, or how we'd fought.
Rayged? Attacking Tintagel?
The man shook his head.
There were battles last year, attacks on Pendrath. We were spared from that. Our village was too far north. But now, no one is spared.
I decided we'd bothered the man and his family enough. Besides, hearing him speak of the Black Mountain had told me all I needed to know about where we should head. You'll find safety in Tintagel, I promised the man. King Mark is a fair ruler. He doesn't blame the people of Rayged for the attack. He knows it came from somewhere else. The Black Mountain, the woman in the wagon whispered. I nodded. As you say, good luck on your journey. May the three watch over you, Guinevere murmured as the wagon rolled past. We rode in silence a few moments, until the road was clear once more. Then Gawain came up beside where Draven and I rode at the front.
I take it we're heading for that mountain.
I nodded. From my father's mind, I had seen the general region I had to move towards. I had known the direction, and that there would be mountains but not much else. Now we had a name.
I doubt we'll have to ask for anything more specific,
Draven remarked.
Not if this thing towers above the mist, as the man claimed.
He looked over at me.
A few more days along the coastal road, then we'll turn inland to the west. A few days after that, we should come to the Mountains of Mist. The riding will be hard. We'll skirt around Dornham. There's no reason to go there, based on what you've shared with me already. When we reach the mountains, the terrain will turn rocky and treacherous. We may have to leave the horses.
I nodded. The Exmoors should be fine. Even now, Nightclaw and Sunstrike travelled with us, staying close but keeping out of sight. At times, they prowled along the beach below the cliff road. At others, they rested and caught up with us at night. When they flew low and slow. Sunstrike's wing could not tolerate anything more strenuous than that yet. We rode throughout the rest of the day, stopping only to water the horses. All afternoon, I imagined a black mountain rising out of the mist. Chapter 19. Medra. I passed a cold and lonely night, hiding from Crescent atop a turret watchtower. Crouched beside a stone guardrail, I drifted in and out of sleep as above me the stars rose and set in the sky. They seemed very distant, as cold and lonely as I felt. Things with Sir Ector had not gone well. I had realized too late that I was not supposed to beat him. 12-year-old girls were not supposed to beat grown men in feats of arms, or at least girls who looked 12 years old. For I was not 12, was I? I was not even a year. And yet when I saw other children, I felt older than them all. How easily they laughed and smiled and played. They felt a happiness I could not. I'd hurt Sir Ector, sent him tumbling down. He'd broken his hip. A healer had to be called. Dame Helena had chided me angrily and sent me away. I think she thought I'd done it on purpose. I hadn't, of course, not really, though I could have if I'd wanted to. But I hadn't. I liked Dame Helena and Sir Ector. Until then, I simply lacked an adequate understanding of my own strength. I'd wanted Sir Ector to be stronger than me. I'd wanted to believe he could beat me no matter how far I let myself go, and so I had given myself permission to go far. And then he had fallen. I was stronger than they thought, stronger than I still knew. They had been the last of my tutors. Somehow, I knew there would not be any others, no matter how Crescent beseeched for more to come. He was alone. I was alone, and the castle grew emptier and emptier by the day. Tina had been sent home. Crescent didn't want me near her any more. Dame Helena had come searching for me. She had seemed to expect me to make some kind of apology. When I'd stood there stubborn and sullen, eventually she had gone away. I hadn't gone to visit Sir Ector. I didn't think he'd want to see me. They said his hip was very bad, an infection in the bone. Perhaps he would die. Would it have been my fault if he did? Would I be a murderer? There was more to what I could do, so much more than strength, but I would never let them see it. It would only make them more afraid. Sometimes I was afraid of myself, of how fast I grew, of the voices in my head, of my dreams. There had been a man in my dream once, grey-haired and ancient as the wind, but I'd closed the door on him, and after that I had never seen him again. A light rain had begun to fall. In the distance, thunder boomed. Soon, the cloak I had wrapped around me was soaked through. I let it fall to the ground and walked to the edge of the watchtower. The height was dizzying. A shiver of apprehension went through me as I ran my hands over the cool, wet stone of the guardrail. A wild wind blew through my hair, tangling the strands. Heavier drops of rain were falling around me now, splattering the stones. The building storm mirrored the turmoil inside of me. The rumbling of thunder came again in the distance. I had always hated the sound. Now, I welcomed it. The taste of my loneliness was bitter on my tongue. I knew this was not a feeling ordinary children had. This sense of dark disquiet that seeped into my very being, casting a shadow on my heart. My fingers curled around the stone edge as I pushed myself up and slowly stood. A gust of wind swept over the watchtower. For a moment I swayed, teetering on the edge. Far down below, the landscape unfolded like a tapestry. Miniature figures scurried through the castle grounds, seeking shelter from the rain. The perspective was vertigo-inducing. A tingling sensation crept through my limbs the longer I stood balancing on the edge, looking down. Another gust of wind buffeted the tower, and for a heart-stopping moment, I teetered. With a gasp, I crouched down, digging my fingers into the cold stone of the guardrail for support. A choked sob broke from my throat as I steadied myself, muscles tense with the effort. It was all so much trouble, this business of being alive. I dared to glance down once more. The ground seemed to swirl and shift as the rain and mist clouded my view of the castle grounds. What was the point of any of it? No one had ever explained it to me. There was no one down there who mattered to me, and I mattered to no one. No one would miss me if I were gone. They would be glad. Crescent wouldn't have to worry about me anymore. The servants could come back. They wouldn't have to be afraid. Maybe there was one who would care. The man who had held me in his arms. He had smiled down at me. Even his eyes had seemed to smile. They had been a brilliant green. He'd talked to me, sang to me, cradled me. Was that love? The feeling I'd had when he'd held me, knowing I was safe. Had he loved me? My heart hardened. He hadn't loved me. If he had, he would have stayed here forever and never left. He hadn't kept me safe. He had been selfish. He had gone away. Feeling sorry for yourself, little one? Had I not been crouched on a slippery ledge, I would have whirled around in a blinding fury. Perhaps I would even have run past the person, showing just how quick I could be, shoving them hard on the way out. Then I'd have escaped their knowing gaze and smirking mouth. But for the moment, I was stuck, afraid to make any false move in the pounding rain. I turned slowly, moving my body towards the speaker, who had mounted the tower stairs and dared to speak. A tall and imposing woman stood there. Her skin was a dark, rich brown. Long black hair had been swept back and twisted into a heavy knot made up of many small braids. I examined her features. Scars crisscrossed her face. Otherwise, she might have been pretty. But the scars weren't what drew my eye the most. 2 blades were strapped to her back, the hilts wrapped in worn leather. The woman had a warrior's build, broad shoulders, a muscular physique. Her well-formed arms were crossed over her chest as she looked at me. There were many things I might have said in reply to her. Rude things, cruel things. But with my tutors, I had quickly learned the best way to provoke someone was to simply say nothing at all. So I sat on the ledge, fingers clenched but unmoving, staring stonily back at the strange woman in silence. Until finally she nodded, as if she understood. I'm Odessa, Crescent's sister. I promise you here and now, Medra, that no matter what you do, or don't do, you won't be able to frighten me away. I flinched, as if she had penetrated my mind. I'm not going anywhere, she continued. I'm here to stay. Now, why don't you come down off that ledge and tell me about yourself? When I made no move to come down to her, she sank onto the watchtower floor and crossed her legs, paying no heed to the wetness of the stones. Very well. We can speak out here in the rain as easily as anywhere else, if that's what you prefer. She tilted her head. Why don't we start with why you were thinking of jumping? Chapter 20. Morgan. In times of desperation, some fled, some fought. In between the 2 groups were the worst sort, the leeches, the parasites. In the midst of chaos, they fed on others for their own survival. We were attacked in the middle of the night. The Exmoors had left to hunt, or we would have been alerted sooner. As it was, the campfire had been put out, and everyone had retired. I was lying in our tent, just beginning to close my eyes and drift off, when Draven's hand clamped down on my arm. A warning. I looked over and saw him sitting up, an unsheathed dagger already in his other hand. At the same moment, the tent flap rustled, and Guinevere's head popped into sight, eyes wide and frightened. She had just enough time to open her mouth and whisper a single word, "Bandits," before there was a whistling sound over our tent, one all too familiar. In the next instant, our tent lit up, flames dancing in wild patterns along the canvas. A tent was on fire, but it wasn't ours. Draven was rolling out of the shelter in an instant, swift and decisive, then reaching a hand back to pull me out behind him. I had just enough time to drag Excalibur along. Strapping the leather belt it hung from around my waist, I looked about, my eyes struggling to adjust to the chaotic scene. just as the tent beside us erupted in a thunderous explosion of fur and canvas. A furious roar echoed through the night. Having never been stupid enough to ever really annoy Hall, I had never seen the bearkin look as they did now. The entire camp, friends and foes alike, seemed to freeze in unison as Hall rose to their full height from the wreckage of their tent, revealing themselves in all their primal splendor, an embodiment of untamed, terrifying power. Bared jaws showcased rows of formidable teeth, glinting in the fiery glow of the flaming tent behind them. The bearkin's eyes blazed with fury as they lifted their massive paws, sharp claws extending. Slowly, Hall looked around them. "Bandits!" they bellowed. "I hate bandits. Which one of you snivelling, thieving insects dared to wake me?" I found myself trembling, and I wasn't even a bandit. I caught the eye of the attacker closest to us. The bandit's face was the picture of panic. I assumed this was a man who had disturbed Hall in their tent. And then the bear exploded into action. Snatching the bandit with one colossal paw, Hall lifted him effortlessly into the air. The bandit had just enough time to scream before the grizzly tossed him over the nearby cliff. For a moment, his cries echoed back to us as he fell. Then there was a crunch as he presumably hit the rocks below, and they abruptly ceased. With a speed that surprised me, the bearkin turned their attention to the next bandit, a man standing near the edge of Hall's tent. Closing the distance between them in a single thunderous step, Hall seized the hapless man by the throat. There was a sickening crack of breaking bones as the grizzly snapped the bandit's neck, then dropped him to the dirt. A shout went up behind me. The remaining bandits, shaken from their initial shock, were trying to rally. I looked around me wildly, my hand on Excalibur's hilt. We were better armed than our attackers, better than they could possibly know if one took into account what Draven and I could do, not to mention the bearkin. But there were only 6 of us, and of the 6, only 5 of us were fighters, whereas the bandits had numbers. There were at least 20 or more scurrying around the camp and forest edges that I could see. I prayed no more were waiting deeper in the forest. I scanned swiftly until I found Guinevere. She stood behind Lancelot, her eyes wide and frightened. For once, the owl was not on her shoulder. Tuva was off hunting, I supposed, like the Exmoors. The sound of steel on steel. I turned towards it as Gawain's ear-splitting bellow broke through the air. The towering, red-haired warrior was moving like a force of nature. Bearing a massive battle-axe that gleamed in the moonlight, he swung it effortlessly as he faced a ring of bandits. I had never seen the big man fight in real combat before. He had no shadows to coil or flames to throw, but his skill was enough. Each time his axe carved through the air, it cut through his foes one by one with merciless grace. His wild red mane of hair flew around him as he moved with an innate understanding of his enemies, positioning himself strategically to intercept each attack. And since it was Gawain after all, he grinned the entire time.
"He'll be fine, Morgan,"
Draven shouted, mistaking my awe for concern.
"Stand with me now, back to back. Here they come."
I had trained in Sir Ector's combat ring. I had fought from the skies on the Exmoor. I had duelled my brother face to face. But now, as I looked at the leering faces of 4 bandits as they approached us, I felt suddenly unprepared. I could not use flames, that much was clear. The horses were too near, as were Lancelot, Guinevere, and Hall. I could not risk them. Even now, Lancelot fought 1 against 2, pushing Guinevere back behind her, then back still more as her blade whirled through the air, shielding them both. But then I had no time to think of our friends, their safety, or our horses. Excalibur was in my hand. My mate was at my back, and we were fighting where we stood as the group of bandits, looks of hunger and desperation in their eyes, rushed towards us. As the first one approached me, a rusted dagger raised high, I pivoted on one heel. Metal clashed against metal, as vibrations from the blow reverberated up my arm. I had just enough time to see the bandit's eyes widen, as Excalibur began to glow with its battle light before the sword thrust through the man's chest and he fell. I turned to my next foe, breathing hard. A woman armed with a serrated blade charged towards me, looking furious. Had the man I'd just killed been her brother? Her husband? I shoved pity aside. These people had expected us to be sleeping in our beds, unsuspecting and unarmed. We might have had children with us. Would they have cared? Or would they have slit our throats while we slept without a second thought, and simply taken what they wanted? Baring my teeth as Hall had done, I sidestepped the woman's thrust easily, feeling the rush of air as her weapon narrowly missed. A quick counterattack. The woman staggered back, the metallic scent of her blood joining the tang of sweat and fear. Beside me, Draven's dagger danced. His swift, precise strikes easily parried much larger weapons. With a deft flick of his wrist, he tossed aside a bandit's wooden club, then darted his blade out again and again, until the man fell to his knees, blood streaming from his mouth. Our last adversary was a cautious but stupid man. Armed with a makeshift slingshot, he attempted to launch a stone projectile. Ducking smoothly, Draven lifted his left hand and almost lazily let a band of shadow extend, yanking the slingshot from the man's hand and tossing it aside before wrapping it around the bandit's neck and twisting. Shouts came up from around us. Other bandits had noticed what Draven had done. I grinned as a few ran back towards the main road, probably to clamber up onto their horses as quickly as they could and flee. But the majority stayed. Still, the numbers were becoming more balanced. "Morgan!" I whirled at the sound of Lancelet's cry. She was fighting another woman in single combat, but her eyes were frantic, darting to where Guinevere fled towards the tree line, pursued by a tall man. I was already running as the man reached out a hand and ripped at Guinevere's gown, tearing her sleeve as he laughed. She let out a cry of fear that pierced the night. Fury filled my veins. It would be my honor to slide Excalibur right through the man's heart, I decided. But as it turned out, the former high priestess did not need me for her champion. A shrill hoot pierced through the air, the sound of an owl on the hunt. The man was closing the distance, oblivious to the cry of the bird or what it might mean. I slowed my pace slightly as I watched the owl's descent, swift and purposeful, body of gold and brown slicing through the air with divine grace. The man lifted his head at the sound of rustling feathers, but it was too late. A guttural cry escaped his lips as the bird's beak found its mark, piercing into his right eye. The man screamed. The owl lifted into the air once more, ascending and circling before diving again. The bandit thrashed wildly as blood poured from his eye, and he tried to fend off the vengeful owl, but Tuva's attack was unyielding. I reached the scene just in time to witness the man collapsing to the ground, his face a mess of torn flesh, hands still raised to futilely shield his battered face. Tuva, wings spread, let out one last hoot, then took to the skies. Draven brushed past me, striding up to where the man kneeled, quivering. With a thrust of his dagger, the bandit was left lifeless in the dirt. I turned to Guinevere. "Are you all right?" But she was pointing at something behind me. "Morgan, look!" I turned to see a bandit near our tethered horses. He was rooting around in the saddlebags. My saddlebags. The man's eyes lit up greedily as he snatched up an object and held it aloft in the moonlight. The Grail. From the look in the bandit's eyes, it was clear he saw more than a mere wooden chalice. I ran towards him, ignoring Draven's shouts from behind me. The man was too focused on the Grail to even notice as I charged. Reaching him, I knocked the Grail from his hand. It clattered to the ground as the man looked up at me, enraged, and drew a needle-like dagger from his belt. The man was quick, quicker than the others had been. The blade darted forward like a viper seeking vulnerable flesh. I danced around his strikes, searching for an opening to thrust Excalibur forward. But the man blocked me each time, then moved back between our horses, shielding himself with their bodies. I clenched my jaw, limited by the necessity of not hurting a horse, and followed him in between the tethered mounts. A sudden flash of pain cut through my hand, as the man darted out from between two of the horses, his stiletto finding its mark as it carved a crimson tribute on my palm. A look of triumph lit up his face. Then he crumpled like a marionette, falling to the ground as Draven's longsword appeared through the centre of his chest.
"You should have waited for me,"
my mate said mildly, looking down at the man's body as the horses whinnied nervously and sidestepped the pool of blood. I was fine. I had him. I gestured to the sword. You fetched your other blade, I see. He shrugged.
"I was tired of the daggers. You were holding your own."
He gestured to my hand. Just a scratch. I turned back to my horse, searching the ground for where the grail had fallen. It was gone. Panic welled in me. Then I noticed Gawain standing a little distance away. He had the grail in his hand and was raising it to the light, turning it this way, then that, admiring it as the bandit had done. "Gawain!" I called sharply. "Give it back!" He looked towards me, a scowl disfiguring his normally pleasant face, and I blinked in surprise. Then he tossed it.
"Catch it, then!"
The chalice flew through the air, spiraling over and over. Without thinking, I reached upwards and caught the cup. Instantly, a pain went through me. I dropped the chalice as if it were a hot coal and gasped.
"What is it?"
Draven appeared at my shoulder.
"Fuck!"
Reaching into my saddlebag, he retrieved the leather bag we'd been keeping the cup in, then pulled out the velvet cloth it had been wrapped in. Wrapping the cloth around his hand, he carefully lifted the grail from the dirt and wiped the traces of my blood off it. Shooting Gawain a displeased stare, he folded the grail into the cloth and packed it back into the saddlebag.
"Fucking humans,"
Hall grumbled. The bearkin was nursing a cut over one eye, but other than that, seemed none the worse for wear. "Fucking bandits," Lancelot corrected. "Not all humans are bad." Hall looked at Lancelot for a moment, then grunted.
"I suppose not."
"They were desperate men," Guinevere said quietly. She still looked shaken from the attack. Lancelot had draped a heavy wool cloak around her shoulders. Now she pulled it more tightly around her throat. The campfire crackled. The moon shone overhead. It might have been any other night on the road, were it not for the scent of burnt wood mingled with the lingering scent of blood, an unpleasantly aromatic reminder of our recent battle. Draven sat beside me. With practiced care, he wound a strip of linen around my hand, his touch firm but gentle. There was a soft whooshing sound, and the ground shook momentarily. The campfire flickered, casting its amber glow on the two battle cats as they landed and lumbered towards us. Nightclaw, his fur obsidian velvet beneath the moon, padded over to me, his golden eyes reflecting the firelight. Folding his wings along his sides, he looked down at my hand, then lowered his massive head and nuzzled me, gently but a little reproachfully too. "What would you have had me do?" I said, lifting my free hand to run it over his head. "Summon you back?" A low rumble came from his chest, an unmistakable growl of disapproval. I shook my head. "You know I'm not going to do that. Besides, you were hunting, probably too far away to come back in time." Another low growl, but softer this time. "I know," I said, leaning my head down to rest atop his. "I know you would have come back, but it's just a scratch, nothing more. We were fine, I promise you." I glanced over at where Sunstrike sat watching and cleaning her paws. "Besides, you have your own mate to take care of now," I said quietly. "She has to come first. She has to heal. You had her back, and my mate had mine." I looked up at Draven. He finished knotting the bandage, then pulled me tight against him. "Remind you of another night?" I murmured. "Far from here?" He smiled slightly.
"It was your back that time."
"Fenris," I shuddered. I glanced at where Gawain sat on a rock nearby. The big man was staring into the fire. "You fought well tonight, Gawain," I said softly, feeling the need to somehow reassure him. He looked over at me and forced a smile.
"Thank you, Morgan."
His smile fell away.
But the Grail, I'm sorry, I don't know what came over me.
It's a powerful object. Hard to describe the pull it can have, I said, even while I knew I had never felt that same pull.
Do you think they came for it? Specifically for the Grail, I mean?
Gawain queried. I shook my head. I don't think that man had any idea that it was even there or what it was. He just saw a precious treasure, something he could sell. Gawain nodded. A few moments later, he had drifted off to his own tent for the night. Across the fire, Guinevere was rising to her feet. I think I'll lie down. Morgan? She gave me a questioning look. Rest, Guinevere, I said firmly. There's no way I'll be able to sleep after that. One of us should get some rest tonight. To my surprise, Draven rose and escorted Guinevere to her tent, making sure she was safe inside before walking over to our own. Then, crouching by the tent flap, he gave me a meaningful look and darted his eyes towards Lancelot before slipping inside. Hall was the next to leave.
I shall dream of blood and snapping bones,
they said, sounding happier than they had all week.
A satisfying battle.
Delightful, Lancelot muttered as the bearkin stomped away. I'll be dreaming of that crunch the rest of my days too. She threw another log onto the fire, and sparks flew upwards. Guess it's just us then. I walked over to my saddlebag and pulled out a silver flask. Gawain's not the only one prepared. It's not mermaid song, but want some. What is it? Lancelot asked, perking up. Try it and find out, I suggested, taking a swig myself. She tipped the flask back for a long swallow, then immediately started to cough. Whiskey! She shot me an accusing look. Disgusting, Morgan. Whiskey, really? Draven's developed a taste for it. I preferred spiced rum. There was a clove and orange one from Lyonesse I particularly loved, but even I had to admit there was something about the way whiskey flowed through one like molten lava that could be rather bracing. She passed back the flask. My throat is on fire. What I wouldn't give for a tankard of ale from the Bear and Mermaid right now. Perhaps more liquid courage is just what you need, I said, holding the flask out towards her again with a meaningful look. What's that supposed to mean? It means Guinevere is sleeping alone. Of course she is. She always does. So what? So perhaps she doesn't have to. I was hesitant as to how far to go, how blatant to be. Lancelot stared. She was just attacked by a bandit. I sighed. We're always going to have just been attacked by something or other, Lancelot. Look where we are. Look where we're headed. Do you think things are really going to improve from here on out? Lancelot snorted. I suppose that's true. It is. So seize the moment. Seize the moment? Lancelot laughed. That doesn't sound like the Morgan I used to know. At least, not when it comes to taking lovers. I've changed, I said, blushing slightly. Lancelot looked at me thoughtfully. You certainly have, and it's Draven who did it. Is that a bad thing? I asked, not sure I was ready for the answer. No, he's been good for you. The two of you... She shook her head and looked up at the moon. What? Tell me. The two of you are equal parts disgusting and inspiring. I choked. Disgusting? Disgustingly in love, Morgan. Oh, you're not all over each other constantly, thank the three for that. But the looks you give one another, the little touches, when I catch them, the way you talk about one another, the way he shields you. Just as you do with Guinevere, I interjected. Right, I have no choice. Because you feel the same way about her as Draven and I do about each other, I pointed out. If I do, I'm alone. It's one-sided, Morgan. I stared at her. Do you really believe that? Of course. Don't you? I thought about it carefully for a moment. No, I don't. At least, I think there's a real chance that your feelings are not at all one-sided. Lancelot had paled. Truly? Truly. You really had no idea. I know she cares for me as a friend and, well, tolerates me as a guardian. I'm in her way, but she never complains. Is that what you think? I shook my head. I see something different, But even if I didn't, you love her. I know you do. Will you go your whole life without ever expressing that? Simply being a silent guardian? I could, easily, and die happy, Lancelot claimed. Happy? I shook my head. I don't know if that's happiness, Lancelot. When I think of you before... I paused. Well, I'm not the only one who's changed. Yes, well, being ravaged and nearly killed by flesh-eating children can tend to do that to one, she snapped. She looked at me. Besides, did you think I would simply hop from one